Who would have thought that this young department head son was already planning his retirement? Selling the apartment plus his savings would be more than enough to move back to the countryside. To him, the temptation of status was far less important than family memories. Young Hyuk took one last look at the photo, stood up, and headed to the office to see Hong Soo-jung. While handling official business, Hong Soo-jung apologized on behalf of her alcohol-loving father. After all, last night's fuss was indeed quite unpleasant. Young Hyuk didn't really mind, though. He only had one thing on his mind right now. Today was the anniversary of his parents' death. Hong Soo-jung specially approved his leave so he could head out early. He thought this day would pass quietly, but the moment he arrived at the hotel entrance, trouble came knocking on his door. Hong Soo-jung's father, Chairman Hong Ki-jun, had actually been waiting there for him for quite a while. When Hong Ki-jun slapped him on the back, everyone in the room was completely stunned. Everyone was gossiping in private, saying department head son was already the chosen son-in-law, and that the company would be handed over to him sooner or later. Although Young Hyuk felt uncomfortable inside, he could only bite the bullet and deal with it in this kind of situation. He thought he could leave right after socializing, but he ended up getting dragged into the car by Hong Ki-jun anyway. It was pouring rain outside, and the atmosphere inside the car was suffocating to the extreme. Hong Ki-jun suddenly brought up the past, interrogating him about what happened back then with Hong Soo-jung. Hong Ki-jun suddenly asked a question. "Kid, what is your dream?" The word dream to Young Hyuk was simply too much of a luxury. He lost his parents when he was a child. During those days of living under someone else's roof in a wealthy family, besides studying like crazy, he basically had no other choice. Although he is successful in his career now and has become an amazing, successful person in the eyes of others, he knows very well in his heart that none of this is what he truly wanted. The dream he wanted most in his life had actually shattered a long time ago, and that was just to hold his dad's hand like a normal kid, and mom's hands growing up safe and sound. Unfortunately, he can never go back to that kind of ordinary life, since the ordinary life he wanted most is already unattainable. Young Hyuk admitted honestly that he doesn't really have any dreams left in this life. Hearing this, Hong Ki-jun's expression became very complicated. He suddenly grabbed Jung Hyuk's hand tightly, as if he was about to hand over some important matter. He said he had already discussed it with the family, and regarding Hong Soo-jung's future, he planned to. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, nobody expected that the Grim Reaper would actually arrive a step ahead. Blinding lights accompanied by the piercing sound of screeching brakes. Everything spun completely out of control at this exact instant. A tragic car accident had clearly just happened, yet Jung Hyuk woke up in the darkness, only feeling that his face was completely wet. He thought he was being rushed for emergency treatment in a hospital, but this texture and smell didn't seem right, no matter how he looked at it. By the time he opened his eyes completely, he was totally stunned. This little guy wagging its tail in front of him was actually General. Young Hyuk clearly remembered that back then, to protect him. General had long been kicked to death by that cruel foster father. He subconsciously reached out his hand to touch it, only to discover an even more terrifying fact. His hands had become smaller, and his body had shrunk too. This wasn't a hospital at all. He had actually returned to the time before all the tragedies had even started. Looking at this pair of small and tender hands, Young Hyuk was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? He hurriedly picked up an old newspaper from the ground, and the date on it shockingly read October 1987. This is over 30 years ago. The dead general is alive, and the newspaper is also from decades ago. It seems that in that car accident, both he and Chairman Hong probably already lost their lives. Though he didn't know why it turned out like this, being able to hold General again actually made him feel a trace of relief in his heart. Right at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind him, calling his name. That was a voice he had dreamed of countless times, yet a voice he had never heard again. Sunlight poured over that familiar back, and Mom smiled, reminding him not to stay out in the sun for too long, or he'd get sunburned. Young Hyuk could hardly believe his eyes. This person who had only ever appeared in his dreams was actually standing right in front of him now, even gently cupping his face, and asking if he had a nightmare. Smelling the faint scent of firewood on his mother, Young Hyuk could no longer hold it in. That was the scent of cooking rice in a big iron pot from his childhood. The scent he thought he'd never smell again in this lifetime. The scent that brought the ultimate peace of mind. He wanted to tell his mom that he had truly given it his all over the years, and now he finally didn't have to keep forcing himself to hold on anymore. Like a child who had been deeply wronged, he curled up tightly in his mother's arms. He felt that this must be heaven, because only here could he be reunited with his mom and General. Having just seen his mom and General, Young Hyuk's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Where was Dad? A person as kind as his dad surely wouldn't be left all alone somewhere else, right? It wasn't until the sky turned dark that familiar loud voice finally rang out. Dad ruffled his head while laughing at the embarrassing story of him being a crybaby during the day. Now the whole family was finally together. Looking at the bowl piled high with bean rice, Dad even bragged with a proud face, saying he specially went to pick them under the blazing sun. Mom stood by, laughing and teasing him. This life was so ordinary, it made one want to cry. Young Hyuk stuffed mouthful after mouthful of rice into his mouth. He had remembered this taste for his entire life. He looked at his smiling parents in front of him, feeling an ache in his heart. He thought this place was truly wonderful. Dad, Mom, and General. It turns out everyone had been here all along, waiting for him for all these years. The family of 4 lying neatly together. This was a scene Young Hyuk never even dared to imagine before. He felt this place must definitely be heaven, especially choosing the happiest moment of his life. But this heaven felt just a little too real. Not to mention the house was completely run down. There were actually cobwebs on the ceiling. Just as he was wondering, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his ears. That voice said he had suffered enough in this life, and now it was sending him back. If he performed well, he could even save 3 lives. Before he could even react, Mom's loud voice drifted in through the door, urging him to get up and wash his face quickly, or else he'd be late for school if he kept dawdling. Young Hyuk was now completely dumbfounded. Why on earth did he still have to go to school in heaven? Was this place actually heaven or hell? The moment he pushed open the classroom door, Young Hyuk felt as if a century had passed. Sunlight streamed onto the desks, and everything was still exactly as he remembered. Following the name tags, he finally found his own seat. As he sat down, he murmured to himself, "This heaven is way too unprofessional. Who makes someone come back just to redo school?" Just as he was complaining, the back door was suddenly slammed open, and a few classmates rushed in noisily, looking at this bunch of kids who could bicker for half the day just to compete for first place. Young Hyuk felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Perhaps to these classmates, right now was also the happiest moment of their lives. Looking at the rowdy figures filling the room, he even thought, it wouldn't be bad to just stay here forever like this. But before he could finish reminiscing, a reality check hit him hard. The piercing school bell suddenly rang out, and Jung Hyuk's smile instantly vanished from his face. Only then did he realize that for an elementary schooler, going to school is no heaven at all. Young Hyuk finally figured it out. This was not heaven at all. He fiercely crossed out that word in his notebook and wrote down 2 big words: time travel. He observed his surroundings. If everyone was just reuniting after death, there was no way his classmates would act this childish. And besides, his parents hadn't even asked him how he had been doing all these years. It seems only he returned with his memories intact. While being reunited with his family was a good thing, Young Hyuk soon discovered a fatal problem. He had forgotten all the details of his past life. He couldn't even remember how exactly his parents had met with their accident back then. Just as he was trying desperately to remember, a hand suddenly slammed heavily onto the desk. A girl wearing a yellow headband was glaring at him furiously, asking if he had forgotten about today's plans. Young Hyuk looked at the girl in front of him, his mind completely blank. Young Hyuk stared at the girl for a long time, before finally remembering who she was. Her name was Hae-won, and her family ran a small shop by the seaside. She was a troublemaker who had given him headaches since childhood. Once the floodgates of memory opened, it was filled with nothing but dark history from back then. This girl used to grab crabs and shove them right into his face, causing him to fall into the water and get soaking wet, only to be mocked for wetting his pants. Young Hyuk was utterly speechless. It seemed that as long as he saw someone he knew, those embarrassing memories would automatically come back to life. He was just about to make an excuse to refuse her and stay far away from this prank queen. But Hae-won didn't give him the chance at all. She grabbed his hand and started dragging him out, insisting that he promised to go to the beach today. Getting anxious, Jung Hyuk subconsciously shook her hand off. Now he had really stirred up a hornet's nest. Hae-won stood there, crying her eyes out in grievance, accusing Young Hyuk of being too cold-blooded. Coincidentally, the teacher walked into the classroom right then, and the entire class's eyes instantly locked onto him. Now Jung Hyuk really couldn't clear his name no matter what. On his very first day of regression, before he could even save the world, he first became a villain who bullied a little girl. At that exact moment just now, Jung Hyuk felt he was only one step away from the truth. But that feeling of being on the verge of remembering vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. What on earth was the important thing he had missed? The words, "the beach," that Hae-won cried out felt like a bolt of lightning cracking open his chaotic thoughts. He froze completely on the spot. What on earth happened at the beach? Why did hearing this word make him so anxious? He spent this entire class completely out of it, desperately trying to search his mind for clues. But the more anxious he got, the more his memories seemed shrouded in a thick fog. He was certain he had forgotten a key point, and that secret had to be recovered. Until the school bell rang, he still had nothing. Young Hyuk packed his school bag, planning to go home to see if he could find any hints. Just as he was preparing to leave, two familiar voices called out to him. Looking at Jin-soo and Sung-chan walking over, Young Hyuk stopped what he was doing. These two best friends from back then, coming to find him at this exact point in time. Was it a coincidence? Or another trigger to unlock his memories? Jin-soo and Sung-chan ran over excitedly, wanting to drag Young Hyuk to the back mountain to gather acorns. But the word death, they mentioned casually, was like a needle, stabbing fiercely into Young Hyuk's mind. Some fragmented images began to flash crazily. He finally remembered. The god who sent him back had once said that if he performed well, he could save 3 lives. 3 people dying. Young Hyuk suddenly realized, wasn't this referring to his dad, his mom, and himself? He rushed like crazy toward the back wall of the classroom, pushing aside the classmates blocking his view, and stared deathly at the calendar on the wall. His finger stopped on a single number, the 24th. Young Hyuk froze completely. It turned out to be today. The day that changed his life and destroyed his family was right today. Young Hyuk stood rooted to the spot in shock. He finally remembered. The day that had caused him a lifetime of pain was actually today. Right tonight, his parents would go to the beach just like usual and then never return. That accident that took away their lives was about to happen very soon. Looking at his parents' smiling faces in his memories, Young Hyuk had only one thought in mind. Since the heavens let him come back, he must never let this tragedy repeat itself. Time was already running out for him. He had to stop his parents before they walked out the door before dark. To catch up with the village's group activity, Young Hyuk's parents started working before dawn, packing up farming tools while chatting away. Sun Guangyan lowered his voice and said, "Don't you think Young Hyuk has been acting abnormally mature these past 2 days?" Kim Seon-young smiled with relief. A child growing into an adult really seems to happen in the blink of an eye. Although he kept saying they were going night fishing, he felt uneasy in his heart, feeling like they should have dinner with the kid before leaving. Sun Guangyan comforted her, saying, "We have to go borrow the gear first. No matter how mature Young Hyuk is, he's still just a child in our eyes." Sun Guangyan took Kim Seon-young's hand and said, "We'll go and come back quickly, returning early to keep our son company." But before the two could share enough warmth, the fellow villagers began shouting to urge them, telling them to hurry up and get in the car to head out. Looking at his parents' receding figures, Young Hyuk froze completely. In the memories of his past life, his parents went out for night fishing on this exact evening, and then never returned. The beach looked peaceful, but once the massive high tide hit, those inexperienced newbies stood absolutely no chance of escaping. Young Hyuk put on his school bag and rushed home like crazy. Even if he had to throw a crying tantrum, he absolutely had to keep his parents inside the house. Even if he had to get on his knees and beg them, he absolutely had to stop them. Young Hyuk pushed open the door and shouted loudly, but the only response was a dead silence. There wasn't even a flicker of light in the house. He stumbled into the living room, and that prominent note on the table made him feel as if he had plunged into an ice cave. His parents said they had already set off with the villagers, and reminded him not to forget to eat his dinner, saying they'd bring him back something delicious when they return. Young Hyuk clutched that piece of paper tightly. Could it be that even after regressing, he still couldn't escape the fate of losing his family? He looked at the pitch-black sea outside the window, and the shadow of his past life was like a giant hand, gripping Young Hyuk tightly without letting go, trying to drag him down into the abyss of despair. Right at this moment, the family dog, General, suddenly barked loudly, dragging him back from his nightmare. Young Hyuk froze for a moment, looking at General, wagging his tail in front of him. Only then did he realize he hadn't lost yet. Now was not the time to worry. It was about to get dark soon, and he had to rush to the beach before the tide rose. He couldn't afford to waste another single second. He violently slammed the door open and rushed out. This might be the final plan to save his parents. Young Hyuk ran wildly through the night with General. He shouted as he ran, "General, keep up!" He absolutely couldn't let them leave just like that. Right then, the people ahead heard the noise and turned around. It was Foreman Uncle Cho Ik-hyun and Youth Association President Uncle Park Dae-soon. Young Hyuk came to a sudden halt. In his past life, it was these two people who called his parents to go night fishing together. He had resented these two neighbors countless times, feeling that they were the ones who caused his parents' deaths. But now, looking at Dae-soon's young face, Young Hyuk suddenly realized that after his parents' accident in his past life, these two people who narrowly escaped death had also suffered for their entire lives. Since everyone was back, this time, nobody was going to meet with an accident. Dae-soon looked at the rushed Young Hyuk and asked curiously what he was doing running out so late. Young Hyuk was in no mood for small talk. He only wanted to know where his parents were. Dae-soon only realized right then that the tide was about to rise soon, and they should have been back a long time ago. Right at this moment, a glimmer of light flashed on the distant sea surface. Young Hyuk took a closer look, and his whole being instantly snapped awake. Over there! They are over there! He couldn't care less about the mud under his feet, and rushed toward the shore like crazy, shouting loudly at the pitch-black sea. Dad! Mom! Hearing this heart-wrenching shout, the two distant figures stopped what they were doing. They never expected that their son would actually show up here. It was pitch black on the sea, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Although Young Hyuk's parents heard the voice, they couldn't see where the shore was at all. Young Hyuk realized this problem too. Just shouting wasn't enough. He had to light up a path of survival for his parents. He called General over and pulled out the fire can he had prepared beforehand. That was something the village used for playing fire can games. Dae-soon stood by, completely dumbfounded by the sight. Is this kid crazy? What if he catches fire? But Young Hyuk couldn't care about any of that. Using every ounce of his strength, he swung a massive ring of fire in the night sky. This blinding burst of firelight instantly tore through the darkness on the sea, and also illuminated his parents' way home, looking at that blinding firelight on the shore. Young Hyuk's parents finally found their direction. They couldn't believe that the person shouting desperately on the shore was actually their son. Young Hyuk had sworn in his heart that he would never let the tragedy repeat itself in this life. He would personally snatch his parents back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The massive ring of fire burned in the night sky, completely burning away that old path leading to death. As long as he was around, nobody even think about touching his family. By the time everyone returned safely to the shore, the neighbors were still sighing over how close a call tonight was. Young Hyuk stood aside in silence, listening to his parents' conversation after surviving the disaster. Son Gwangyeon said with deep emotion that thanks to their son, they were able to come back alive today. At this moment, Young Hyuk knew he had won. The nightmare that had haunted him for 2 lifetimes was finally over. On the way home, Young Hyuk lay on his dad's back and started laying down 3 ground rules. From now on, they are absolutely not allowed to sneak out for night fishing again, and if they go, they must bring him along. Son Gwangyeon agreed with a smile, telling him to lean on his shoulder and sleep a bit if he was tired. Kim Seon-young also chimed in gently from the side, saying, Son, you really worked hard today. Young Hyuk was still trying to act tough, clamoring that he wasn't sleepy at all. In fact, he knew better than anyone else in his heart that even though this body was still a child's, he had already pulled off the greatest feat. Looking at his parents' safe, receding backs, a huge weight finally lifted from his heart. The destiny of this life was truly rewritten by his own hands. The nerves that had been tense all night suddenly relaxed, and drowsiness instantly hit him like an absolute tidal wave. While complaining about this body being so useless, he fell fast asleep on Sun Gwangyeon's broad back. Sun Gwangyeon was just about to say something to Young Hyuk, only to find that the little guy on his back didn't make a single sound anymore. Kim Seon-young quickly made a shushing gesture, reminding him in a low voice that Young Hyuk was already fast asleep. Even General became exceptionally understanding. Holding the lantern steadily in his mouth, he lit up the way home in front of them. Looking at their son's sleeping face, the parents' eyes were filled with nothing but tenderness. If it wasn't for this child tonight, this family might have been completely shattered. Kim Seon-young gently hummed a lullaby, her voice drifting through the quiet night sky. At this moment, all the danger and fear vanished into thin air. Moonlight flooded the entire path. As the family slowly walked into the distance, Young Hyuk could finally have a sweet dream that no longer contained any nightmares. Relying on his own hands, he really rewrote his parents' ending. From now on, life was finally going to be different. As long as the family was safe and sound, that was better than anything. Young Hyuk pet General and said, thanks to you this time, if you weren't by my side, I might really not have been able to hold on. However, he suddenly remembered something. The voice in his dream said he could save 3 people. His parents took up 2 spots. So could the remaining one actually be this puppy? Right at this moment, he remembered the thing in his pocket. Those were the acorns his classmate gave him. Young Hyuk put the acorns into the bowl, wanting to share a secret with this little guy, but General didn't appreciate it at all, barking crazily at him instead. This completely baffled Young Hyuk. It was fine just now, so why the sudden change of face? Kim Seon-young called out from downstairs, telling Young Hyuk to hurry down for breakfast. Today was a big day. Looking at his busy parents in the kitchen, this kind of ordinary, warm life was exactly what he wanted most. The couple couldn't stop staring at their son, feeling that Young Hyuk, wearing his sportswear, was simply cute to the absolute extreme. Sun Gwangyeon asked with a smile, You're on the blue team today, right? Kim Seon-young looked at the dolphin on the clothes, smiling from ear to ear, showering her son with compliments about how cute he looked in this outfit. Young Hyuk felt so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After all, A 40-year-old soul lived inside him, so dressing like this to attend a sports meet was basically a public execution. Sun Guangyan was still spouting nonsense with a straight face nearby, saying something like a real man looks handsome in anything. In reality, the couple was already bursting with laughter inside. Colored flags fluttered across the sports field, which was packed with parents and children everywhere. This kind of lively scene used to be a nightmare he wanted to escape from the most. In his memory, past sports meets only brought loneliness and cold meals. That feeling of being abandoned by the whole world was something he never wanted to experience a second time in his life. Just as he was dazed, a shout from Kim Seon-young pulled him back from those dark memories. This time, he was no longer alone. The gimbap handmade by Mom tasted absolutely amazing. Young Hyuk chewed in big mouthfuls, and that place in his heart that had been empty for a long time was finally filled up. He joked, "Mom, it's a pity you don't open a shop with these skills." The single line amused the whole family. This long-lost laughter made him feel that all his efforts were totally worth it. Right at this moment, the announcement for the tug-of-war match came over the loudspeaker. Sun Guangyan patted his pants and stood up, getting ready to win some glory for the family. The nearby villagers were still whispering in low voices, saying that this man was a scholar from Seoul with smooth skin and probably couldn't even pull the rope. But the moment Sun Guangyan grabbed it, those solid muscle lines instantly made everyone around dumbfounded. How was this a frail scholar? He was literally built like a martial artist. As the whistle blew, the real battle began. The cheers from the stands were deafening. Both Sun Guangyan and Jung Hyuk shouted until their throats went hoarse. Kim Seon-young took a nasty spill in the running race, not only finishing dead last, but also feeling like she completely lost face in front of her son, squatting on the ground for a long time, not daring to look up. Sun Guangyan comforted her from the side for quite a while, but she still couldn't get over this hurdle, always feeling like she didn't set a good example for her son. Right at this moment, the announcement for the second-grade long-distance race came over the loudspeaker. It was Jung Hyuk's turn to hit the field. While tightening his blue headband, he softly comforted his mom. "Don't be sad anymore. I'll bring back that first-place trophy for our family next." The starting gun fired, and Jung Hyuk shot out like an arrow off a bowstring. The speed instantly left his opponents far behind. The entire crowd went wild. His parents cheered harder than anyone else on the sidelines. This was no elementary school race. This was completely Jung Hyuk's personal show. Everyone in the stands was completely stunned, with people asking around whose little prodigy this actually was, running literally like a gust of wind. The young dad and mom were totally dazed. Kim Seon-young couldn't help but ask, "Was our son always this fast before?" The speed was entirely unscientific. Jung Hyuk couldn't hear the noise around him at all. He was fully immersing himself in this long-lost rhythm. Every stride kicking off the ground made him feel power exploding. This feeling of wind brushing past his cheeks, this reality of tense muscles, even in his past life, was the thing he was most obsessed with. Back then, he would also always run alone on the streets in the dead of night. Only at this exact moment did he feel like he wasn't wasting his life away. As the loudspeaker broadcasted, Jung Hyuk took first place with zero suspense. The entire crowd was chanting his name. This kid really brought massive glory to his family today. His parents had long been waiting at the finish line, excited like two big kids. Jung Hyuk dove straight into their arms. At this moment, all the hard work was completely worth it. Sun Guangyan lifted him high over his head, loudly announcing a reward. He could pick whatever he wanted. That burst of heroic energy showed he was literally happier than if he had won the award himself. Jung Hyuk felt a bit embarrassed being lifted up, squirming his body wanting to get down. Kim Seon-young was holding her stomach on the side, so Jung Hyuk hurriedly ran over and asked, "Mom, did you get injured from the fall?" Kim Seon-young quickly waved her hand, smiling and saying she was perfectly fine, telling Jung Hyuk absolutely not to worry. Sun Guangyan looked at his son, who was busying himself out of nowhere, asking curiously what he was looking for. Jung Hyuk excitedly suggested, "Let's go catch some fish." This father and son duo set off without delay. Along the way, Jung Hyuk couldn't stop staring at his wrist. Sun Guangyan asked with a smile, "How's the watch?" Jung Hyuk answered loudly, "It's simply too cool!" To fulfill his son's wish, the dad specially went to the store and urged the owner to absolutely bring out the best watch, because he remembered this was the gift Jung Hyuk wanted most. As long as the child asks for it, parents always want to bring the absolute best right in front of him. Even if it's just a tiny digital watch, it still hides the deepest love. Sun Guangyan reminded his son not to stare at the new watch too late. Jung Hyuk agreed readily with his mouth, but he was murmuring in his heart, "This watch can only tell the time. It would be awesome if there could be a smartphone." He suddenly realized, since he was a regressor, how come everyone else gets a system or cheats? But when it's his turn, he could only fish a lousy rock out of his pocket? This disparity is just way too massive. Young Hyuk sighed helplessly. It was still more reliable to just go fishing with his dad. He patted his chest, guaranteeing that he was a pro. But Sun Gwangyeon totally ruined his flex, saying, "Actually, your mom is the real MVP of our family." The father and son arrived at a dried-up mudflat. Sun Gwangyeon looked completely puzzled. There wasn't even any water here. So where on earth were they going to catch fish? Young Hyuk smiled mysteriously. "We need to find some special bait first." He crouched down and dug hard, and a brightly colored worm crawled out. Jung Hyuk shouted excitedly, "Dad, look! This little guy looks pretty special." Looking at the serious look on Young Hyuk's face as he caught worms, Sun Gwangyeon couldn't help but sigh. This kid is literally the spitting image of your mom. Back then, that woman was just like this too, carelessly grabbing mud and smiling brighter than anyone else. Young Hyuk's suggestion to fish here wasn't about catching fish at all. He just wanted to spend more time with them, at the place where his parents finally rested in peace. His dad would never know that even though they were standing so close, that loneliness carved into his bones had actually never left him. The calm water surface suddenly erupted into chaos, and the fishing rod creaked loudly from being pulled. Sun Gwangyeon shouted excitedly, "It's a bite! It's a big one!" Jung Hyuk was more anxious than anyone on the side, shouting at the top of his lungs to urge his dad to reel it in quickly. Sun Gwangyeon gritted his teeth and swung hard. The big fish finally landed on the shore, but it smacked him right in the face with its tail. This time, his cool moment lasted less than 3 seconds. Sun Gwangyeon was knocked head over heels by the hit, rolling around on the ground in pure pain. Young Hyuk was startled and hurriedly ran over, asking, "Dad, are you okay?" Looking at his dad's miserable state, Young Hyuk froze for a moment, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this exact moment, all the loneliness and heaviness disappeared, leaving only the simplest joy between a father and son. The moment they got back home, General barked crazily at Jung Hyuk. Sun Gwangyeon looked completely puzzled. "Did you two have a fight behind my back?" Looking at his mother's exhausted face, Jung Hyuk took the initiative to take over the job of prepping the fresh fish. Kim Seon-young was still worried he might hurt his hands, but the next second, Jung Hyuk's movements were so fast it was dazzling. Descaling and cutting, his whole set of actions was smooth as silk, completely leaving Sun Gwangyeon dumbfounded on the side. "This kid, when did he master such god-tier knife skills?" Jung Hyuk asked Kim Seon-young for the remaining fish innards. He knew very well that since this little guy kept barking nonstop, he had to give it some hush money. He put the innards into a bowl and handed it to General, muttering under his breath, "Eat up and shut up. Don't cause any more trouble for me." Watching General bury his head in his food, Jung Hyuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Jung Hyuk used to be a special forces soldier, looking at General's big white teeth, he still felt a bit intimidated in his heart. The scene shifted, and the sight before him completely stunned Jung Hyuk. White flowers and red apples covered the hills and fields, and the sunlight was so blinding it was hard to keep his eyes open. Where on earth was this? Just as he was wondering, a familiar voice came from beside his ear. Turning his head around, it was actually his mom wearing a white dress. Kim Seon-young said with a smile that she came to pick apples, and even told Jung Hyuk mysteriously that the orchard owner here was very generous, allowing them to pick one to take home. Jung Hyuk followed behind with a head full of fog, feeling totally puzzled in his heart. What exactly was going on? Did the whole family come out for a picnic and picking fruit? Looking at the tree full of bright red fruits, Kim Seon-young clearly had a hard time choosing. She turned her head and asked Jung Hyuk gently, "Help Mom make a decision. Which one do you think is best to choose?" Jung Hyuk pointed to himself, clearly not expecting that his mom would give such an important decision-making power to him. Kim Seon-young smiled and nodded. "As long as it's your choice, Mom will love it." Jung Hyuk put away his usual playfulness and started searching seriously through the orchard. Right at this moment, a green apple gleaming with a faint light caught his eye. He carefully picked the fruit and handed it to his mom with both hands. Mom took the apple, smiling brighter than the sunshine. "Thank you, Jung Hyuk." Accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds, Jung Hyuk slowly opened his eyes. His mind was still completely filled with that orchard full of white flowers just now. He scratched his head, muttering about the apple under his breath, clearly having not completely woken up from that beautiful dream yet. Jung Hyuk excitedly showed off to Kim Seon-young, saying that last night he dreamed about gifting his mom a big green apple in an orchard. The season for green apples had long passed by now. Maybe it was because autumn had arrived, and craving food made him have this kind of dream. But as he stared at the calendar on the wall, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could that dream really be just a coincidence? Just after school, opening the front door at home, the stranger sitting in the yard made him completely freeze right in his tracks. It was Mijin and her grandmother. That name which had faded into his memory actually appeared alive and well right before his eyes like this. The fate between the two families was insanely deep. Growing up together since childhood, even after moving to Seoul later on, they still hung out often after Mi-jin got married. Right now, she was even Jung-hyuk's deskmate. But coming home today, the atmosphere was clearly a bit off. With both Mi-jin and her grandmother here, Kim Seon-young smiled and said, "Jung-hyuk, you're going to be an older brother." This news was literally like a bombshell, shocking him so much he couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Could that dream from this morning actually refer to this? Looking at how happy everyone was, he finally realized the family was truly getting a new member. Jung-hyuk clenched his fists, his heart entirely filled with an unspeakable excitement. So inside the dream, what that voice meant by saving 3 lives was actually referring to this unborn little life. This is literally a miracle. That apple given away in the dream was actually a conception dream after all. The whole family gathered in the orchard, all hyping up around this amazing news. Mi-jin leaned in curiously and asked, "What exactly did you dream about?" Jung-hyuk answered foolishly, "Just a huge apple." While the elders were chatting excitedly, the grandmother casually asked a question. "The due date is next summer. Are you planning to give birth at home again this time?" Hearing this, Jung-hyuk froze in his tracks. Give birth at home again. He couldn't help but look at Kim Seon-young. Was I also born at home back then? Kim Seon-young smiled and nodded, saying that when Jung-hyuk was born back then, it was indeed Mi-jin's grandmother who personally delivered him. Quite a few kids in the village owed a massive favor to the grandmother. Bringing up the events of that year, Kim Seon-young couldn't help but complain, saying the dad was scared out of his mind back then, worrying needlessly over there while speaking incoherently, and ended up getting kicked straight out by the grandmother. Looking at Sun Gwangyeon acting like that, Kim Seon-young didn't feel nervous anymore instead, and just like that, safely gave birth to Jung-hyuk. Although giving birth at home was extremely risky, Kim Seon-young still pushed through it. Jung-hyuk felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He knew just how much Kim Seon-young had sacrificed for this family. With effort, he hurriedly grabbed some food and handed it to Kim Seon-young, reminding her that she absolutely must eat more good stuff. The grandmother watched from the side, smiling from ear to ear, constantly praising Jung-hyuk for becoming mature and growing into a reliable real man. With him around, Kim Seon-young's pregnancy this time would definitely be completely safe. Like a gust of wind, Jung-hyuk chased desperately along the dirt path between the fields. But General in front was running way too fast, giving him zero chance to catch up at all. Finally stopping to take a breather, Jung-hyuk looked at the hyper puppy. Couldn't help but complain. "Did that fish earlier give you some kind of steroid boost? You're running faster than an Olympic champion." He looked down at his watch, and then looked at his pair of short little legs, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Although he was considered fast among his peers, compared to his past peak condition, this body was still way too weak. However, he had no intention of giving up. Jung-hyuk shouted to General, "Let's race back. Home, if you win. I'll reward you with another fish for dinner." "Ready, go." With Jung-hyuk's command, the boy and the dog instantly shot forward. He thought it would be a close match. But as it turned out, General, this little guy literally turned into a flash of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jung-hyuk yelled angrily from behind, "You cheater dog! You definitely hacked. What kind of good dog runs around with teleportation?" By the time he returned home, completely dejected, he found Kim Seon-young squatting in the yard, busying herself. General, on the other hand, was acting cute, already guarding Kim Seon-young's side to take the credit. Jung-hyuk leaned in and asked his mom, "Are you making chili paste?" Kim Seon-young smiled and nodded, saying she wanted to make Jung-hyuk's favorite stir-fried pork and rice cakes. Looking at Kim Seon-young's busy figure, Jung-hyuk felt a bit worried in his heart. His mom was currently pregnant, so was it really okay for her to do so much heavy lifting? Although he knew she couldn't just sit around all the time, working this hard was truly making him anxious. Seeing Kim Seon-young working so hard, Jung-hyuk took the initiative and offered to help wash the large jar. Hearing this, Kim Seon-young's heart warmed up, constantly praising her son for becoming mature. But this jar was simply way too massive. Jung-hyuk held the sponge and reached inside with all his might, only to find that he couldn't reach the bottom at all. He could only stand on his tiptoes, desperately leaning his body into the jar. Right at this moment, his foot suddenly slipped. Jung-hyuk lost his balance entirely, tumbling headfirst straight into the massive jar, leaving only his 2 little feet flailing around outside. Hearing the noise, Kim Seon-young was startled and quickly rushed over, grabbing Jung-hyuk's ankles. Before Jung-hyuk could even react, his entire body was pulled out by a massive force. Jung-hyuk was hung upside down in midair, completely stunned. Looking at his mom's effortless appearance, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart that this strength was way too insane. literally like a legendary goddess of strength, pulled out single-handedly by Kim Seon-young. Jung Hyuk was so embarrassed. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Facing Kim Seon-young's concerned questions, he could only cover his face and respond in a muffled voice. This kid's body is seriously holding him back. He silently prayed to the heavens in his heart. Please let me grow taller fast. Falling into a jar because of being short. If word of this got out, how could he face anyone in the future? Night fell, and the scene suddenly shifted. The originally warm atmosphere vanished in an instant. Inside a dark alley, several men were gathered together, suspiciously. Sun Guangyan appeared here, carrying 2 heavy black plastic bags in his hands. The other party lowered his voice and asked Jung Hyuk's dad, "Did you bring the stuff? You weren't followed by anyone, right?" Sun Guangyan remained silent without saying a word, only pushing up his glasses. The other party reached out to take the bags, a hint of impatience showing in his tone. "Let me see what kind of good stuff you actually brought." The villager looked at the small figure running away and asked where on earth he was going again. Jung Hyuk shouted without even turning his head, "To pick up my dad and go home. The road is slippery, take it easy." Who could have thought that the thin and small kid back then would shoot up so much in height over a single winter, literally as if preparing to become an older brother? Jung Hyuk stared at his watch, finally waiting until that familiar voice called out, "Dad, you're finally back." Sun Guangyan got off the bus with a smile, pulling out a piece of new clothing like a magic trick. "Look, this was specially picked out for you." Both Jung Hyuk and General were completely dazed by the sight. This way, going home can finally give Mom a big surprise. Sun Guangyan pet his son's head and said, "You can pick whatever gift you want later yourself." Jung Hyuk almost jumped up with joy. Sun Guangyan asked Jung Hyuk, "Are you scared in your heart about becoming an older brother?" Sun Guangyan was a bit worried. After all, a lot of kids feel that once they have a younger sibling, their parents' love will be split away. Jung Hyuk froze for a moment, then said seriously, "I'm only thinking about how to protect that little guy in the future. Don't worry, I'll definitely be a great older brother." Watching his son pat his chest to guarantee it, Sun Guangyan's hanging heart finally settled down. No matter how many people are in our family in the future, your position in Mom and Dad's hearts will never change. The title older brother made Jung Hyuk space out all of a sudden. He almost forgot that a very long time ago, someone used to call him that too. This feeling was very strange, like flipping open a long-buried old ledger, making his heart filled with mixed emotions. Jung Hyuk suddenly spoke up and asked his dad, "Where have you been going every night recently?" Sun Guangyan was caught completely off guard by the question, stammering that he was going to help out at the village committee. But this guilty look obviously meant he wasn't telling the truth. To change the subject, Sun Guangyan suggested going up the mountain tomorrow to chop down a Christmas tree. Jung Hyuk shook his head, though. "If the tree gets chopped down, it will die. Let's go to Mijin's place to buy one instead." The father and son, bringing General along, knocked open the gate to Zheng Huan's yard. Zheng Huan came out to greet them with a smile. Mijin was still busy building a snowman in the snow. Sun Guangyan got straight to the point and asked if he could buy a fir tree from him. Hearing this, Zheng Huan laughed. "Why wouldn't that be okay? Who are we to count pennies anyway?" In Sun Guangyan's heart, Zheng Huan had always been the most warm-hearted person. 9 years ago, when the couple just moved here, unfamiliar with the place and people, only Zheng Huan was the first to stand up and welcome them. Sun Guangyan handed over a string of dried fish. Zheng Huan wanted to decline at first, but upon hearing it was specially requested by Jung Hyuk. He immediately accepted it with a smile. "Since it's that child's kind intention, I absolutely have to accept this." Zheng Huan, while digging up the tree in the snow, couldn't help but say with deep emotion, "Back then, seeing how smooth your skin was, I thought you were a city youth who couldn't handle hardships. Who could have thought that now you've not only rooted yourself here, but also become the big boss around this territory?" Sun Guangyan patted Zheng Huan's shoulder and grinned foolishly, constantly praising that this whole thing was all thanks to his help. The two adults gathered together whispering, clearly cooking up some major plan. Sun Guangyan lowered his voice and asked, "Did that matter go smoothly, or not?" Zheng Huan had a worried face. "Time is way too tight, and that little ancestor at home is clinging to me so hard. I'm really afraid I can't keep it a secret." Jung Hyuk heard everything clearly from the side. He turned around and immediately started baiting info out of Mijin. "Has your dad been slipping out often in the middle of the night lately? Or asking you what kind of gift you want?" Mijin shook her head. "My dad didn't ask, but my mom did ask me to pick what I wanted most. I'm currently struggling to choose which one." Jung Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the adults really were on a secret mission. Mijin suddenly leaned in. "I'm going to Jeju Island soon. Do you want a gift? As long as you help me do my winter break homework, it's a deal." Hearing this, Jung Hyuk almost couldn't hold back from throwing hands. This girl already loved copying him at school, and now that it was break, she actually wanted to leech off him. Looking at the backs of the two families in the snow, Jung Hyuk sighed helplessly. But hey, who told the fate between their two families to be so deep? Ever since he could remember, his parents had always kept nagging that they owed Jung Hwan's family a massive debt of gratitude in this life. This kind of life and death bond had probably started since their past life. Not only did the two families have a great relationship, but even general had also become inseparable best bros, with the neighbor's white dog huddling up together all day to sleep soundly. Jung Hyuk looked at Mijin's pitiful look. His heart softened, thinking that helping her write a bit of homework wasn't a big deal. So he casually asked, "Which subject do you want me to help you write?" Mijin smiled so hard her eyes narrowed into slits, shouting loudly, "The Daily Life Journal!" Hearing this, Jung Hyuk almost fainted right on the spot. Can a personal journal even be ghostwritten? This girl is seriously getting more and more out of hand. Mijin didn't care about any of that, tugging at Jung Hyuk's arm and acting cute. "Please, Jung Hyuk, just help me out." Jung Hyuk sighed helplessly and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine. I'll write it, okay?" He kept comforting himself in his heart that this was all for the sake of family harmony. When night fell, that fir tree was finally completely decorated, covered all over with sparkling little lights, standing in the yard looking exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Seon-young excitedly dragged Jung Hyuk to look at it. "Isn't it super beautiful?" Looking at the scene before him, the slight resentment in Jung Hyuk's heart melted away too, even though this tree happened to be stuffed right into the exact same jar he had fallen into before. Watching everyone look so happy, he felt that next year, the five of us will definitely be able to gather together just like this. On Christmas Eve, the TV was broadcasting a classic Christmas movie. Jung Hyuk leaned in his mother's embrace, but his mind wasn't on the plot at all. He watched several blockbusters in a row, though his absolute favorite was still Home Alone. Kim Seon-young kept urging him from the side, "Baby, if you're sleepy, hurry up and go to bed." Jung Hyuk's mind was clear as a mirror. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, and his mom was already in a rush to send him back to his room. This acting was way too obvious. He looked up at the wall clock, then looked out the window at the falling heavy snow, already guessing 70 to 80% of it. His dad must be hiding outside right now, shrinking his neck, waiting for him to sleep, so he could take the chance to sneak in and deliver the surprise. Sure enough, his dad was currently wearing a Santa suit, holding General at the door and freezing intensely. Even General was shivering from the cold. Jung Hyuk sighed helplessly. To prevent his dad from catching a cold, he absolutely had to play along with this show. He obediently stood up and walked into his room. Kim Seon-young asked Jung Hyuk from behind, "Are you ready to sleep already?" He waved his hand without turning his head. The rest was up to his dad's performance. Jung Hyuk called out, "Good night," and turned off the light as he went. The adult's secret mission officially began. Kim Seon-young whispered at the door to test the waters. "Is he fast asleep?" Sun Gwang-yeon, wearing Santa's red boots, sneaked into the room on tiptoe. "I think he's fast asleep." Kim Seon-young looked at the bag in Sun Gwang-yeon's hand, curious about what he ended up choosing. Sun Gwang-yeon lowered his voice and said, "It's a new backpack for the start of school. I hope he likes it." Lying under the blanket, Jung Hyuk almost jumped up with pure excitement. He screamed frantically in his heart, "Long live Dad!" That childish backpack from before had long made him feel so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. Sun Gwang-yeon sat by the bed, looking at his sleeping son, a hint of heartache showing in his tone. Other kids want so many things, but Jung Hyuk never opens his mouth to ask for anything. Kim Seon-young sighed. A child being too mature isn't always a good thing either. He's still small now, but when he grows up in the future and sees the world outside, by then he will definitely want more and will also possess a much broader world. Sun Gwang-yeon softly agreed. "Yeah, I really look forward to seeing what this kid's future will actually turn out to be." Heavy snow blanketed the entire village, and all the noise quieted down. This night belonged to the time of miracles. Sun Gwang-yeon, carrying the large gift bag, waved goodbye in the snow. His mission was successfully completed. Now it was time for the kids to have sweet dreams. Mijin was sleeping soundly, clutching her beloved bunny plushie. It looked like she had already received the exact surprise she wanted most. Jung Hyuk also fell into a deep sleep. That stocking stuffed to the absolute brim at the head of the bed was his greatest haul for this year. Even General wasn't left out. He guarded that big bone tied with a red bow, probably chewing on it with pure joy in his dream. The moonlight illuminated the sled tracks on the snow. At this moment, all the hard work was completely worth it. Merry Christmas, Jung Hyuk. In the blink of an eye, June arrived. The school cafeteria was exceptionally lively, with everyone chatting about how Jung Hyuk had grown a lot taller. but he himself sat there spacing out. Only after Mi-jin called him several times in a row did he suddenly snap back to his senses. This completely distracted appearance looked off to anyone who saw it. Young Hyuk cracked a joke with his mouth, wanting to gloss over this matter, but in reality, his mind was constantly worried about home. Just as he entered the front door, a sudden noise came from the kitchen. He hurriedly rushed over to check. It turned out the pregnant Kim Seon-young had a small accident. Young Hyuk was anxious to the extreme, insisting on dragging his mom to the hospital. Kim Seon-young gently pet his head, saying these were all normal reactions close to the due date, telling him not to worry too much. But looking at his mom's bulging stomach, Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that the big day for the family was coming up immediately. Although mom said it was fine, having to deliver a baby at home still made Young Hyuk unable to fully set his mind at ease. This place was simply way too remote. There was nothing but fairy tale books at school, making it hard to even find some useful information. Mi-jin stared at Young Hyuk for a long time, feeling that the reason he could be this OP must be because he wasn't a picky eater, or maybe he had some secret recipe. Young Hyuk instantly sweated. What on earth does that have to do with anything? The moment he got home from school, Young Hyuk clamored that he wanted to eat watermelon. As a result, there wasn't a single sound inside the house. Something was a bit off. He quickly rushed into the room. Mom, what's wrong with you? The thing he worried about the most had still happened. His mom was about to give birth, but his dad happened to not be home at this exact time. Young Hyuk hurriedly asked where his dad went. Kim Seon-young was in so much pain she couldn't even speak in full sentences. It turned out his dad had just gone out to pick up the midwife. Young Hyuk forced himself to calm down. In this kind of situation, he absolutely could not panic. He first helped Kim Seon-young adjust her posture so she could breathe a bit more smoothly, then turned his head and ran straight toward the kitchen. Mom, hang in there for just a bit longer. I'll be right back. Although the weather was very hot, the mother's body definitely had to be kept warm, and he also needed to quickly boil water to sanitize the scissors. This kid was ridiculously calm. He had already made preparations to personally help deliver his mother's baby. Young Hyuk was completely dynamic-less. It was fine just now, but his mom actually had zero reaction right now. Mom, hurry up and wake up. You absolutely cannot pass out. He shook Kim Seon-young desperately, but no matter how he shouted, the other party did not open her eyes. Just as Young Hyuk fell into despair, Kim Seon-young's consciousness had actually arrived at a strange place. The surroundings were completely covered in seawater, with a massive moon hanging overhead, quiet to the point of being terrifying. She could no longer remember why she would appear here and couldn't even feel the movement of the baby anymore. It was clearly still moving just now, so why was there suddenly no reaction? The seawater was icy cold, and Kim Seon-young felt exceptionally comfortable, even wanting to walk toward a deeper place. Just as she was about to indulge herself in it, a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside her ear. Mom! It was Young Hyuk and also her husband. They were waving energetically not far away. Kim Seon-young snapped awake all at once. It turned out they had been waiting for her to come home all along. These bursts of calling pulled her back from the edge of danger. She stopped her footsteps and ran toward that light. Those familiar figures and voices finally pulled Kim Seon-young back from the abyss. Mom, you're finally awake! Young Hyuk and son Gwang-yeon guarded the bedside, and before they even had time to celebrate, their mom cried out in pain because of the contractions. Mi-jin's grandmother took one look at this situation and immediately kicked the two grown men out, complaining that they would only cause trouble here. The father and son were locked outside the door, listening to the sounds coming from inside the room. Their hearts were in their throats. Young Hyuk asked in a low voice, Mom will be okay, right? Although son Gwang-yeon was also worried, he still firmly told his son to believe in his mom. Right now, there was nothing they could do, except pray over and over in their hearts that everything must go safely. The noise inside the room grew louder and louder. Kim Seon-young gritted her teeth and held on. Just when everyone's heart was hanging in suspense, a crisp cry broke the silence of the night. The baby had finally landed safely. This was Young Hyuk's younger sister, Ok-jin. Son Gwang-yeon hurriedly thanked Mi-jin's grandmother, but Mi-jin's grandmother waved her hand, saying, the one you should thank the most for this is your son. If it weren't for this kid, running in the dead of night, all covered in sweat too, find me, today's situation would really be hard to say. While packing up, Mi-jin's grandmother recalled Young Hyuk's appearance at that time. That kid was so anxious he dashed straight right in front of her. Before leaving, Mi-jin's grandmother was still praising him, saying this kid was truly smart to a fault. Before the adults could even open their mouths, he had already prepared everything needed for delivery. Son Gwang-yeon looked at his mature son, gently patting his shoulder. This time, thanks to Young Hyuk, Kim Seon-young and his younger sister could be safe and sound. Young Hyuk looked at the tiny life in the swaddle, This was his younger sister, Sun Ok-jin. At this moment, he finally had the real feeling of being an older brother. He silently swore in his heart that he would definitely protect this family well in the future, protecting this tiny life. Don't be afraid, your big brother will always be with you. Young Hyuk walked on the grass bathed in sunshine. He silently swore in his heart that he would become Ok-jin's big tree, shielding her from all the wind and rain. This time, he would absolutely never let his younger sister be swept away by the waves again. He hoped Ok-jin could grow on this land, taking root as resiliently as little grass, and grow up safe and sound. People and crops are actually pretty similar. Both can get sick, and both have their vulnerable periods. Sun Gwang-yeon was a bit worried, and asked if they should spray some pesticide in advance. Dang Hwan waved his hand. This year wasn't as hot as last year, so as long as they monitored the water temperature, it would be fine. He suddenly remembered. 10 years ago, a foolish kid from the city actually used ice-cold groundwater to irrigate on a boiling hot day. The result was just great. It directly triggered a massive blast disease, almost ruining that entire year's harvest. Sun Gwang-yeon listened from the side, totally gasped, completely failing to realize that the unlucky bastard in the story was actually himself. Young Hwan laughed to himself. If he hadn't helped cover it up back then, this city kid would probably have been beaten up by the villagers long ago. The father and son crossed paths right on the road. Sun Gwang-yeon casually asked if he had eaten yet. Young Hyuk was currently taking Mijin to pick some fruits, and the two were chatting quite happily. He thought it was going to be a heartwarming father-son moment, but who could have guessed Sun Gwang-yeon would suddenly hit the gas, straight up leaving his son behind, to dash home. This wasn't just going home. This was straight up playing dirty and jump-starting the race, just to be the first one back to hug his precious daughter. Sun Gwang-yeon complained while holding the baby, saying Jung Hyuk got to see his sister every day during summer break, so now it absolutely had to be his turn for exclusive access. Jung Hyuk watched from the side with a helpless face. Even though he lost this race, watching Sun Gwang-yeon interact with his sister still made his heart feel completely warm. This was probably the most ordinary, yet happiest daily life. Looking at his sister's tiny little feet, Jung Hyuk's heart was filled with absolute tenderness, even wanting to discuss with his parents about making a commemorative footprint for her. With your brother around in this lifetime, you just focus on growing up happily. As for the money, your brother will take care of all of it. After all, as a regressor, his brain was entirely packed with futuristic ways to make bank. If worst came to worst, he could even secretly sell his dad's land. But speaking of land, those nightmarish memories came flooding back. His uncle from his past life was a straight-up absolute prodigal failure. He sold off all the family's land dirt cheap and immediately dove right into alcohol and casinos, losing every single penny. Later on, when land prices skyrocketed, instead of reflecting on himself, he took all of his resentment and vented it entirely on the young Jung Hyuk. The sound of shattering beer bottles became a lingering shadow of his childhood. So in this life, he would absolutely never let that tragedy repeat itself. The betrayal and hatred from his past life almost made him lose control. He secretly grew ruthless in his heart. Next time they met, he definitely wouldn't let those people off easy. It wasn't until his younger sister, Ok-jin, moved a bit that young Hyuk suddenly snapped back to his senses. He quickly hid that terrifying look. In this life, he no longer had to live under someone else's roof, because not only did he have a sister to protect, but he also held the ultimate cheat code of the future. All those messy relationships from his past life needed to be cut off completely. But there were two people he had to keep an eye on in advance, especially that woman named Hong Soo-jung. Right now, she should still be just a 5-year-old little girl. In Jung Hyuk's memory, this woman was definitely no saint. The media once gave her a striking nickname, the Jaguar of the She Group. She took control of the conglomerate's core at a very young age. Relying on her extraordinary methods, her ambition made all her competitors tremble with fear. She was a ruthless character who only cared about charging forward. If he didn't actively go look for her in this life, their fates might never cross paths. But since he got a do-over, this Jaguar would sooner or later become his target. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a cold and shrewd conglomerate heiress. But in Jung Hyuk's memory, this woman actually had a very grounded side. For the sake of a project, she could pull an all-nighter until the dead of night, grinding desperately in her office. She was a total workaholic. When standing on the podium, her entire being was completely glowing. That relentless, never-give-up drive was truly something you couldn't help but admire. In private, she was even a little cute. The two fought side by side, drinking a little alcohol together to celebrate their victory. Too bad no one knew about these past memories now. No one knew that she once had a die-hard fan named Jung Hyuk. It wasn't until his family's shout dragged him right back from his memories. Jung Hyuk gave a response and quickly ran to the living room to eat fruit. No matter how deep the complications of his past life were, right now they were just his own solo secret. The top priority was to live this ordinary life well. This was probably the price of regression. Although it exchanged for a brand new life, those friends he once fought side by side with had now become the most familiar strangers. If they really had a chance encounter one day, he wouldn't even know how to open his mouth. Could he just rush up and say, "I really miss you guys so much"? Meanwhile, on a beach on the other side, Hong Gi-jun was currently busy handling official business. Even while on vacation, his brain was completely filled with the company's life. Asura walked over and asked him who he was on the phone with just now. Hong Gi-jun smiled and said it was a call from the secretariat. He planned to buy a plot of land on the west coast to build a training center for the company. After all, working under such beautiful scenery, efficiency would definitely double. Asura got interested the moment she heard this. The two immediately hit it off. Hong Gi-jun jangled the car keys in his hand, deciding to set off right now. Who could have guessed that the exact piece of land they caught their eyes on happened to be Jung Hyuk's bargaining chip to make a comeback in this life? The intersection of fate was coming even faster than expected. Who could have guessed that a regressor who lived 2 lifetimes would find his biggest headache right now to actually be writing an elementary school summer vacation diary? In order not to raise the teacher's suspicion, he even intentionally switched to his left hand to write, and also had to force himself to write down childish, trivial things. Pretending to be a kid is honestly harder than saving the world. Just as he lay propped up in the yard worrying, the sound of an engine suddenly came from outside the gate. Jung Hyuk froze for a moment. His family didn't say any guests were coming today. He carefully searched through his past life's memories. At this exact point in time, there was indeed an uninvited guest about to visit. That would be his insatiably greedy uncle. But when he walked over to the front gate, his entire body froze. The massive black Mercedes right before his eyes was absolutely not something a guy like his uncle could afford to drive. Even the family dog sensed the danger, barking frantically toward the outside of the gate. Jung Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. Things seemed to have spiraled out of control. The car door slowly opened, and an unfamiliar voice came from inside the car. "Hey, kid, do you know where the owners of this house are?" Looking at that iconic luxury car logo, and looking at this man in the red shirt right before him, Jung Hyuk's heart pounded hard. Even though this guy was wearing sunglasses, the aura on him simply couldn't be hidden at all. Hong Gi-jun pushed open the gate and casually asked, "Is your dad home?" Jung Hyuk froze on the spot, staring at the other party for a long time, always feeling like he had seen this face somewhere before. The exact instant the man took off his sunglasses, the fragments in his memory clicked together in a flash. This iconic mustache and gaze. Isn't this the business tycoon from his past life? Jung Hyuk gasped in his heart. It's actually Mr. Hong Gi-jun, that big shot who used to rule the business world. How could he appear in such a poor, remote place? Hong Gi-jun actually showed up at his door. Jung Hyuk was completely stunned. How could this busy man appear here? Before Jung Hyuk could even react, even Asura showed up right after. Right at that moment, Hong Soo-jung suddenly rushed out, shouting "Mom" from her mouth. Asura had zero intention of being polite, straight up trying to barge into the house. It looked like she was coming straight for Jung Hyuk's mom. Seeing that Asura wanted to go inside, Jung Hyuk quickly spread his arms to block her, casually making up an excuse that his mom just gave birth and needed rest. Asura smiled meaningfully after hearing this, praising the kid for thinking fast on his feet. She put on a gentle look, insisting that she just had to go inside and say hello. Just as they were at a complete standstill, a scream suddenly came from the backyard. Hong Soo-jung had been cornered by the family dog, crying and shouting that she was being attacked. Everyone thought the dog had gone crazy, and Hong Gi-jun quickly ran over to check the situation. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. Jung Hyuk took a closer look, and finally realized it was just a false alarm. The thorny vines by the wall grew too thick. General was actually protecting Hong Soo-jung. This dog deserved major credit. If it hadn't pulled her back in time, Hong Soo-jung's hand would probably have been cut. Jung Hyuk pointed at those sharp thorns, finally explaining the misunderstanding clearly. Only then did Hong Soo-jung stop crying and throwing a tantrum, curiously leaning closer to look. Right at that moment, the house door suddenly opened. Kim Seon-young heard the noise and walked out. Kim Seon-young looked at this bunch of strangers in the yard, completely stunned. Jung Hyuk could only bite the bullet and bring everyone inside. Inside the room, the little baby. Okjin instantly caught everyone's attention. Jung Hyuk held his younger sister, officially introducing this new member to everyone. Hong Soo-jung was quite familiar with him, insisting on trying to call Jung Hyuk's name. In the end, she intentionally mispronounced his name, making Jung Hyuk so annoyed, yet completely helpless. Looking at this absolute mess of a scene, Jung Hyuk let out a helpless sigh. When on earth is this day going to end? Kim Seon-young left Jung Hyuk in the room, asking him to help watch over the two children, while she took the guests to talk business. Jung Hyuk agreed with his mouth, but doubts started to rise in his heart. He was wondering why Hong Gi-jun specifically wanted to talk to his dad. In his memory, these two people had absolutely zero intersection in his past life. Just as he was spacing out, that Hong Soo-jung handed over a piece of fruit, grinning as she said it was a little bunny. Jung Hyuk subconsciously took it, but his heart felt completely creeped out. Who could have guessed that the innocent romantic little brat before his eyes would actually be a famously ruthless character in the business world in the future? That was an existence that made countless people tremble with fear. Yet right now, she was actually playing house with him. Jung Hyuk smiled helplessly. He thought he could avoid these troubles in this lifetime, but in the end, fate still brought them together. Looks like some destinies are truly impossible to dodge. The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. His mom came back after finishing the discussion. Looking at this harmonious scene in the room, Kim Seon-young suddenly assigned Jung Hyuk a mission, asking him to accompany Hong Gi-jun in the car to find his dad, because she had to stay home to take care of his younger sister. Jung Hyuk was completely dumbfounded by this. This arrangement was just too sudden. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, Jung Hyuk still felt a little bit excited in his heart. In this life, he actually got to ride in a big Mercedes. So soon. Looks like he's truly moving up in the world. But he didn't forget the real business, constantly observing the driving man with vigilance. Hong Gi-jun took the initiative to break the ice, praising Jung Hyuk for being mature and knowing how to look after people, and also casually mentioned his plan, saying he intended to build a convalescent center in this area. The moment these words came out, Jung Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. In his memory, that famous Shi Convalescent Center should clearly have been built on the seaside of the west coast. How did it end up in this mountain valley instead? Jung Hyuk asked tentatively. Why did you choose this place? He stared at Hong Gi-jun's back, trying to find the answer. Could it be because of his regression, that the future's direction had completely changed? While driving, Hong Gi-jun lamented that the land here was truly cheap. Jung Hyuk looked at his back, but his heart felt strangely weird. In his memory, this big shot always sat in the back seat, looking at the scenery passing by the window. Jung Hyuk recalled that car accident from his past life. Before that old man passed away, he seemed to have something he wanted to tell him, probably regarding the marriage alliance between the two families. Too bad the timeline is messed up now. Those unspoken secrets might never be confirmed again. The car turned left along the narrow dirt road and finally pulled over by the edge of the farmland. Sun Guangyeon, who was working, looked up and was completely dumbfounded. How could a big Mercedes roll into a remote, poor countryside like this? Sun Guangyeon stopped what he was doing and looked doubtfully as the car door slowly opened. Hong Gi-jun didn't have any nice words the moment he got out of the car, hurling sarcastic remarks at Sun Guangyeon in the field, saying he thought this guy had already died out there and never expected him to hide away and live in a place like this. This tone honestly didn't sound polite at all. Sun Guangyeon gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at the other party for a long time without being able to speak. The smell of gunpowder in the air was terrifyingly thick, as if the two would throw hands at any second. Jung Hyuk watched from the side, his heart jumping in fear. He had never seen his dad this furious. His heart kept pounding. Wasn't Hong Gi-jun here to inspect the land? Why did they look like they shared a mortal grudge the moment they met? Jung Hyuk was just about to rush up to break up the fight, but in the very next second, the situation underwent a mind-blowing, massive plot twist. Hong Gi-jun suddenly burst out laughing and pounced forward, tightly hugging Sun Guangyeon. Turns out these two were long-lost old friends. Those harsh words just now were actually just banter after a reunion. Sun Guangyeon's voice was shaking. He could never have guessed that his old brother-in-arms would actually find his way here. Watching the two grown men hugging each other, Jung Hyuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Gi-jun called Guangyeon a self-righteous idiot, even saying that he wasn't the only genius in this world. The sudden shift in vibe happened way too fast. The two kids on the side were completely stunned, especially Jung Hyuk, hearing words like idiot and genius pop out of the mouths of these two middle-aged men. He felt his CPU was about to fry. It was completely filled with the smell of gunpowder just now. Yet now these two were actually putting their arms around each other's shoulders in the field. Hong Gi-jun linked his arm around Sun Guangyeon's neck and wouldn't let go. That affectionate energy was straight up like long-lost biological brothers. Who could have guessed that this ordinary-looking middle-aged Ajusi was actually a matchmaker back in the day? Listening to the elders chat about the past, the more Jung Hyuk listened, the more he felt something was off. Turns out when his dad was young, he had so many close friends around him. In his memory, the family never had any relatives or friends visiting, and even the funeral was completely lonely and deserted. He had always thought his parents were lonely, but everything right before his eyes completely overturned his perception. Compared to why he went back in time, he now wanted to know even more just how many secrets were still hidden in his dad's past. The topics on the dinner table got deeper and deeper, conversing from employee training to the company's future. The way Sun Guangyon talked and laughed cheerfully made Jung Hyuk feel it was unfamiliar and distant, especially hearing words like company inheritance coming out of his dad's mouth. It was straight up like listening to someone else's story. Only then did Jung Hyuk recall that he had dug up his dad's graduation certificate at home. Turns out his dad was not only his alumnus, but also a top student from a prestigious university's business administration major. Since he possessed such an excellent background, why did he hide in this countryside under an assumed name? What exactly did he see through back then that made him choose to give up everything? Just as Jung Hyuk fell into deep thought, Hong Soo Jung next to him had already eaten and drunk her fill, directly falling fast asleep on his lap. This heartwarming scene made him temporarily put down the doubts in his heart. Looking at Hong Soo Jung, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Jung Hyuk's mind was entirely focused on that piece of land the adults were chatting about. Sun Guangyon's attitude was very firm. No matter how Hong Gi-jun persuaded him, he just refused to back down on selling the land. This made Jung Hyuk secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As a regressor, he knew very well that the West Coast would welcome major development in a few years. When that time comes, the value of this land would skyrocket by at least several times. He even suspected that Hong Gi-jun, keeping on saying he wanted to buy the land, was actually just an excuse, and his true purpose was to come visit this old friend. But when Hong Gi-jun asked why he bought this wasteland in the first place, Sun Guangyon's answer almost made Jung Hyuk's jaw drop. There was no long-term planning, nor any business vision. Sun Guangyon just flatly said one thing, because it was cheap. This move of unintentionally planting a willow tree, even Jung Hyuk couldn't help but marvel at his dad's luck. It was straight up a gift from the heavens. Listening to his dad chat about his farming philosophy, the more Jung Hyuk listened, the more he felt like this wasn't just farming, but straight up a masterclass in top-tier business. While others were busy grabbing subsidies to buy farm machinery, Sun Guangyon felt that was just greed. He would rather save the money to buy land. As for farm machinery, just renting it was enough. This kind of reverse operation wasn't even the end of it. Sun Guangyon's next words made Jung Hyuk's heart skip a beat. He said what you plant is more important than when you plant it. When everyone is following the crowd to grow those basic, generic crops, a price crash is only a matter of time. Only by growing rare items that others aren't growing can you truly dominate the market. This discourse regarding the supply and demand relationship instantly made Jung Hyuk recall something. In his past life, when he attended a marketing strategy lecture, the business tycoon on the stage had also said the exact same words. He looked up at Hong Gi-jun next to him. That man in the red shirt who was currently downing alcohol was the future Mr. Hong. No wonder these two could become best friends. Turns out right from this moment, their business logic was already in the exact same dimension. Sun Guangyan got up to go inside the house to get alcohol, leaving Jung Hyuk all by himself. Facing this future business tycoon, Hong Gi-jun started digging like a nosy cop, asking about Jung Hyuk's age, and even joked whether he'd consider marrying his younger sister in the future. Jung Hyuk rejected him without even thinking. This crisp and decisive attitude made even Hong Gi-jun freeze for a second, before he laughed and patted his head. After the joking, Hong Gi-jun's gaze turned serious. He looked at Jung Hyuk and asked, "What is your dream?" Before Jung Hyuk could even answer, Sun Guangyon, who had returned with the alcohol, already took over the conversation for him. In his eyes, Jung Hyuk had been exceptionally smart since childhood, and no matter what he wanted to do in the future, he would definitely make it big. This unconditional trust made Jung Hyuk's heart feel warm, and also made Hong Gi-jun unable to help but marvel that the son of a genius is indeed extraordinary. Sun Guangyon kept on praising him right there, saying Jung Hyuk would definitely be a huge genius in the future. This made Jung Hyuk a bit helpless, even feeling like his dad would just go on forever when talking about him. But right at that moment, Hong Gi-jun suddenly threw out that question. "What is your dream?" Jung Hyuk's heart skipped a beat, because in his past life, Hong Gi-jun had also asked the exact same question. History was actually repeating itself at this very moment. Before Jung Hyuk could even think of how to answer, his eyelids started to grow heavy. The non-stop exhaustion of this entire day made him completely unable to hold on. By the time the moms found them, the two little rascals were already lying side by side on the bamboo mat, fast asleep. Hong Soo Jung, who usually loved to make a fuss when sleeping, was actually extraordinarily quiet today. Hong Gi-jun smiled and teased that it was because she had been a little tag-along the entire day. Sun Guangyon picked up the child with gentle steps. This gathering of adults slowly came to an end in the peaceful night. As for that answer regarding his dream, perhaps in this lifetime, young Hyuk will write a completely different ending. The time to say goodbye had arrived, and Hong Soo-jung threw an absolute tantrum right in the yard. She refused to get in the car no matter what, insisting on staying behind to accompany her Jung Hyuk oppa. It was completely useless no matter how the adults coaxed her. Even when they said they would come back tomorrow, the little girl just wouldn't listen at all. The scene temporarily fell into a deadlock, and in the end it was young Hyuk who crouched down to gently comfort her, saying that his school was about to start soon too, and they would play together when the holidays came. These words worked better than anything else. Hong Soo-jung finally stopped crying and obediently nodded her agreement. The skill in handling kids made even the adults feel totally inferior. Before leaving, the two families didn't forget to pack local specialties for each other. Sun Guangyan joked not to visit too often, since farmers are actually very busy with work. As the sound of the engine roared, the car slowly drove away. Hong Soo-jung leaned against the car window and said goodbye loudly, making a promise to meet again next time. Though this sudden reunion was brief, the destiny between the two families was now completely inseparable. Having seen off Hong Gi-jun's family, Sun Guangyan suddenly brought up the subject again, asking about that question regarding his dream once more. He patted Jung Hyuk's shoulder and said that when Hong Gi-jun asked yesterday, he was actually listening from the side the entire time. Sun Guangyan gave the most badass promise. The family has tons of money, so no matter what Jung Hyuk wants to do in the future, he will fully back him up from behind. Young Hyuk remained silent for a long time, looking at the shadows of the trees in the distance. Countless scenes from his past life flashed through his mind. Finally, he spoke calmly. He only wanted to live the most ordinary life. Hearing this answer, Sun Guangyan didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he let out a meaningful and deep sigh, saying that in this world, being ordinary is actually the hardest path to walk. Sun Guangyan's big hand pressed down heavily on Young Hyuk's shoulder. This was not just support, but felt more like a silent passing of the torch. So much for living an ordinary life. The moment this family showed up, the house instantly turned into total chaos. He thought parting ways last summer would give him some peace and quiet for a good while. But as it turned out, this Chairman Hong truly didn't treat himself like an outsider at all. Not only did he drag his entire family along to rush all the way here from Seoul, but he also insisted on borrowing their TV to watch the broadcast. This wasn't just visiting relatives. It was straight up like a demolition crew on site. The one giving Young Hyuk the biggest headache was still that quirky little Hong Soo-jung. The moment they met, she started putting her hands all over him, almost stretching his cheeks completely out of shape. This family of Chairman Hong truly brought the hype wherever they went. Even just driving a car could be fantasized by them as a jungle expedition. Young Hyuk could only silently roast them from the side. Hong Soo-jung's personality was indeed inherited from her fiercely formidable mother. However, today was indeed a massive day. The whole family gathered in front of the TV, not even daring to blink an eye, because the 1988 Seoul Olympics had finally officially opened. Looking at the lively scenes on the TV, the adults were all marveling in awe, but Young Hyuk started chatting about real business with Sun Guangyan, and that was the 100-meter sprint showdown that the whole world was paying attention to. Sun Guangyan was rooting for Ben Johnson, while Jung Hyuk felt Carl Lewis was a safer bet. Sun Guangyan actually proposed on the spot, since neither of them would back down. How about the two of them make a bet? Sun Guangyan proposed that whoever guessed the 100-meter champion wrong would have to scrub that pile of large soybean paste jars in the yard. Young Hyuk laughed secretly in his mind. This wasn't a bet. This was straight up handing him an easy win. In the end, as expected, history repeated itself once again, watching Sun Guangyan alone in the yard miserably and painstakingly scrubbing those huge jars. Young Hyuk even intentionally leaned in to ask his dad if he needed a helping hand. Sun Guangyan was quite a good sport, waving his hand as he said he'd accept his loss. Looking at his dad's busy back, Young Hyuk's heart felt warm and cozy. This kind of noisy and bustling daily life seemed to fill all the loneliness from his past life. All those past regrets and sadness completely vanished at this very moment. The current him only wanted to protect this most ordinary happiness. Looking at his family's beautiful big house, Young Hyuk couldn't help but marvel. His dad's business mind was indeed amazing. Not only did he renovate the house last winter, but he also expanded it straight up to 3 stories. He thought the house looked impressive enough already, but who knew that the moment he entered, it would be even rowdier inside than outside. Judging by this racket, it must be Chairman Hong's family visiting again. Young Hyuk was just about to go inside to say hello, but before he could even react, a figure rushed over like a whirlwind and slammed straight into his arms. Other than Hong Soo-jung, who else could have this much sheer force? This girl was straight up like a little cannonball, acting all rough the moment they met. The elders on the side laughed so hard they couldn't close their mouths, even teasing her about whether she went out running wild again. Right after entering the room, before catching his breath, Kim Seon-young served up piping hot steamed bread. Yu Sira quickly pulled Hong Soo-jung to tell her to be polite. But once the aroma of the bread drifted out, who would care about being polite anymore? Having eaten and drunk their fill, Young Hyuk planned to take Hong Soo-jung to the beach for a stroll. Kim Seon-young nagged and warned them from behind, terrified that these two little rascals would go wild playing. Hong Soo-jung, on the other hand, was super excited, shouting that she wanted to catch big crabs. Just as they arrived at the beach, they ran into a group of friends their age. The fat kid leading them had quite a loud voice, pointing at Hong Soo-jung and saying, "Isn't that the little brat from Young Hyuk's house?" Hearing this, Hong Soo-jung wasn't happy at all, instantly puffing out her chest to retort, "I have a name! I'm called Hong Soo-jung." This ended up amusing the few kids opposite them, but it was a case of friends made through a clash. Since everyone wanted to catch crabs, they might as well just huddle up together. Let's see who is the true overlord of the beach today. Happiness at the beach is always short-lived. After fooling around for the whole afternoon, this group of kids finally calmed down. Young Hyuk gave a piggyback to Soo-jung, who was tired from playing, walking on the small path drenched in the twilight glow. Hong Soo-jung leaned on his back, starting to worry like a little adult. She said that once she starts school next year, there will be endless homework. Plus, she has to practice the piano and learn swimming. What she was most puzzled about was how Jung Hyuk, Oppa, managed to keep writing a diary every single day. Young Hyuk smiled and said, "This matter is indeed not easy." Hong Soo-jung tilted her head and asked, "Then don't you have any other worries at all?" Young Hyuk thought for a long time before giving a very serious answer. "Maybe it's because my starting speed is still not fast enough." Hong Soo-jung couldn't help but marvel. "Oppa, you really are a running fanatic." Years later in a bar, the exact same words echoed again. "You really like running, right?" Young Hyuk raised his glass and softly replied, "Yes." Hong Soo-jung leaned on his back and suddenly threw out a deep soul-searching question. "Appa, do you actually like me more, or do you like running more?" Hearing this, Jung Hyuk's foot slipped, and he almost tripped over. "Who on earth taught you this?" Hong Soo-jung confidently replied, "My mom said it." Young Hyuk could only shout helplessly towards the sunset. "Auntie you! You really are like a biological aunt to me." Looking at the mothers waiting in the distance, Jung Hyuk felt that this was probably, in an ordinary life, the simplest kind of happiness. But at that time, he completely forgot that even in ordinary days, there will always be unexpected rough patches. The camera cuts to the school classroom, where the classmates are chatting up a storm, saying Jung Hyuk's little sister is almost 3 years old already, growing up so fast. Everyone was even discussing that they might as well go to Jung Hyuk's house to do group homework. But Jung Chun, who was sitting on the side, looked as if he had lost his soul, staring out the window without moving, not having the slightest reaction no matter how everyone called him. Right at this moment, the thing in Jung Chan's hand slammed heavily onto the ground. The sudden noise made everyone freeze in place. Looking at his totally soulless appearance, something big must have definitely happened. Jung Chan suddenly stood up abruptly, startling Hong Soo-jung, who was next to him. Before everyone could even react, he grabbed Jung Hyuk's wrist, insisting on pulling him aside to speak alone. Mijin stomped her feet in anger from behind, feeling that these two boys definitely had some secret hidden from her. But Jung Chan couldn't care about any of this at all, leaning into Jung Hyuk's ear to whisper a few words. Just this single sentence made Jung Hyuk completely freeze on the spot, unable to say a word for a long time. He even began to desperately pray to all the gods in his heart. Among boys, there was a horror story circulating, called the pork cutlet nightmare. Your dad would cheerfully take you out to eat a big meal, but then the car would take a sudden turn and send you straight into the operating room. Jinsu in his class was the very first victim. During that period, he became the laughingstock of the whole school, with everyone pointing fingers whenever they saw him. Young Hyuk looked at the food in front of him, secretly swearing that he must absolutely never lose face like that, and that he must protect his dignity as a man at all costs. But right at that moment, Sun Gwangyeon pushed the door open and walked in, asking him with a smile if he wanted to go eat pork cutlet. Now there was big trouble. The thing Jung Hyuk worried about the most finally happened. Sun Gwangyeon suddenly proposed to take Jung Hyuk out for a big meal, and also buy new clothes for his younger sister along the way. This sounded like the perfect father-son time, but in Jung Hyuk's eyes, this wasn't going out to eat a meal. This was clearly a trap to deliver a sheep into the tiger's den. His mind was completely filled with the screams from the operating table, firmly believing that this pork cutlet meal was just to trick him into going under the knife. Jung Hyuk couldn't sit still any longer. He shouted that he never wanted to eat pork cutlet again in this lifetime. bolting out the door under the completely dumbfounded gazes of the whole family. With this run, nobody knew where on earth he was running to. While Jung Hyuk was running forward for his dear life, he suddenly discovered that there was another bro in the exact same boat right ahead. Turns out it was his good friend, Jung Chan. Jung Chan had also heard his dad wanting to take him out for pork cutlet, so he broke through the window and bolted without saying another word. Looks like the dads in this town all have the exact same playbook. Jung Chan suggested going to Jinsu's house to hide for a bit. After all, Jinsu had already gone under the knife last year, so his house was currently the safest place in the entire town. Just as the two were discussing their refuge, a roar suddenly came from behind them. Jung Chan's dad had actually caught up, holding a rope. Now it was every man for himself. The two could only use every ounce of their strength to keep sprinting. This war to defend their dignity didn't seem like it would end anytime soon. This wasn't just avoiding a surgery. It was straight up acting out a real-life speed movie. Jung Chan complained while running, asking why the dads absolutely insisted on coming for their dignity during this exact winter. But right at that moment, Jung Chan's foot slipped and he took a massive faceplant. The dad behind him was holding the rope, looking like he was about to catch up in any second. Knowing he couldn't escape, Jung Chan actually pulled off a self-sacrificing act. He screamed at Jung Hyuk to run fast and not get caught for the sake of a useless guy like him. While Jung Hyuk was still hesitating, Jung Chan started delivering his final words, saying a man only cries 3 times in his life: when chopping onions, peeling garlic, and at this very moment of losing his freedom. Jung Hyuk was completely ignited by this Chunabu spirit. He roared that he would absolutely never bow down to pork cutlets, leaving Jung Chan behind as he turned and vanished into the wilderness. Lying on the ground, Jung Chan watched his friend recede. Even though he was caught red-handed by his dad, he felt he had defended his ultimate stubborn pride. He must absolutely never sell out his freedom just for a bite of food. Night fell, and Jung Hyuk curled up in a pile of rocks, hugging General. Now he had truly become a hobo. He began to regret why he ran away just now. If he really got that surgery done, he would definitely be clowned to death by that bunch of toxic friends during the break. To him, his face was way more important than that one cut. While he was struggling over whether to secretly sneak back home, shouts suddenly echoed from the wilderness. It was Kim Seon-young looking for him. Jung Hyuk froze on the spot, not daring to make a sound. Hearing his family's cries grow more and more anxious, his heart also started beating like a drum. Kim Seon-young was so worried her voice went hoarse from shouting. Looks like running away from home this time really threw the entire family into total chaos. Jung Hyuk finally realized, instead of freezing to death outside, it was better to go back and face that one cut. He took a deep breath and voluntarily walked out of his hiding place. Kim Seon-young rushed straight up and tightly hugged this troublesome son of hers. In order to find him, the whole family had almost turned this beach completely upside down. Though Sun Gwang-yeon scolded him fiercely, he was actually more terrified in his heart than anyone. Jung Hyuk kept apologizing with his head down, but in his mind, he was silently bidding farewell to his bro, Jung Chan. Looks like a man's 3 tears were destined to be completely cried out today. But who would have thought that things would actually take a mind-blowing plot twist? The moment they got home and sat at the dining table, the entire family actually laughed so hard they couldn't even stand up straight. Turns out what Sun Gwang-yeon meant by going out alone was just wanting to take his son out to eat a good meal, with absolutely no intention of taking him to the hospital. This entire thing was just a massive misunderstanding where Jung Hyuk scared himself. Looking at Sun Gwang-yeon's laughing face, Jung Hyuk was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After all that drama, this pork cutlet meal was actually just a real pork cutlet meal. Sun Gwang-yeon explained it perfectly, saying that because the weather was too cold and he feared delivery would get cold, he wanted to take him to the restaurant to have a piping hot meal. Jung Hyuk was dying of embarrassment after hearing this. While stuffing the pork cutlet into his mouth, he prayed that this embarrassing incident would never spread to the ears of that bunch of toxic friends. Seeing his parents leave the table after only taking a few bites, Jung Hyuk didn't think much of it, only feeling that this pork cutlet meal was indeed much tastier than usual. But how could he have known that while he was burying his face in his food, his parents were hiding right behind the door crack, sneakily observing him? Sun Gwang-yeon lowered his voice and asked, "This kid didn't notice any flaws, right?" Kim Seon-young replied with a face full of relief, "We managed to fool him for now." Turns out this wasn't a misunderstanding at all, but a delay tactic carefully designed by his parents. Looking at the remaining leftovers on the plate, Sun Gwang-yeon lowered his voice and said, "Looks like we'll have to switch to a new plan." During the Lunar New Year, a neighbor actually sent over 2 big live chickens, saying it was to thank Sun Gwang-yeon for his care last year. While the two were being polite for a long time, The neighbor suddenly leaned in to whisper, inquiring how that matter regarding Jung Hyuk went. Sun Guangyan quickly waved his hand, saying that in the end, he decided not to do it anymore. Anyway, the kid usually keeps quite clean. Jung Hyuk heard everything loud and clear from the side. In order to dodge that surgery, he had used a crazy amount of effort last week, bringing out the best persuasion skills of his life, before finally convincing Sun Guangyan to let him off the hook. As it turned out, Sun Guangyan was still being stubborn, insisting it wasn't that he couldn't catch his son, but just that he himself didn't want to catch him anymore. Sun Guangyan looked at this countryside environment and loved it immensely, even playing with the idea of moving and settling down here. Jung Hyuk had a helpless look on his face from the side, thinking to himself that, with the way you look right now, you're no different from the Ajusi strolling at the village entrance. Did he still have even a shred of a big conglomerate chairman's dignity? The illusion was straight up shattered to pieces. Before he could even finish roasting him, he was smacked right on the back of his head by Sun Guangyan. Inside the room, the younger sisters were still fast asleep. Having nothing to do, Jung Hyuk locked his eyes on that big black chicken sent by the neighbor. This chicken looked mighty and aggressive. One look and you knew it was no pushover. Jung Hyuk was just about to reach out his hand to test the waters, but the chicken straight up flipped out on the spot. Before he could even react, the big black chicken flapped its wings and rushed straight at him. Who would have thought this big black chicken that looked completely ordinary would actually make Jung Hyuk think of a top-tier master? Looking at its lightning-fast reactions, a crazy idea popped into Jung Hyuk's head. Since he needed to improve his starting speed, wasn't this a live sparring partner right here? He thought he could rely on his knowledge as a mentality reborn person to have a high-level showdown with this chicken, but his cool moment didn't even last 3 seconds before the situation spiraled completely out of control. This wasn't special training at all. This was straight up a one-sided beatdown. Jung Hyuk got pecked so hard he was running all over the place, his tragic screams echoing through the entire yard. Hong Soo-jung ran out after hearing the noise, and looking at this absolute chaotic scene in front of her, she fell into deep contemplation. The dignified future big shot was actually in the yard early in the morning, fighting fiercely with a rooster. The scene was truly too beautiful to watch. After being tortured by that big black chicken for half the day, not only did Jung Hyuk not back down, but he actually suggested that Sun Guangyan buy a few more. Looks like he really planned to fight this group of chickens to the bitter end, taking advantage of the new year to have the whole family go out. Sun Guangyan was in high spirits, bringing everyone to the paddy fields to experience catching loaches in the winter, saying that loaches in this season are the most nutritious. The water in the field had long been drained and frozen. Hong Soo-jung was like an unbridled little pony, skipping and jumping around on the ice. Yu Sira and Kim Seon-young held Yu-jung, cheering them on from the bank. Sun Guangyan lamented while working that having lived to this age, thanks to his son, this was actually his first time experiencing catching loaches in his life. Just when the whole family was having a harmonious time, Jung Hyuk noticed that on the distant ice, there seemed to be someone else working sneakily over there. Judging by that posture, they didn't look like they were here to catch loaches. In this freezing weather, could there really be someone running over here just to join the fun? Jung Hyuk could tell at a single glance that the group of people in the distance were not locals at all. Wandering around other people's fields in this freezing weather, no matter how you look at it, feels sketchy. Sun Guangyan, however, was quite chill about it, saying that piece of land had already been rented out anyway. As long as they don't cause trouble, there's no harm in sharing a little benefit with others. He felt this wasn't called losing out, but a kind of long-term investment. Before he could even finish speaking, he was exposed on the spot by the suddenly appearing Hong Gi-jun. Hong Gi-jun mocked Sun Guangyan for acting like a saint in front of his son, while also giving Jung Hyuk a lesson on doing business. If you only focus on the immediate small profits, you'll be stuck like this for the rest of your life. True success requires you to open up your vision. Money is important, of course, but connections are the hardest currency. If you keep pushing people away, then your path will only get narrower as you go. Jung Hyuk listened, lost in thought. Looks like from this trip to the countryside, he learned far more things than imagined. After listening to Hong Gi-jun's words, Jung Hyuk nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly felt that, even though his dad usually seemed unreliable, deep down, he was actually a man of great wisdom. But this admiring filter didn't even last 3 seconds before it completely shattered to pieces. He saw these two men, whose combined age was nearly 80, getting into a fierce rivalry with the loaches on the ice. Catching just one was like winning the lottery, making them jump and skip around right there. Looking at his dad's clueless, uncultured appearance, Jung Hyuk let out a helpless sigh. He really overthought it just now. His dad was still the same simple-minded guy. The even more ridiculous part was yet to come. Sun Guangyan held a few loaches, insisting on giving them some mighty names. But after holding it in for a long time, he actually came up with names from a cartoon. Watching Sun Guangyan feeling incredibly good about himself over there, with Hong Gi-jun still hype-manning him like crazy from the side, Young Hyuk and his little sister exchanged a glance. This generation of adults is truly getting harder and harder to manage. While Sun Guangyan was still playing his warrior fusion game over there, Young Hyuk was so embarrassed, he just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. His only wish right now was for that group of strangers just now to hurry up and walk away, hoping they absolutely wouldn't see his own dads. Humiliating and embarrassing behavior. Fortunately, the topic quickly shifted to food. Sun Guangyan lifted a bucket full of loaches, showing off to Hong Soo-jung. Hong Soo-jung also rarely opened up her chatterbox, curious about how on earth this thing should be cooked to taste good. While listening to the elders discussing loach soup over there, Hong Soo-jung kept staring at Jung Hyuk. She said that he had been talking a lot more lately. In the past, he always had an unapproachable vibe, but the current him felt a lot more approachable. As she spoke, Hong Soo-jung recalled the daily routine of fighting for pizza at home, where her parents would argue over the last slice of pizza, so fiercely that it was chaotic. Just as Jung Hyuk was listening intently, Hong Soo-jung suddenly licked her fingertip and caught him off guard by poking his face. This sudden intimate gesture made the originally peaceful atmosphere instantly become a bit subtle. Just a moment ago, they were clamoring to eat pizza, and Kim Seon-young was also excitedly preparing to take the whole family out. Who would have thought that before they could even step out the door, the pillar of the family would collapse first? Sun Guangyan truly overplayed his hand this time, as mighty as he was on the ice just now. That's how miserable he was, currently lying on the table. With his back completely covered in pain relief patches, he was hurting so much he couldn't even lift his head. Yusira turned on her roasting mode from the side, saying he didn't know his limits at his age. Sun Guangyan still felt wronged, complaining why she didn't stop him at that time. Now it was just great. The big pizza feast instantly turned into a patient counseling session. Just when the family was in a total mess, the doorbell suddenly rang, making his little sister straight up cry from being startled by this commotion. Young Hyuk quickly ran to open the door. He originally thought it was the delivery guy, but the moment he pushed the door open, the one standing at the door turned out to be a familiar face. Just as Jung Hyuk opened the door, he saw Mi-jin standing at the entrance, and beside her, there was also a man with a heavily built physique. The moment the man opened his mouth, his tone carried an undeniable aura of authority. He specifically called for Sun Guangyan by name. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. Who on earth was this man? This was Mi-jin's older brother, Tae-young. He usually stayed with the wrestling team all the time, making it rare to catch even a glimpse of him. Coming to their door so suddenly, this late at night, it looked like something urgent was up. Tae-yang spoke up with a bit of embarrassment. Turns out their grandma back home had been hospitalized. Although the doctor said it was due to old age, her physical condition was indeed getting worse day by day. Mi-jin was anxious as hell from the side, and straight up revealed the purpose of their visit this time. They wanted to go to Jubong Mountain to dig up kudzu roots, to nurse their grandma's health back up. But how could two kids know anything about this? Although Tae-yang felt this was too presumptuous, for the sake of his grandma, he could only risk it all. The adults at home weren't around these past few days, so Young Hyuk's father, actually, they wanted to ask their neighbor Sun Guangyan for a favor, saying there was an emergency on grandma's side. Sun Guangyan tried to stand up without a second thought, but his back injury suddenly flared up, making him collapse straight back down from the pain. Now there was big trouble with Sun Guangyan. Injured like this, there was no way he could go up the mountain. But grandma's side couldn't afford to wait either. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Young Hyuk suddenly volunteered to go along, saying he climbs mountains every day, so his stamina is better than an average adult's. Mi-jin also joined in on the hype from the side, saying Jung Hyuk was the most badass kid in class, and could definitely be a huge help. Sun Guang Yan was still worried that the kudzu roots would be too heavy, fearing the child would mess up his body from the strain. But Jung Hyuk stepped right forward. With a determined look in his eyes, he grabbed the corner of Sun Guangyan's clothes and actively requested to go together. Now nobody could stop him anymore in order to be allowed to tag along. Jung Hyuk really pulled out all the stops this time, relentlessly pestering Tae-young. He intentionally brought up the close bond between their elders. This entire combo of moves straight up cornered Tae-young right there. How could Tae-young have ever dealt with this kind of situation? He cleared his throat, and in the end, still nodded and agreed. When the next day came, Tae-young was working hard at the front, so exhausted he could barely even speak. He could never have imagined that this badass brat Mi-jin talked about was actually just an elementary schooler. Looking at Jung Hyuk's calm and composed appearance, Tae Yang's heart began to waver. This kid's stamina was straight up a bit unnaturally strong. Jung Hyuk's vigorous digging momentum even left Tae Yang next to him completely dumbfounded, straight up asking if he had secretly completed military service. This work efficiency really didn't look like a child's. Right at that moment, the shovel suddenly hit something hard. Everyone quickly gathered around. Buried in the dirt was actually a massive log. With these specs, relying on just a few kids meant they couldn't move it at all. While Jung Hyuk was worrying about whether they needed to find a saw, Tae Yang stepped forward at this time. He told the kids to back up a bit, planning to rely directly on raw strength to pull this thing out. After all, as a former professional athlete, this was a golden opportunity to display an elder's authority. He was seen taking a firm stance, his hands tightly gripping the wood. Tae Yang strained for a long time, but as it turned out, it didn't even budge a single bit. This totally amused Mijin from the side, making her crack sarcastic remarks right there. Seeing that Tae Yang had completely run out of strength, Jung Hyuk suddenly walked forward, planning to give it a try himself. Nobody expected that this boy, who looked rather unremarkable, was actually hiding such massive strength. The thing that was incredibly heavy just now was like it had no weight at all in his hands. Now Tae Yang's dignity was completely flushed down the drain. Tae Yang could never have imagined that the dirty and exhausting work would actually be done entirely by Jung Hyuk alone. Even though he himself was the senior who trained in wrestling, his strength was surprisingly inferior to this kid's. Just when he was feeling downcast, Jung Hyuk actively called out to him. "Hyung, thanks to you loosening the tree roots just now, I was able to finish it up." This single sentence straight up left Tae Yang stunned. Not only was Jung Hyuk sensible, but he also threw in a few compliments for Mijin nearby. Tae Yang, who was just doubting himself a moment ago, was now completely thrilled inside, even feeling that this feeling of being admired by a younger brother was straight up more satisfying than winning a match. Looking at his smug and carried away appearance, Mijin had a face full of disgust. The speed at which this guy changed his face was truly faster than flipping pages. While Mijin was still rushing him non-stop from behind, Jung Hyuk had already run into the deep mountains alone, but his heart felt completely empty. Where on earth did that little guy General run off to? Could it be because he got scolded yesterday, so he's still hiding now and doesn't dare face anyone? The more Jung Hyuk thought about it, the more he regretted it. Seeing him pooping all over the place yesterday, he indeed spoke a bit too harshly. Now running around in the woods alone, without even a single companion, it was truly lonely as hell. Just when he was reflecting on whether he was too mean, a sound suddenly came from behind him. Now the situation was getting a bit sketchy. This rising heavy fog was way too eerie. Jung Hyuk's heart was beating like a drum. Appearing in the woods at a time like this definitely meant no good. A rustling noise suddenly came from the bushes, one after another, clearly heading straight for him. His whole body froze on the spot, not daring to move. A woman's voice came from behind, surprisingly recognizing him at a single glance. Judging by the outfit, could it be Mijin's grandma? But meeting in this remote wilderness, no matter how you look at it, screamed creepy. The woman in front of his eyes, although looking quite a bit younger, was absolutely Mijin's grandma. Jung Hyuk tentatively asked, "Grandma, where are you going?" Mijin's grandma smiled and replied she was going to a faraway place, even specifically dressing up for it. Jung Hyuk couldn't leave her be, deciding to walk with her. Mijin's grandma took the opportunity to talk about the past. She said when she was 15, in order to escape the war, she married into this village. But the good days didn't last long before those people carrying torches suddenly barged into. The peaceful life of the village completely came to an end. Those people rushed into the village and dragged away everyone Jung Hyuk. Grandma's husband hid away to save his own skin, leaving her alone to drag the children along. She said this place was originally called Seokbong Mountain, but in that brutal war, one of the mountain peaks was completely blasted flat. From then on, this place changed its name to Jubong Mountain. It was also at that time that Mijin's father lost his own brother. Jung Hyuk felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out Mijin's father joined the military just for revenge. But in the end, he also died inside these woods. Mijin's grandma said in a calm tone, "We're considered the lucky ones. At least we could find the whole body in the end." Mijin's grandma suddenly stopped her tracks and asked Jung Hyuk if he knew this mountain had another name. She said this place is actually called Baemong Mountain. Jung Hyuk froze on the spot. In legends, isn't this name precisely the place where dead people go? Mijin's grandma smiled and waved at him to keep up, seeing him scared out of his wits. She even teased that his cowardly appearance was exactly the same as his father's. Jung Hyuk asked in a low voice if she left any final words. But Mijin's grandma was very open-minded about it, saying a person comes and goes naked in this life, so there is nothing much to explain. Her only regret was not being able to see her grandson born with her own eyes. After all, a shaman once said, she was supposed to be a midwife in this life, having the ability to bless children. Young Hyuk still wanted to help her pass on a message, but Mijin's grandma smiled and asked back, "Do you really want everyone in the village to think that you've gone crazy, kid?" Mijin's grandma finally gave her last instructions, saying she would visit her family in their dreams, telling Jung Hyuk not to rush to grow up and to take good care of the women in the family for her. She even smiled and thanked him, saying that piece of kudzu root was truly sweet. Then she patted Jung Hyuk's hand, and her figure completely vanished into the heavy fog. Young Hyuk stood on the spot alone, looking at this huge boulder known as the fairy rock in front of him, suddenly realizing something in his heart. Turns out, the fairy in the legends who made the woodcutter's soul yearn had actually been by their side all along. The secret of this Jubong mountain, perhaps right from the very beginning, was a promise about protection. People were coming and going at the funeral scene, with noisy conversations and crying sounds everywhere. Young Hyuk was so busy among the seats that his feet barely touched the ground. One moment, a guest was shouting for soda, and the next moment he had to help clean up the tables. He responded deftly, doing his best to contribute one last effort to this farewell. When he finally stopped his tracks and looked at that kind photo in the center of the mourning hall, his memory went back to that sunny afternoon. Back then, Mijin's grandma would always carry a basket and greet him with a smile to come eat freshly cooked sweet potatoes. That sweetness seemed to still linger on the tip of his tongue. Young Hyuk looked and let out a soft sigh. Actually, he was quite lucky too, being able to hold grandma's hand on that foggy mountain peak and accompany her through her final journey. Right at this moment, Mijin's calling voice came from behind. Life still had to go on, and this promise of protection was already kept in his heart. Mijin carried a plate of pastries and found Young Hyuk dazed in the corner. She plopped down, complaining that she had been working non-stop the entire day, without even a moment to catch her breath. Young Hyuk looked at the busy crowd in the distance and comforted her, saying that having so many people come to see Grandma off on her final journey proved that Grandma's life was very well spent. Mijin fell silent for a moment after hearing this, softly saying that everyone was indeed very kind. Young Hyuk hesitated for a bit, but still decided to tell her that secret. He said Grandma must have gone to a place much better and more beautiful than here now. Mijin nodded calmly, saying she actually understood it all in her heart. Now it was Young Hyuk's turn to be stunned. He lowered his voice and said, "Last night I dreamed of Grandma. She turned into a very beautiful young woman. Even though her appearance completely changed, I could recognize at a single glance that it was Grandma." Mijin smiled after hearing this too. She said that although Grandma didn't say a single word in the dream, she still gently said goodbye to her. What was even more amazing was that everyone in the family had the exact same dream. In everyone's hearts, Grandma must have turned into a fairy and come back. Jung Hyuk nodded and softly agreed. Actually, when she was in the mortal world, she was already everyone's fairy. Mijin took the opportunity to extend an invitation, saying that tomorrow's memorial service would be at Fairy Rock, and asked Jung Hyuk if he wanted to go together to bring the things Grandma loved to eat most during her lifetime. Jung Hyuk looked at the night scenery in the distance, and a burst of warmth welled up in his heart. In his ears, it was as if he could hear Grandma's past voice again, giving kind and gentle reminders, telling him to carry everyone's expectations and live his life well. As the night breeze blew by, all the longings and promises completely melted into this quiet night. Mijin slightly tilted her head up, letting the night breeze brush across her cheeks. She softly murmured, saying that she seemed to smell that familiar scent from Grandma's body. Under this brilliant, starry sky, the mountains appeared exceptionally quiet, as if the entire world was keeping them company, silently guarding this longing. Actually, everyone knew that Grandma didn't truly leave them. She just changed into another way, to return to the side of the people she loved most. In that invisible place far away, she had already held Grandpa's hand, just like when they were young, walking side by side toward eternal tranquility. Just as the new semester started, the classroom was incredibly lively. Before the teacher could even open his mouth to introduce things, the whole crowd already burst into laughter. After all, there was only one class for each grade, so everyone was already as familiar with this teacher as they could possibly be. Electing the class president had no suspense either. Young Hyuk ranked first in grades every year, so like it or not, this position was definitely his to take. But when it came to electing the vice president, the situation instantly exploded. Mijin was the first to jump out, and her momentum straight up intimidated her competitors. Who would have thought that before official classes even started, the smell of gunpowder would already be this thick? Who could have guessed that this kid actually pulled off a huge move on the down low? Kim Seon-young could hardly believe her own eyes. Her boy Jung Hyuk had actually become the school president, Kim Seon-young was thrilled out of her mind, directly praising her son for inheriting his dad's good brains. Young Hyuk, on the other hand, had a face full of calm, feeling that being a class president was no big deal. But when his little sister, Ok Jong, called out "congratulations" in her cute little voice, the older brother's heart was instantly and completely melted. The laughter and joy of this whole family was felt even by the dad who was far away outside. Who would have thought that the grand #1 student in the whole school, Jung Hyuk, would actually have a time when he was completely stumped? Mijin hurriedly chased after him and mysteriously asked if he had brought that thing. Young Hyuk searched through his entire school bag. It was completely full of textbooks and stationery, so he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Mijin leaned into his ear and whispered a few words in a lowered voice. Now it was Young Hyuk's turn to be dumbfounded. Turns out it was poop, but looking at his expression, he had most likely left it at home. This request was way too outrageous. Young Hyuk could never have imagined that Mijin would actually stop him in public for something like this. Mijin was so anxious she was about to stomp her feet for something this embarrassing, other than Jung Hyuk. She really didn't dare ask anyone else for help. In order to prevent the secret from leaking out, Mijin even bowed in public to beg for mercy. Now the whole school was about to misunderstand. Jung Hyuk really had absolutely no choice with her. Although he found it ridiculous, looking at her in this state, Jung Hyuk's heart softened after all. After all, at this age, opening one's mouth to ask indeed required a massive amount of courage. Jung Hyuk took the school bag and told her to hurry back to the classroom first, leaving the remaining troublesome matters. He planned to go to the restroom to solve it alone. Mijin was now thrilled out of her mind, straight up calling Jung Hyuk her life-saving hero. But in his heart, Jung Hyuk only thought he hoped he would never have to repay this favor debt in the future. Just as he arrived at the restroom, Jung Hyuk ran into a strange thing. A noise came from a stall in the boys' restroom. He originally just asked casually, but the moment the other party spoke up, Jung Hyuk was completely stunned. This voice was truly as familiar as it could get. This was straight up an opportunity sent by heaven. Jung Hyuk already had an idea in his mind, since the leverage was delivered right to his doorstep. The days ahead would absolutely not be boring. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed, and the school started handing out medicine uniformly. Inside the seemingly peaceful classroom, certain plans were quietly closing their nets. Jung Hyuk and Mijin were secretly rejoicing, feeling they had finally dodged a bullet this time. But before they could even finish their words, the teacher caught them red-handed from behind. Talk about a massive epic fail scene. The teacher directly called them out by name, telling Kang-san, Jung Hyuk, and Choi Mi-jin to go over and get punished. Who could have guessed that Mi-jin, who usually behaved quite well, would actually get dragged down into the mud this time too? The whole class was laughing at them from behind, and Mi-jin's temper instantly flared up, feeling this was entirely Jung Hyuk's fault. The score absolutely had to be settled. Looking at Jung Hyuk's fleeing back, Mi-jin straight up raised her voice in the hallway. Now the whole school knew someone was about to face big trouble. Who could have thought that the childhood Jung Hyuk and Mi-jin were straight up a pair of bickering rivals? Even if it was just some old ancient history, Mi-jin could chase him down and nag for ages. Looking at his old classmate in front of him, Jung Hyuk felt she was still familiar, and her temper hadn't changed a single bit. These kinds of bickering and fighting days were truly what people missed the most. The scene shifted. Jung Hyuk's name had already become a legend in the school. Whenever the teachers brought him up, their tones were full of helplessness and admiration. Not only was he a sprinting prodigy, but he also won so many academic competitions that his hands grew tired. The principal even wanted to scout him away, but this kid actually rejected the offer without a second thought. It seemed this genius youth already had his own plans in mind long ago. In order to get results and earn a bit more money, they actually dared to target even elementary schoolers. If the principal found out about this, it would truly stir up a hornet's nest. The man was still a bit uneasy. Being good at studying didn't mean being good at sports. Whether he truly had what it takes still depended on whether he could actually run. But who could have guessed that this genius who carried high expectations was at this very moment being dragged by Mi-jin toward the woods? Unable to even lift his head, Jung Hyuk was now completely dumbfounded. The school didn't even consult him and directly registered him for the provincial sports meet. The teacher even had a face full of entitlement, saying the registration time was too tight, and he was the only suitable one in the whole school. This was straight up forcing a duck to roost. Before he could even snap out of it, people from the opposing school had already come knocking on the door. It seemed keeping a low profile this time was absolutely impossible. Who could have guessed that the coach leading the team here this time was actually Jung Hyuk's old acquaintance from his past life, Kim Young-tae. Coach Kim looked at the youth in front of him, still feeling a bit skeptical in his heart. In a remote place like this, how could there be a prospect with such great physical potential? He felt Jung Hyuk staying here was a pure waste, not knowing that the child in front of him had long stopped being an ordinary person. The teacher was still worrying needlessly on the side, constantly telling Jung Hyuk not to be nervous. In reality, the ones who should be nervous were those adults who misjudged him. In this 100-meter test, Jung Hyuk was destined to make everyone's jaws drop. Coach Kim was still waiting on the sidelines to see a joke, but Jung Hyuk had already silently assumed the most professional stance on the starting line. He told himself to stay calm. After all, this kind of sprinting was his absolute best specialty in his past life. The exact second the red flag dropped, Jung Hyuk was catapulted out like a rocket. The instantly exploded speed left everyone on the scene completely unable to react. Coach Kim was now completely dazed from watching. Whether it was the angle of the elbows during the start, or that staggering stride, how is this a countryside student? This was clearly the textbook movement of a professional athlete. He finally realized that he had truly struck gold this time. Coach Kim was completely dumbfounded. Every single movement of Jung Hyuk could be called perfect. How could this level of performance possibly appear in a school without a track and field team? The moment he pressed the stopwatch, the numbers on it made him question reality. 12.52 seconds. And this was a record clocked while wearing loose casual clothes. Coach Kim simply couldn't believe his own eyes. He hurriedly called over Teacher Lee next to him, insisting on having Jung Hyuk run just one more time. He felt something must have gone wrong somewhere. Wearing this kind of wind-catching shirt, how could anyone run at a professional athlete's speed? Right at this moment, the signal for the second start dropped once again. Jung Hyuk's figure was even faster than just now. The result of the second test came out, 12.12 seconds. Coach Kim looked at the stopwatch, completely questioning reality. This record was straight up absurd to the extreme. A week later, Jung Hyuk successfully secured his spot for the qualifiers. Sung Kwang Yeon was thrilled out of his mind, insisting on taking him to buy the most top-tier professional running shoes. Jung Hyuk had a hard time stopping his hyped-up dad. To him, ordinary tennis shoes were already more than enough. After all, his skill speaks for itself, so gear is just a bonus. However, the next competition venue was set at Taeyang Middle School, which plunged Jung Hyuk into deep thought. That place carried way too many memories of his past life. More importantly, it was right there that he met those two people for the first time. Jung Hyuk knew very well in his heart that they would meet here again next year. For this qualifier, the school's teachers and students were straight up more nervous than Jung Hyuk. The teacher kept nagging on the side, telling him to relax, and that as long as he ran as fast as the wind, it would be fine. His classmates even specially prepared a surprise. A custom team uniform printed with a pink dolphin. Looking at this garment with a highly questionable aesthetic, Jung Hyuk was dying of cringe inside, but seeing everyone's expectant eyes, he could only bite the bullet and put it on. The teacher told him with deep emotion that Jung Hyuk was the first representative in the school's history to participate in a track and field competition. Even if it was just the qualifiers, he was already the pride of the entire school. Right at this moment, the entry instruction came over the loudspeaker, carrying everyone's expectations. Jung Hyuk was finally about to step onto the field that would change his fate. After greeting the coach, Jung Hyuk walked straight onto the track. The moment he stood there with his height, the opponents next to him were all completely dumbfounded. Everyone was whispering in private, asking who on earth that kid second from the left was. Standing so tall, could he be an overaged athlete who held back for several years? Hearing these discussions, Jung Hyuk just snorted coldly, having absolutely no intention of paying attention to this noise. On your marks, sets! Along with a loud bang from the starting pistol, the real showdown officially began right now. As soon as the gun fired, the whole stadium instantly boiled over. Every single athlete dashed forward like crazy. After all, this was the qualifier that decided their fate. The speed was straight up too absurd. The onlookers even suspected whether this child had reported the wrong age. The numbers on the timer instantly made the scene quiet down. This kind of record shouldn't appear on an elementary schooler at all. What was even more unbelievable was that the data showed he didn't have any competition experience. How is this an ordinary student? This is straight up a monster. The coach hurriedly ran over to greet him, fearing that if he were a second late, this prodigy would be snatched away by someone else. These few athletes from Taeyang Elementary proactively ran over to try and get close to Jung Hyuk, but when they looked down, they were all stunned. You actually didn't wear spiked shoes? Jung Hyuk, on the other hand, had a calm face, saying these were the competition shoes his dad specially bought. Now his opponents were even more bewildered. Right at this moment, the teacher shouted at the top of his lungs from afar. That fierce look of his scared these elementary schoolers half to death. Everyone was whispering in private, saying, "No wonder this kid ran so fast. With such a demon coach, he must have been tortured a lot on regular days." The finals were about to start. Looking at other people's professional gear, Jung Hyuk was still debating in his heart whether he should have his dad get him a pair too. But who would have thought that the finals held absolutely no difficulty for him at all? Not only did he take the championship, but he also casually broke a provincial record. The teacher was now thrilled out of his mind, directly taking him to a restaurant for a feast. As long as he could win, he could eat whatever he wanted until he was full. Actually, he already had a plan in his mind, because Coach Kim Young-tae had just announced a piece of good news. This competition actually had prize money. His teammates were all discussing what new gear to buy, but Jung Hyuk stared at the jjajangmyeon in his bowl and thought of his little sister at home. The teacher asked with some concern, "Can you manage by yourself?" While stuffing huge mouthfuls of noodles into his face, Jung Hyuk carelessly replied, "Don't worry, I ride the bus 6 times a day now." He absolutely could not lose this race. If he could get his hands on this prize money, he would be able to treat his whole family to a nice meal. The family was originally having a great time hanging out, and even discussing going to eat jjajangmyeon in a bit, but in the next turn, he had to go back to school for training. Sung Kwang-yeon was still uneasy, reiterating to check if all the gear was packed. Jung Hyuk agreed with his mouth, but in his heart, he still hadn't fully recovered from the surprise just now. Who could have thought that the dad who was usually so ordinary in his eyes would actually personally prepare the spiked shoes for his competition? This treatment was straight up unmatched. Before leaving, his dad stuffed a stack of change into his hand again, saying it was left over from the bus fare, and told him to take his friends out for a good meal. How was this just money for tteokbokki? This was clearly Sung Kwang-yeon's heavy expectations. Jung Hyuk waved his hand, carrying this momentum as he dashed toward the stadium. Who could have thought that this kid, Jung Hyuk, would actually manage to get the ticket to the provincial track and field competition? Sung Kwang-yeon kept saying that just participating was a victory, but the moment he turned around, he started getting cold feet in his heart. He worried that the pressure of the competition would be too massive and make the child become isolated, or even feared he would take a huge hit if he lost. The friend on the other end of the phone was quite calm, though, feeling that for a boy, facing a little setback was actually a good thing. Sung Kwang-yeon stammered for a long time and finally spoke his true thoughts. He wanted to help the kid, but didn't know where to start. Hanging up the phone, this planning book in his hand meant that everything had only just begun. The night before the competition, Kim Young-tae specially took everyone out for a great meal. After all, for the sake of this day, this group of kids had already grinded for way too long. While everyone was eating with hype and energy, Jung Hyuk behaved exceptionally calm, and he even turned down the drinks. No one expected that right when the atmosphere was at its absolute best. An accident suddenly happened. The teammate who was still laughing and joking just now suddenly collapsed in extreme pain. This last supper instantly turned into an emergency rescue scene. After finishing the hard training, this KBBQ meal was straight up so worth it. Watching everyone messing around together, the lady boss was so happy that she wanted to serve them more food. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Jung Hyuk suddenly felt that compared to running all by himself, this feeling of having companions was indeed completely different. There was no need to think about that cheating guy. Right here, he finally felt like a real athlete. This kind of life honestly seemed quite interesting. The dorm instantly erupted into chaos again. This bunch of high-energy guys straight up couldn't sit still for a single second. Jung Hyuk stood in the back, completely dazed from watching. How was this training? This was straight up tearing the house down. The coach had just left on his front foot, telling everyone to sleep early for tomorrow's competition. But on their back foot, this bunch of kids couldn't sit still anymore. Originally, Jung Hyuk wanted to act like a serious person, but a pillow flew straight into his face. Now nobody was getting any sleep. This feeling of mixing together and messing around was completely different from the family affection at home. For the first time, Jung Hyuk felt that having teammates was actually such a happy thing. Right when everyone was messing around the wildest, the door was suddenly pushed open. Coach Kim Young-tae stood at the door, stomping his feet in sheer anger. Now the whole squad behaved themselves. Although he got a harsh scolding, lying on the bed, Jung Hyuk already couldn't wait to welcome tomorrow's competition. In the middle of the night, he still wasn't sleeping. The dad held the camera, flipping through it right there, his heart completely filled with his son, who was far away. He kept saying he wanted to go take a look, but fearing he would break the rules, he could only worry needlessly here. The scene shifted. The competition venue was already packed with people. This place was indeed massive, but the management level was honestly nothing to write home about. Before the races even started, the scene had already turned into a chaotic mess. They couldn't even figure out the rosters and the schedule. Looking at the chaos in front of him, Jung Hyuk already had a premonition in his heart that this competition would probably not be that simple. The qualifiers and the finals were actually scheduled on the exact same day. With so many people crowded together, it would probably drag on until midnight. The teammates next to him weren't worried at all, though. Each one stared at the city girls in the stands, their eyes completely swamped with work. They just insisted on dragging Jung Hyuk into a comparison, asking him who on earth was the prettiest. This question straight up stumped him. In his eyes, these girls looked quite average. Compared to his mom and Soo-jung at home, they were way below that level. Before this bunch of kids could even finish their discussion, the race signal came over the loudspeaker. The elementary school division 100-meter dash was about to start. The few guys who were still joking around just now instantly raised their voices to the maximum. Who could have thought that the reigning champion, who originally had victory in the bag, would actually choke during the baton pass? This bunch of kids in the stands were completely dazed from watching, hurriedly reminding each other that if anyone dared to drop the baton later when they go back, there would definitely be hell to pay. His teammate was still spouting metaphysics over there, saying that as long as it has been dropped once, this relay baton acts as if it were cursed. Jung Hyuk rolled his eyes hard upon hearing this. The coach gave the order, and it was finally their turn to take the field. But as a result, Ji-hwan, this kid was about to fumble at the crucial moment, insisting on going to the restroom first. By the time they reached the starting line to pick up the batons, there was only one single relay baton left in the entire bucket. Before the official race even started, this atmosphere was already tense to the absolute extreme. Now word spread across the whole stadium that the baton Ji-hwan held in his hand happened to be the exact one that was knocked into disarray just now. Everyone felt that this team was definitely doomed. Before the race even started, the mental state of several teammates had already collapsed, their minds completely filled with what to do if they dropped the baton. Taking the field in this state was straight up feeding. Jung Hyuk stood on the track, watching his teammates looking completely distracted, one by one, and he was also incredibly anxious in his heart. He had to find a way to make them calm down. Right when the coach was also at his wit's end, the stands suddenly erupted with thunderous shouts. Everyone was desperately calling out their names. Jung Hyuk looked up and was completely stunned. His dad and mom, who originally agreed not to come, actually showed up in the spectator stands with his little sister. Watching his family cheering at the top of their lungs, that little bit of unease in his heart instantly vanished. Looking at his family, desperately waving in the stands, Jung Hyuk simply couldn't believe it. They actually traveled such a long distance, especially rushing here to cheer for him. This cheer was straight up a shot of adrenaline. His teammates, who were still scared out of their minds just now, all puffed out their chests right now, and that cowardly look in their eyes completely vanished all at once. With a sharp bang from the starting pistol, the competition was officially ignited. Byung-tak on the first leg shot out like an arrow off the string, instantly shaking off the opponents next to him. The most crucial first baton pass movement was clean and crisp. The relay baton was steadily passed into Ji-hwan's hand. All those previous worries were completely redundant. Jung Hyuk stood in the waiting zone, watching his teammates risking their lives to sprint on the track, and the last bit of baggage in his heart was also put down. As long as his family was watching from the stands, he would absolutely never lose. Ji-hwan had already pushed himself to the absolute limit. This leg's handover was done beautifully. Jung Hyuk steadily grabbed the relay baton. The moment that belonged to him had finally arrived. To him, those three people in the stands were his whole world, his most precious family. In order not to let them down, he had to run faster than anyone else. The exact instant he got the baton, Jung Hyuk was straight up like he turned on cheats. The track under his feet felt as if it were vibrating. He began to crazily close the distance with the front. His little sister in the stands had already lost her voice from screaming. The camera in his dad's hand recorded his most hot-blooded back view. This massive comeback drama was only now truly entering its climax. Not a single opponent blocking his way could dream of escaping. As the name of the first place came over the loudspeaker, the whole stadium completely boiled over. Jung Hyuk actually carried the team to the championship. This was straight up a miracle. His teammates rushed over like crazy, surrounding him tightly in the center. Everyone was screaming and laughing. At this moment, all the hard work was worth it. Jung Hyuk didn't care to celebrate. He desperately searched through the crowd. He seemed to have heard his family's voices just now. Where on earth were they? When he finally, up in the stands, saw those three familiar figures, he held the relay baton high up in his hand. This was a victory that belonged to their entire family. The spectators in the stands were completely dazed from watching. Who would dare believe that this kid was only 13 years old? This explosive power was straight up a dimensional strike. Everyone was whispering in private, asking what on earth this kid's background was. Right when the whole stadium was cheering, high up in the stands, there were two mysterious men, staring at the timers in their hands, completely dazed. One of them pushed his sunglasses and said, 10.5 seconds. This was absolutely a record-breaking performance. The other man stared at the watch and nodded, his tone fully packed with unhideable excitement. Looks like our trip this time wasn't in vain. We finally struck gold. He looked at Jung Hyuk on the field and lowered his voice, saying, this is exactly the prodigy we're all looking for. Sung Jung Hyuk was now a massive celebrity at school. The moment he entered the school gates, he was completely surrounded. Everyone was scrambling for his autograph. After all, he took 4 championships in one go. Who had ever seen this kind of prodigy? Mijin was completely dazed from watching on the side, asking him how he won so many awards. Turns out he didn't just run the relay. He even swept the 100-meter, 200-meter, and long jump all by himself. This was straight up an all-around monster. However, for next month's national finals, he had to move together with the school team uniformly, so he couldn't take Mijin along with him. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Looking at Mijin's silent appearance, he suddenly realized he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Jung Hyuk's brain logic was also straight up unmatched. He felt that since Mijin was staring at the banner, she must be envious of him getting famous. He simply gave a big wave of his hand and directly treated her as a track and field rookie. The training started the second he said so, and he wouldn't even let her ride the bus anymore. Before Mijin could even react, she could only watch the bus drive away with her own eyes, following him as they sprinted wildly on the main road. Jung Hyuk was still setting the pace up ahead, urging her to run a little faster. He had even begun to fantasize about the future scene of taking this bunch of friends to dominate the track and field stadium together. Poor Mijin's voice was almost hoarse from screaming, crying out in a mental breakdown while chasing him, saying that what she hated most in her entire life was running. How was this training? She was clearly trapped on a pirate ship. Jung Hyuk wasn't idling around at home either, currently teaching his little sister, Yoo-jin, to recognize people. The little girl pointed at the photo, reading Mom and Dad's names quite smoothly. But when it was the older brother's turn, this problem of slurring her words acted up again. Jung Hyuk corrected her several times, but Yoo-jin was still shouting nonsense right there. He also completely lost his temper. Could only sigh that these days of babysitting were truly not easy. But then again, Mom said she was going to bring snacks to Dad, and more than half the day had already passed. So how come there was no sign of them at all? After all that fuss, these two simply weren't doing any real work, hiding in the back mountain to enjoy their world of two. Between feeding each other and looking at the scenery, they completely forgot about their son at home. Jung Hyuk really couldn't understand. Mom and Dad had been married for so many years. So how could they still be so lovey-dovey every single day? Could it be that once you're in a relationship, you absolutely have to stick together every minute and second? Although he didn't understand adults' romance, he truly spoiled his little sister Yoo-jin. Between kissing and hugging her, he wished he could just eat this little cutie up. In his eyes, Yoo-jin was the most perfect little sister in the world. He had even begun to prepare for a rainy day, solemnly reminding Yoo-jin with a serious face that if any brat dared to praise her for being pretty in the future, she should just tell them directly that her older brother is super fierce. Right during this heartwarming moment, two strange men suddenly appeared at the house gate, pointing and gesturing at the house, saying this place looked like where a rich family lived at a glance. Jung Hyuk's heart missed a beat. This bunch of people was acting so sneaky. Could they be targeting the family's land again? Lately, during this period of time, there were always outsiders targeting Jung Hyuk's family land. Some even offered twice the market price. But no matter how much money the other party offered, the whole family's attitude was very firm. This land wouldn't be sold no matter the price. They originally thought it would be fine after refusing, but who knew that today? Two uninvited guests showed up at the gate again. The fat guy in the lead acted smug as hell, asking in an annoyed tone the second he opened his mouth, where Jung Hyuk's dad went. Jung Hyuk was furious in his heart. This guy's tone of speaking straight up treated his own dad like a servant. Suppressing his anger, he told the other party that the adults were not home, so if there was something, come back another day. But not only did this fat guy have no intention of leaving, he actually became even more aggressive, even cursing and swearing right in front of the kids, saying the dad abandoned his two little brats and ran off. Yoo-jin had never seen this kind of scene before, and she was scared into crying out loud on the spot. Looking at his terrified little sister, Jung Hyuk's gaze completely turned cold. It looked like this bunch of people couldn't be easily sent away today. This fat guy was straight up a beast. Hearing Yoo-jin crying, not only did he not have a single bit of sympathy, he actually complained that the kid was too noisy, and even started pointing at their noses and shouting insults, saying Jung Hyuk's parents had no manners. Jung Hyuk tightly protected his little sister, gritting his teeth as he gave an ultimatum, ordering them to get the hell out of his family yard immediately. But right after he finished saying this, the other party actually initiated violence directly. A heavy slap knocked both siblings to the ground. Right at this critical moment, Jang-gun at home suddenly rushed up, biting down hard on the fat guy's leg without letting go. He wanted to protect his little masters. But with that little strength of his, how could he be a match for this bunch of thugs? The fat guy cursed out loud from the pain, raising his foot and kicking Jang-gun away ruthlessly. Looking at Jang-gun, who collapsed on the ground with no movement, Young Hyuk's entire body completely froze. At this very moment, the last string in his brain completely snapped. Nobody could have thought that this seemingly skinny and weak teenager would actually have such terrifying explosive power. He choked the fat guy's neck tightly with a single hand, his gaze so cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. The accomplice next to him was completely scared silly, trying to pull the guy away while begging for mercy. In their eyes, Young Hyuk in front of them was not a child at all, but an out-of-control monster. Young Hyuk slammed the guy onto the ground with one heave, coldly spitting out a single word, "Get out." How could this bunch of thugs dare to stay any longer? They scrambled and crawled into the car, stepping on the gas to flee for their lives. Having driven away the bad guys, Young Hyuk hurriedly rushed toward Jang-gun, who was down on the ground. Fortunately, Jang-gun only sustained minor injuries and could still stand up while wobbling. Looking at Yujin, who was still crying out loud, Young Hyuk felt incredibly heartbroken. He squatted down, apologizing nonstop, blaming himself for not protecting his little sister well. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, everything that happened today had already, in this young man's heart, left an unerasable mark. Young Hyuk tightly held his crying little sister, comforting her in a soft voice that it was okay. Her brother was right here. Looking at Yujin shaking in his arms, Young Hyuk lowered his head to look at his own hand. Even he himself found it unbelievable. He was actually able to lift an adult man with a single hand just now. Where on earth did this kind of power come from? Although he felt that he lost control a bit just now, the moment he thought about that bastard kicking Jang-gun and initiating violence by hitting his little sister, Jung Hyuk had no regrets. If it happened one more time, he still wouldn't let that guy off easily. It was just that looking at Yujin being so terrified, his heart was completely filled with guilt. He swore that in the future, he would absolutely never let his little sister see such a scary scene again. Night fell, and the whole family sat around the dining table. Young Hyuk remained silent for a long time, then decided to tell everything that happened during the day to his dad in full detail. The originally heartwarming family dinner, because of Young Hyuk's words, instantly dropped the atmosphere to the freezing point. He calmly finished telling what happened during the day, including how that bunch of people broke into the house, and how he himself beat the other party and chased them away. After listening to this, his parents were completely dumbfounded. They never expected in their wildest dreams that while they weren't home, the kids actually went through this kind of life and death moment. Kim Sun-young subconsciously froze her movements, unable to say a single word for a long time. This kind of thug actually broke into their home, and the one who protected this house was actually his underage son. Sung Kwang-yeon's expression became unusually grim. He stared intently at his son, and in his eyes, besides lingering fear, there seemed to be some deeper worries hidden. When Sung Kwang-yeon slammed his hand down, this dinner was completely ruined. He was so angry that he kept cursing. Nobody had ever seen him throw such a huge tantrum. Young Hyuk's heart began to beat nervously. Had he known earlier, he shouldn't have told him about this. The atmosphere at home right now was straight up suffocating. From that day on, nobody dared to bring up this matter again. But some troubles don't just go away by staying silent. Young Hyuk returned home after school and found his dad still looking like he had a lot on his mind. Although he was trying hard to act like nothing was wrong, that depressing feeling had actually been there the whole time. Just as Jung Hyuk walked up to the house gate, he bumped into two men running out flusteredly, still holding a big gift box in their hands. Looking at that appearance, they seemed to have just caused some trouble. Returning inside the house, Sung Kwang-yeon was alone in the living room, fiddling with a chessboard, looking no different from usual, and even took the initiative to call Jung Hyuk over to play a few games with him. While placing his piece, Jung Hyuk casually asked a question, asking if someone had just come by earlier, and even brought gifts. The dad, who was very calm just a moment ago, suddenly froze the chess piece in his hand. He asked with a bit of nervousness, "Did you cross paths with them?" Upon learning that Jung Hyuk only saw them from afar, Sung Kwang-yeon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He let out a helpless sigh, saying those people specially rushed over to apologize. Sung Kwang-yeon said calmly while playing chess that he had already sent those people away because he didn't want his family to feel threatened anymore. Jung Hyuk was a bit puzzled. His dad usually looked quite low-key. Could he have asked Hong Gi-jun for help to settle it? Sung Kwang-yeon shook his head upon hearing this. Why would he need an outsider for such a trivial matter? He handled it himself by just lifting a finger. Young Hyuk felt a bit uneasy in his heart, hurriedly asking his dad further if he did something illegal. After all, those people were not to be messed with. As a result, Sung Kwang-yeon pushed his glasses, understating a whole list of names. The mayor, assemblyman, the county governor, and even the base commander all gave him face. Young Hyuk completely froze from listening. He originally thought his dad was just a landlord who knew how to farm, but who could have thought that the connections behind him were actually this terrifying? Looking at his dad's unfathomable connections, young Hyuk finally understood a single truth. If you want to live a normal and stable life, you must hold a powerful enough force in your hands. The scene shifted, and young Hyuk had already arrived in Daegu, alone. He called home to let them know he arrived safely. Kim Sun-young rambled on the other end of the phone, still worried about whether he could manage alone. Actually, with Jung Haik coming out this time, there had been a matter weighing heavily on his mind. Originally, their school was supposed to participate in the national finals. That was everyone's dream. But right at the crucial moment of training, his teammate Se-chan accidentally injured his leg. Although Se-chan kept insisting that he was fine, the teacher, Kim Young-tae, still made a brutal decision. He directly disqualified the entire team from the competition. This decision became an unerasable regret in everyone's heart. Kim Young-tae specially sought out Jung Hyuk for a talk. Although the relay race was out of the question, he hoped Jung Hyuk could participate in the individual sprint. After all, having trained for so long, giving up just like that was truly a pity. Jung Hyuk still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart, always feeling that since his teammate got injured, he was also responsible. Kim Young-tae saw right through his thoughts with a single glance, telling him not to take the accident upon himself. Only by sprinting with all his might could he be worthy of his injured teammate. Hanging up the phone call to his mom, Jung Hyuk was just about to leave when his attention was caught by a harsh burst of shouting and cursing. A man was currently yelling and screaming at a little boy, complaining that his movements were too slow and calling him a useless piece of trash. The little boy was so scared that he shrunk his neck, apologizing repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Jung Hyuk stopped his footsteps. This kind of situation where someone used their power to bully others, he simply couldn't act like he didn't see it. This man smoking a cigarette was named Lee Ju-eun, the head coach of the Daesung Elementary School track and field team. In his eyes, this group of kids were all nothing but useless trash. Verbal abuse was just a daily routine for him. When he was in a bad mood, he would even initiate violence directly against the students. The entire track and field team lived under his shadow. Because Jung Hyuk was a visiting student from another school, Lee Ju-eun didn't dare to beat him directly, but he used a much more sinister and underhanded trick, making everyone isolate Jung Hyuk. As long as anyone dared to say a single extra word to Jung Hyuk, they would immediately suffer a brutal beating from Lee Ju-eun. As time passed, everyone avoided Jung Hyuk like the plague when they saw him. Actually, Jung Hyuk was very clear in his heart that the reason Lee Ju-eun targeted him like this was simply because he couldn't stand a student from another school, performing even better than the students he personally trained. Under this kind of distorted rule of violence, the originally pure playground had long turned into a suffocating cage. These days of being isolated by everyone, Jung Hyuk had long grown used to them. It felt as though, since his past life, he was destined to face all of this alone. Looking at the freezing cold stadium before his eyes, he couldn't help but recall his time back at Taeyang Elementary School. Back then, although he dragged tires for special training every day and was tired half to death, there was always a group of bros he could share his heart with by his side. If they could also be here right now, this competition should have been a beautiful memory created by everyone together, instead of being like right now, turning into a suffocating burden. Just as Jung Hyuk was immersed in his memories, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. A familiar voice rang out behind his back, accurately calling out his name. Jung Hyuk was completely dazed. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. The old teammates he was missing just now were actually standing right in front of him at this moment. How could this bunch of guys suddenly show up in Daegu? Looking at Jung Hyuk's completely dumbfounded appearance, his buddies couldn't help but activate their roasting mode, mocking whether he was too excited to see everyone, that he couldn't even speak anymore. Who could have thought this group of people wouldn't even give a heads up and directly charged straight to the competition venue? Kim Young-tae said with a smile. Look how scared you are. The guys begged me for a long time, insisting on coming over to cheer you on. Although someone couldn't make it due to an injury, this sentiment indeed made the situation completely different. Kim Young-tae asked with concern, How are you feeling right now? He replied with a smile. My condition is too good for words. But right at this moment, a teammate suddenly mentioned, Just now at the rest stop, we seem to have run into your dad. This time it was his turn to be completely stunned. Turns out, his dad was only delayed at the gas station, and even treated everyone to noodles along the way, telling him to go ahead first. Hearing that his dad was right behind, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Young-tae was a bit worried, asking him about running around alone and whether the coach leading the team would cause trouble. He, however, with a face full of indifference, said, "The coach doesn't care about me at all. After all, I'm not a student from their school." The moment these words came out, Kim Young-tae grabbed him at once, terribly afraid that he had suffered some unfair treatment outside. Although he kept shaking his head and saying it was fine, in Kim Young-tae's heart, he had clearly begun to have serious doubts. Coach Kim Young-tae lowered his voice and reminded, "That coach named Lee Ju-eun has a pretty bad reputation. Had I known he was this kind of person, I would have never sent you over there back then." He patted Jung-hyuk's head, saying in a serious tone, "If you suffer any unfair treatment, you must tell me right away." Jung-hyuk gave an affirmative reply, turning around to rush toward the gathering point, pushing open that big door. The scene before his eyes made him stop his footsteps. The venue of the National Track and Field Championships was astonishingly massive in scale. Looking at the densely packed crowd in the grandstands, he paused for a moment. This was definitely not a usual practice match, but the ultimate battlefield that decided victory or defeat. Looking at his teammates cheering frantically in the grandstands, Jung-hyuk smiled and waved his hand. It seemed his dad was still on his way here. Right at this moment, that rival named Hee-nam leaned over, inquiring curiously whether those people in the grandstands were his family members. Jung-hyuk explained that they were teammates from his former elementary school, who specially rushed over to cheer him on. After listening, Hee-nam exclaimed, "It looks like you guys really have a great relationship, traveling all this way just to watch you compete." But before he could even finish his words, Coach Lee, not far away, suddenly flew into a rage, pointing at Hee-nam and cursing furiously, telling him to get the hell back and assemble immediately. Watching Hee-nam get chewed out brutally and scurry away like a scolded dog, Jung-hyuk couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what on earth is wrong with this guy? Why does he always run over to strike up a conversation with me? Looking at Hee-nam being reprimanded by the coach, Jung-hyuk completely understood in his heart, just because he was a student from another school, that Coach Lee had long found him an eyesore. He called out to Hee-nam, reminding him in a cold tone, "Don't come over to talk to me anymore in the future. I don't want to watch you get punished because of me." Hee-nam froze on the spot, wanting to say something, but Jung-hyuk had already turned around and walked away. It didn't matter. Anyway, he had long grown used to being alone. The back of him walking onto the track alone appeared a bit lonely. The coach in the grandstands silently watched this moment. All grievances could only be taken back through raw strength. "On your marks. Get set!" Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Jung-hyuk shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Since he was destined to fight alone, then he would use pure speed to shut everyone up. The cheering in the grandstands was almost about to blow off the roof. Jung-hyuk took the lead and crossed the finish line. In this contest of speed, victory and defeat had been decided. An excited voice came from the broadcast. "Today's 100-meter sprint record has been broken by a large margin." The entire stadium instantly fell into a frenzy. The teammates in the grandstands were bursting with joy, desperately shouting Jung-hyuk's name. The spectators nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid runs way too fast." But right amidst this wave of applause, his teammates noticed something strange. Jung-hyuk's behavior looked a bit off. He won the race, yet he had absolutely none of a winner's joy, acting instead as if he was just completing some kind of chore. Nobody knew his true thoughts right now. "I don't want to run at all." Jung-hyuk stood on the track, only feeling an empty sensation in his heart. This kind of race was straight up boring to death for him. But looking up and seeing his teammates in the grandstands, who traveled all this way, just to cheer for him, he slapped his cheeks hard, forcing himself to brace up. He absolutely must not fail everyone's expectations. Right at this moment, a crisp sound of a slap suddenly came from afar. Jung-hyuk was completely stunned. He saw Coach Lee roaring frantically at Hee-nam, scolding him for being a useless piece of trash, and for actually losing to a kid from the countryside, even telling him to just get the hell out of the track and field team. The surrounding spectators began to whisper in discussion. Nobody expected that right under everyone's watchful eyes. The coach would actually initiate violence directly. Looking at Hee-nam slumped on the ground, holding his face without saying a single word, the originally passionate stadium instantly dropped to the freezing point. Jung-hyuk completely froze on the spot. The scene right before his eyes made him simply unable to believe his own eyes. The stadium that he found boring just a moment ago was now left with nothing but full-blown anger in his heart. The so-called coach is simply not worthy of standing here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the coach actually laid a hand on his own team member. The surroundings were full of whispers about how this kid was way too pitiful. Should he step in or not? Jung-hyuk's mind was a complete mess. After all, It was because of him that the other party became the target of this anger. If he didn't go stop it, the situation would only get worse and worse. But he still wanted to back down, thinking that surely someone else would step forward. In the end, absolutely nobody dared to touch the coach, who instead became even more aggressive, pointing at Hee-nam on the ground and cursing furiously. The uproar on the field was causing a massive stir. The broadcast kept apologizing nonstop, while the stands were filled with the sound of discussions. Everyone was worried about that kid named Jung Hyuk. After all, that coach was notoriously crazy. Who knows how he would torture his own team members in private? In the restaurant, Sung Kwang-yeon was incredibly anxious, deeply afraid that Jung Hyuk had suffered some unfair treatment. As a result, Jung Hyuk behaved unusually calm. He said the coach had never laid a hand on him, and hadn't even said a single harsh word to him. Because in that coach's eyes, Jung Hyuk didn't exist at all. This feeling of being completely ignored instead made Sung Kwang-yeon feel even worse in his heart. Sung Kwang-yeon looked at his son before him and said with deep meaning, "What hurts people the most actually isn't being beaten or scolded, but that taste of being completely left out. Even if you say it doesn't matter with your mouth, that hurdle in your heart probably won't be that easy to pass." Jung Hyuk lowered his head and stared at his rice bowl. Eating this meal tasted just like sand in his mouth, making it hard to swallow. That suffocating feeling was making him choke. Right at this moment, the announcement from the field's speakers broke the silence. The men's 200-meter finals are about to begin. Every runner's nerves instantly tightened. Jung Hyuk stood on the starting line. "Don't think about anything else right now." Jung Hyuk told himself that this was the last race of today, so he must go all out with everything he had, and absolutely must not leave any regrets. "On your marks, get set!" Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, everyone shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Sung Kwang-yeon in the grandstands was cheering frantically. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shouting for them. Every single push off the ground, every single breath, made everything around them completely disappear. All the stray thoughts in his head were entirely gone. Now there was only his wildly beating heart, and this intense feeling of being alive. Jung Hyuk had completely entered the zone. 23.17 seconds. The entire stadium instantly fell silent, followed immediately by earth-shattering cheers. A new record was born. The voice from the broadcast was actually trembling. Following the 100-meter race this morning, Jung Hyuk has once again broken the national record in the 200-meter field. Sung Kwang-yeon in the grandstands cheered until his voice went hoarse. That was his son, a genius fully capable of going down in history. The professionals looked at the scorecard, exclaiming that this record probably won't be broken by anyone for 30 years. But turning around, they let out another sigh. Training track and field in this place really has no future. How many geniuses ended up switching fields to ball sports in the end? For such a great prospect, who knows what will happen to him in the future? Jung Hyuk stood on the grass, waving to the spectators. The sunlight poured over him. At this moment, he was the most dazzling star in the entire stadium. Hee-nam jogged all the way over to Jung Hyuk, shouting Jung Hyuk's name in pure excitement, congratulating him on winning the championship. That race just now was simply too spectacular. Jung Hyuk, however, appeared a bit cold. He told Hee-nam to leave quickly. If Coach Lee saw this, he would definitely cause trouble for Hee-nam again. "We aren't even considered friends." Jung Hyuk asked him, "Why do you insist on coming over to find me?" Hee-nam scratched his head, saying with a bit of embarrassment, "Because you're the only runner from another school, so staying by yourself must be really lonely, right? Plus, watching the way you run is truly way too shocking. That kind of drive makes me want to run with all my might, too." Hee-nam smiled and patted Jung Hyuk, saying that after today, everyone would return to their respective schools, so it would probably be hard to meet again in the future. "If the coach yells at me, let him yell. Anyway, it's not the first time. I'm really glad to have met you." Hee-nam waved his hand and turned to leave. On the field under the sunset, only Jung Hyuk was left standing on the spot alone, looking at that departing back. Without saying a word for a long time, looking at Hee-nam's departing back, Jung Hyuk suddenly understood one thing. Staying alone is indeed very lonely, but if nobody steps up, the cycle of violence will never stop. Perhaps it's precisely a small act of kindness like Hee-nam's that is the only weapon to fight back against violence. Jung Hyuk pulled back his thoughts. Right now, he had a much more important thing to do. The reporter excitedly handed over the microphone, congratulating Jung Hyuk on today's competition, where he broke 2 records all by himself, which was simply a miracle. Jung Hyuk acted very calm, saying that this was all the result of hard training. But when the reporter asked whether he ran into any difficulties during the preparation process, Jung Hyuk fell silent for a moment. He looked into the camera, his tone becoming unusually serious. He said this isn't a problem with all coaches, but there is indeed a certain group of people who are completely unworthy of being teachers. During the time he spent preparing for the competition, he personally saw many athletes being compared, and even suffering inhumane abuse and bullying. Just because their results weren't as good as his, Young Hyuk knew very well that if he kept silent right now, this kind of nightmare would keep being passed down to the next generation. He decided to use this moment under the spotlight to expose all of the truth completely. Young Hyuk faced the camera, speaking out the words in his heart, word by word. He believed that nobody has the right, under the banner of nurturing talent, to corporally punish and hurt those young athletes. Watching those coaches who have no respect for students, the kind of disappointment in his heart was already impossible to describe with words. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene completely froze. After the interview ended, Jung Hyuk didn't participate in the final closing ceremony, but directly got into Sung Kwang-yeon's car. Anyway, Coach Kim had already taken the other team members and left by bus long ago. The scenery outside the car window receded rapidly. While driving, Sung Kwang-yeon asked him, "Jung Hyuk, do you really like track and field?" Jung Hyuk didn't answer directly, but smiled and asked back instead, "Dad, do you like watching me run track and field?" Sung Kwang-yeon fell silent for a moment, his tone becoming extremely gentle. He said no matter what Jung Hyuk wanted to do, he would support him unconditionally, which was also his motivation to work hard. Jung Hyuk teased, "You actually just like the feeling of shouting and cheering for me in the grandstands, right?" Sung Kwang-yeon chuckled and generously admitted it. "Jung Hyuk, if you want to run, then keep running. If you don't want to run anymore, you can stop at any time." The sentence from Sung Kwang-yeon made Jung Hyuk feel a wave of relief, how he should walk the path of the future. It seemed he already had an answer in his heart. Jung Hyuk thought for a moment and said, as long as he didn't have to transfer to a school out of town, he still wanted to keep participating in competitions and keep running on the field. Sung Kwang-yeon nodded and agreed. He said he would go help Jung Hyuk ask around. It just so happened that Hong Gi-jun was over there, who also knew quite a few prominent figures. Hearing this, a name suddenly flashed through Jung Hyuk's mind, Mr. Hong. In the memories of his past life, this man's wife controlled the entire sports foundation, and right at this moment, in another corner of the city, a man was sitting in a dimly lit room. What was playing on the television was precisely that shocking interview of Jung Hyuk just now. The man stared at the boy on the screen, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. It seemed Jung Hyuk had already been targeted by some big shots. The news on the TV was broadcasting the corporal punishment scandal in the sports world. But this was just the beginning. The man in the shadows sneered. It seemed that the interview on the local station still failed to stop him from making a phone call. While his tone sounded very polite, the content made one's spine go cold. He wanted to use public opinion to make this fire burn then even hotter. As long as the money was right, the media would naturally fall in line. Just as the big shots were playing their chess game, the news of Jung Hyuk winning the gold medal had already spread. Some people were happy for him, but nobody realized that a storm targeting him had already quietly taken shape. Since Jung Hyuk won the gold medal, then his value was definitely not as simple as just being an athlete anymore. Hong Gi-jun suddenly proposed whether they should try setting up a youth sports development program. After all, Asura wasn't interested in the family's art gallery business before. He had even thought out the plan, wanting to build a celebrity-like superstar athlete. And who else could this candidate be but Jung Hyuk? As long as they grasped management and development in their hands, reputation and status would naturally follow. These words clearly spoke right to Yu Si-ra's heart. Looking at Hong Gi-jun, Yu Si-ra paused for a moment. This bold plan completely captivated him. Hong Gi-jun continued to paint a grand picture, saying that as long as this matter succeeded, Yu Si-ra wouldn't just be a socialite, but the godmother of the entire sports world, with this kind of temptation that brought both fame and fortune. Who wouldn't get dizzy listening to it? Yu Si-ra had even started to fantasize about himself sitting in the position of the foundation's chairman, being admired by 10,000 people. Seeing that he was tempted, Hong Gi-jun hastily expressed that he would give his full support. Whether it was Jung Hyuk or other athletes, as long as he wanted to do it, he would be the most solid backing. As a result, his cool act lasted for less than 3 seconds. Yu Si-ra suddenly snapped out of it, realizing that now was definitely not the time for daydreaming. He still had a bunch of actual work left unhandled, making him anxiously search all over the room for his phone. The scene shifts, and life returned to tranquility. The balsam flowers in the yard were blooming vibrantly. The adults were bringing the kids along and chatting about that romantic tradition. Supposedly, as long as the color on the fingernails can last until the day it bleeds, one's wish would come true on the day of winter's arrival. Supposedly, as long as the color on the fingernails lasts until it bleeds, one's first love would come true. The moment little Hong Soo-jung heard this, She instantly grabbed Jung-hyuk in sheer excitement. She pestered Jung-hyuk to try it out together, but Jung-hyuk, being a typical straight-headed guy, didn't even think twice, and refused, making Hong Soo-jung stomp her feet in anger. The adults loved the drama and wanted more, deliberately teasing Hong Soo-jung. What if Jung-hyuk wants to kiss you? What will you do? The single sentence directly caught both of them off guard. Jung-hyuk had a huge reaction, shouting that he would absolutely never kiss anyone. Although these words were the truth, to a little girl's ears, it was simply the most hurtful rejection. Hong Soo-jung felt terribly wronged and kept pressing him on why he refused to kiss her. Jung-hyuk still hadn't realized the severity of the problem and casually shot back with, "Why on earth should I?" This completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Hong Soo-jung threw down a line saying, "I hate you," and ran away crying, leaving Jung-hyuk alone on the spot, still having no clue what exactly he did wrong. Jung-hyuk was worried sick, shouting Hong Soo-jung's name all over the street. He never expected that his casual remark just now would actually make this kid react so intensely. Finally, by the seaside, he managed to find Hong Soo-jung sitting by herself. The sunset stretched her shadow out very long, looking at her motionless back. Jung-hyuk also began to feel uneasy in his heart. He tentatively walked over to comfort Hong Soo-jung, saying it was time to go home and eat. But the moment Hong Soo-jung turned her head, Jung-hyuk was completely stunned. This kid looked like she had literally lost her soul. This kind of look instantly reminded Jung-hyuk of Hong Soo-jung from his past life. Back then, she also used to be like this, sitting alone in front of her office desk, staring blankly into thin air. Although he didn't know what she was thinking about at the time, Jung-hyuk knew very well in his heart that he hated seeing her make this kind of face the most. Whether it was the Hong Soo-jung from before, or the Hong Soo-jung right now. In the past, just to say a few more words to Hong Soo-jung, Jung-hyuk would always rack his brains to find excuses. But now, facing this little ancestor before his eyes, he only wanted to hurry up and coax her back to being happy. Jung-hyuk tentatively asked if she was throwing such a big tantrum, just because he didn't kiss her earlier. Hong Soo-jung asked him in grievance if he hated her. Jung-hyuk hastily explained that he just liked her like his own little sister. But Hong Soo-jung didn't buy it at all. She said, "You clearly kiss Yoojin all the time." Jung-hyuk's head was about to explode, so he explained that Yoojin is his actual little sister, and plus, she's still very young. To completely shut Hong Soo-jung up, Jung-hyuk started preaching some life lessons, saying that kissing is a secret between two people, so you absolutely can't talk about it casually in front of everyone. He thought these words would be enough to bluff the kid. But who knew Hong Soo-jung was a logical genius? She immediately shot back. "Since it's a secret between two people, and right now it's just the two of us here, shouldn't you kiss me now?" Jung-hyuk refused without even thinking. This time Hong Soo-jung completely went wild. "Since there's no one else now, and you still refuse to kiss me, then everything you just said was a total lie." The moment Hong Soo-jung heard about being a sister, she immediately changed her tune, saying, "Then I want to be your real sister too." Jung-hyuk was so shocked he almost jumped up. If she really became his real sister, how on earth could they get married in the future? He looked at the little girl before him, unable to help but sigh that this kid was truly a logical genius, being so hard to deal with at such a young age. Hong Soo-jung still felt wronged. "Since you said you like me, then why do you refuse to kiss me?" Jung-hyuk let out a sigh. Explaining this kind of thing was just way too complicated. He simply stopped talking altogether and just gently ruffled Hong Soo-jung's hair. The silent comfort was more effective than any life lesson. Hong Soo-jung confirmed in a low voice, "Do you really not hate me?" Jung-hyuk replied helplessly, "Of course I don't hate you." Hong Soo-jung immediately followed up by pressing, "Then that means you like me, right?" Jung-hyuk nodded, admitting the special feeling. Who knew Hong Soo-jung would suddenly cup his face and lean her entire self forward? The sunset overlapped their two shadows, and the atmosphere instantly became a bit subtle. Looking at Jung-hyuk's completely bewildered face, Hong Soo-jung finally flashed a bright smile, all her previous grievances completely vanishing into thin air. Who could have thought that Jung-hyuk's first kiss would actually be lost in such a dazed and confused manner? And it was even a sneak attack by this little girl. Looking at Hong Soo-jung's bouncing figure running far away, Jung-hyuk was completely stupefied, without a single bit of mental preparation. If Uncle Hong found out about this, his life would probably end right here. But seeing Hong Soo-jung so happy, Jung-hyuk also felt relieved in his heart. Compared to that soulless look from just now, her current smile suited her much better. Returning home, Hong Soo-jung dragged Jung-hyuk along to dye their nails together. The adults were still teasing them from the side, saying how could a boy ever do this? Jung-hyuk could only smile helplessly. Who told this little ancestor to insist on dragging him along? But looking at the color on his fingertips, Young Hyuk's mood suddenly became heavy. In the memories of his past life, it was exactly around this time that Hong Soo-jung was sent abroad by her family to study. If history hasn't changed, this would probably be their very last period of days that they could stay together like this. Since Hong Soo-jung would go abroad sooner or later anyway, Young Hyuk felt that giving her more beautiful memories right now meant he hadn't relived his life in vain. While they were eating, Sira suddenly asked Jung Hyuk about his actual plans for the future. Since he was about to enter middle school soon, Jung Hyuk couldn't help but complain in his heart. Did this entire family have some occupational hazard? Why did they always love asking about other people's future plans? He casually replied with a line saying he only wanted to stay with his family forever. Sira was clearly unsatisfied with this answer. He said, "You're a genius who has won a national gold medal. It would be a real pity to just waste your talent like this." If he wanted to develop in the sports field, he could completely help introduce him. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. It looked like his dad was right. Uncle Hong was indeed preparing a sports foundation, and the real mastermind behind it turned out to be that Sira. Now Jung Hyuk was even more afraid to agree. Having finally gotten a chance to redo his life, he didn't want to get dragged into those controversies again. He smiled and told everyone that he really just wanted to live a peaceful and ordinary life. After all, for him, being able to keep this current stability was already better than anything else. Early in the morning, the kid Yujin was already full of energy. From way out in the distance, she started greeting everyone in her baby voice. Young Hyuk was holding his little sister, with a big watermelon still clutched in his hand. Turns out this was ordered by the adults at home, specifically to bring some refreshment to Sunwoo, who was working. Looking at this adorable pair of siblings, Sunwoo felt a lot more motivated in his work and couldn't help but praise Yujin, saying her speaking skills were really getting better and better. Young Hyuk didn't say it out loud, but he was full of doubts in his heart. Where on earth did this kid learn all these words from? It really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, Sunwoo was digging a hole in the yard this early in the morning. What kind of huge project was he messing around with exactly? Turns out it's because the gym is being renovated, so he simply decided right in his own yard to build a wrestling ring with his own hands. This perseverance is truly unmatched. While working, Sunwoo wondered out loud how that broken down old gym suddenly got a donation from a mysterious tycoon for a complete remodel. Even the coach didn't know who donated the money. Young Hyuk listened from the side, calculating it in his mind too. This kind of thing was indeed quite sketchy. Maybe it was some rich alumnus or a university chairman looking to scout talent. But compared to all this, Young Hyuk cared more about the problem at hand. He casually asked, "Once you finish building this wrestling ring, who do you plan to get to practice with you?" This question completely stumped Sunwoo. True, where around here could he find someone to trade blows with? As a result, right after he said that, Sunwoo was hit with an over-the-shoulder throw by someone, slamming solidly onto the ground. That sound alone made it hurt to listen to. The onlookers were all speechless. How many times has this been already? How did Sunwoo get soloed again? Young Hyuk's words directly poked at Sunwoo's painful spot. He said Sunwoo relies too much on brute force right now. Once an opponent reads through his patterns, relying on pure strength alone won't allow him to make a comeback at all. Sunwoo listened in a total daze, unable to do anything but nod right there. He admitted that indeed, if the opponent's lower body is as stable as a mountain, Sunwoo's style of hard pulling and dragging would instead cause him to suffer a massive loss. Young Hyuk followed up with a question. "Did you rarely lose matches in the past?" Sunwoo got all hyped up now, thumping his chest and saying he is literally national level, and even the seniors at school aren't his match. Looking at his confident look, Young Hyuk already understood everything completely. Sunwoo's technique is actually full of holes, but the reason he could keep winning before relied entirely on that god-tier physical stat he was born with. This style of hard carrying via raw talent is definitely effective against ordinary people, but if he runs into a truly top-tier expert, Sunwoo is probably going to learn the hard way. Young Hyuk clapped his hands and proposed to go for another round. He said he was just testing the defense earlier, but this time he was going to get serious, telling Sunwoo to properly feel the gap between them. Sunwoo didn't back down either, nodding directly to agree. He tightly gripped the opponent's belt, already fully prepared in his heart, intending to absolutely stabilize his lower body this time. The moment Jung Hyuk made his move, his action was so fast that it was simply impossible to react to. Sunwoo only felt a massive thrusting force, followed immediately by a vicious slam. He tried with all his might to stabilize his center of gravity, but in the end, he was still a step too slow. With a dull thud, Sunwoo was once again pinned down onto the sand. He lay there for a long time, unable to snap out of it. Even though he had already used all his strength, how was he still easily flipped over? By this seemingly skinny guy? This completely unfathomable gap in strength left Sunwoo thoroughly stupefied. Looking at Jung Hyuk before him, he only had one thought left in his head. What on earth is this guy's background? Sunwoo lay on the ground panting. Although he had already lost 5 rounds in a row, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. This feeling of being crushed by an expert instead fired up his fighting spirit. He sat up, looked at Jung Hyuk, and made a somewhat excessive request. Before the school gym finishes its renovation, could Jung Hyuk keep practicing with him all the way? Looking at this wrestling fanatic before his eyes, memories from his past life surfaced in Jung Hyuk's mind. In that timeline, Sunwoo did indeed become a top champion in the end. But that path was exceptionally difficult. Jung Hyuk remembered that Sunwoo's little sister, Mi-jin, would always sigh whenever she mentioned her brother, saying he was literally putting his life on the line just to win. And his knees had long been ruined by injuries. Looking at the currently still alive and kicking Sunwoo, Jung Hyuk knew very well in his heart that if things proceeded according to the original trajectory, this guy would sooner or later ruin his own body from overtraining again. Since he got to relive his life, he might as well help him change this destiny. Some tragedies must absolutely never be repeated. Jung Hyuk saw through it with a single glance that Sunwoo was planning to increase his combat power by bulking up. He quickly advised his bro to drop that idea as soon as possible, saying that wrestlers blindly gaining weight ruins their joints the most. The only reason he felt fine right now was purely because he was young and hard-carrying with his youth. To make Sunwoo completely give up on the idea, Jung Hyuk even leaked a piece of insider info, saying the rules for next year's national tournament are going to change, and there might no longer be any weight class thresholds, meaning anyone can step onto the mat. This meant that there was no need for Sunwoo to desperately push for the heavyweight class. Sunwoo listened in a complete daze, but what gave him a bigger headache right now was Jung Hyuk's defense, which was practically like an iron fortress. He had wasted so much effort just now, yet he couldn't even find a single decent chance to attack. Jung Hyuk was actually quite generous, smiling and saying he could go easy on him and give him a few openings later. Looking at the unfathomable youth before his eyes, Sunwoo finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. This god-tier wrestling technique of yours, where on earth did you learn it from? The moment this question was asked, the atmosphere instantly became a bit subtle. Jung Hyuk's past was probably far more complicated than Sunwoo could ever imagine. Sunwoo was now completely won over by Jung Hyuk. He felt that when this guy talked about techniques, he was practically more professional than his own professional coach, hitting every single detail right on the money. Jung Hyuk quickly laughed it off and casually made up an excuse, saying he only watched matches on TV and just learned it by listening to the commentators. This explanation sounded absolutely ridiculous to the extreme, although Sunwoo found it unbelievable. Looking at Jung Hyuk's serious face, he could only marvel that there really are geniuses in this world. To reach this kind of level just by watching TV, no other word could describe him except for monster. Jung Hyuk was actually feeling a bit guilty in his heart. He recalled some MMA fighters saying before that their moves were learned from watching action movies. It looked like he had to use this exact same rhetoric to cover his tracks now. Seeing that the break time was almost over, Jung Hyuk proactively proposed to practice at home for an hour. Hearing this, Sunwoo grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close. For a martial arts fanatic like him, being able to trade blows with an expert was simply everything he could ask for. It was originally intended to be a temporary sparring session just to get through a few days. But who could have thought these two would actually get more fired up the more they trained? The special wrestling training, unknowingly, went from summer all the way into autumn. The green leaves all over the trees turned golden, and the contest between the two also reached a fever pitch. On this very day, the situation on the field suddenly reversed. With a dull thud, Jung Hyuk, who had always been as stable as Mount Tai, was actually slammed solidly onto the ground by Sunwoo. Yoo-jin, who was watching from the side, clapped her hands in excitement, shouting out loud that Jung Hyuk bit the dust, and that Sunwoo had finally won. This moment, for Sunwoo, was honestly more thrilling than winning a national championship. Jung Hyuk, on the other hand, took it very calmly. He sat on the ground, extended his hand, smiled, and said to Sunwoo, "Congrats, you finally beat me for once." Sunwoo stared at his own hands, dazed for a long time. It wasn't until he grabbed Jung Hyuk's hand to stand up that he dared to believe it was real. Having held in his energy for so long, he finally couldn't help but raise his fist and roar, "I won! Sunwoo!" This kid really didn't disappoint. Relying on that relentless drive, he truly went on to win the national championship, and even specially brought thank you gifts to visit their home. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, winter arrived. Jung Hyuk packed up his things and prepared to go out. Sun Kwang-yoon urged him from the side, saying Mom and Yoo-jin had already left ahead of him. Just as he walked out of the house, he saw Yujin waving her hand excitedly. This little girl was always the most energetic one in the family. Young Hyuk took a deep breath, looking at his family and friends before his eyes. He knew that his peaceful life was about to flip to a brand new chapter. Just as Jung Hyuk arrived at the school gate, Hong Soo-jung excitedly lunged over to him. The family finally met up right before the ceremony. Hong Soo-jung proudly showed off the balsam flower dye on her nails, saying this was a secret technique passed down from her mom. As long as it lasts until the first snow, your wish about your first love will come true. Young Hyuk smiled and teased her, saying that was cheating, but he knew better than anyone in his heart how rare this kind of pure expectation was. He patted Hong Soo-jung's head and softly promised, "That's right, it will definitely come true." As the broadcast announcement sounded, this elementary school graduation ceremony was finally about to officially begin. The award presentation segment officially started, and the teacher on stage called out names one after another until they called out Jung Hyuk's name. He thought he was just going to pick up a graduation certificate, but once he stepped onto the stage, he never came back down. The Perfect Attendance Award was just the beginning, followed immediately by the Contribution Award and the Model Student Award. The certificates stacking up in the teacher's hands got higher and higher, and it wasn't over yet. From language arts and math to PE and art, he actually swept the top prize for every single subject. There was even a scholarship awarded by the village committee. Looking at this mountain of honors, his family below the stage was completely dumbfounded. It looked like the scrapbook at home really wouldn't be able to fit everything this time. Next up was the speech from the 5th grade representative. The moment little Shim Eunju stepped onto the stage, the entire venue was cured by this adorable vibe. Everyone thought it would be a touching farewell, but she instead seriously reminded her seniors to remember to take deworming medicine even in middle school. This innocent childhood speech caused a burst of good-natured laughter to erupt below the stage. Amidst a round of applause, it was finally the graduate representative's turn to take the stage. Young Hyuk handed that pile of award certificates to a classmate and walked steadily up to the microphone. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere of the entire venue instantly changed. Without any of those cliches, he talked about this world that is like a fence. To this group of children, school and home were their entire universe. But after today, this fence was going to disappear. Young Hyuk's voice echoed throughout the auditorium. He said we can't hide inside the fence forever, and that one day, we will have to face that bigger world outside. This fence is not only a constraint, but also the warmest protective umbrella. Under the teacher's guidance and with friends' companionship, everyone could grow up here without any worries. Those times of messing around, as well as sharing the joy of victory together, have all become the most precious memories inside this fence. But now it's time to say goodbye to this comfort zone. He turned around to look at that vast sky outside the window, thanking everyone for all the protection along the way. The road ahead, he will have to walk it by himself. As soon as the ceremony ended, the playground was completely packed with celebrating crowds. Before Jung Hyuk could even react, he was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fresh flowers. This wasn't just picking up awards, it was practically a massive flex fest. There were so many flowers that you couldn't even see his face. His family was laughing, while worrying about how on earth they should take a photo. Just as they were discussing what to eat for lunch, Mom and Dad started their daily bickering. One wanted to eat jjajangmyeon, while the other insisted on eating pork cutlets. It looked like before they could even eat this graduation feast, a war of words had already broken out. Sun Kwang-yoon raised his camera and called everyone to gather. Soo-jung was the very first to rush up and tightly hug her brother, refusing to let go, while clamoring that it was way too cold outside. Mi-jin squeezed in too, saying they should huddle together for warmth, but she actually just wanted to use Jung Hyuk as a windshield. Although Jung Hyuk had a helpless look on his face, he knew better than anyone in his heart that this was exactly the ordinary life he wanted to protect the most. This clingy girl Soo-jung kept shouting how cold it was, while tightly hugging Jung Hyuk and refusing to let go. This wasn't huddling for warmth. She clearly just wanted to monopolize her brother's graduation ceremony. Sun Kwang-yoon held the camera on the opposite side and shouted, 3, 2, 1. As the shutter clicked, the happiness of this moment was completely frozen in time. Jung Hyuk looked at the newspaper in his hand, knowing very well in his heart that in the spring of 1992, the world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Looking at his son wearing the uniform, Kim Sun-young couldn't help but feel emotional from the side, feeling like he was still just a little tot, and wondering how he grew up so fast in the blink of an eye. The era once protected by that fence had officially come to an absolute end. To protect this ordinary life, for every single step ahead, he had to walk more steadily than anyone else. In many people's eyes, middle school is no ivory tower. It's a place where instincts fight for territory, and fists determine the hierarchy. Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that here, power is the rule. If he wanted to safely make it to graduation, the best way was to keep his head down and lay low. To avoid drawing attention, he specially asked his mom to buzz his hair short. Kim Soon-young looked at the chopped long hair and was still a bit worried, wondering what he would do if the school didn't allow hats. Sun Kwang-yoon, on the other hand, was quite cheerful, looking at Jung Hyuk's new haircut and praising how sharp it looked, even joking that, with this look, he could literally just go join the army. He strummed his guitar while singing a military enlistment song, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. But right at this moment, Yoojin pushed the door open and walked in, looking at this big bald head before her eyes. Yoojin was completely dumbfounded. She stared at Jung Hyuk for a long time and finally choked out a line. "You're not my brother at all." Yoojin just couldn't accept it, shouting, "You're not my brother!" as she ran back to her room without even looking back, leaving Jung Hyuk totally lost in the living room. His parents were also stunned. This haircut was indeed a bit too extreme, to the point where even his own sister couldn't recognize him. This time, Jung Hyuk truly couldn't clear his name even if he tried. In the blink of an eye, the first day of school arrived. Rocking this clean, short buzz cut, Jung Hyuk walked through the gates of Taeyang High School. He originally wanted to spend his school life quietly, but the tree wishes for peace, yet the wind keeps blowing. Just as he entered the classroom and sat down, before he even had a chance to greet his new classmates, the back door was kicked open with a loud bang. A big guy barged inside with an aggressive aura. He opened his mouth and demanded to know who the boss around here was. The entire class instantly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This big guy locked his eyes on Jung Hyuk right away, feeling that his face looked very unfamiliar, and thinking he was some troublemaker from out of town. It looked like Jung Hyuk's wish to stay low-key was going to go down the drain on the very first day. Jung Hyuk was also wondering if this guy had forgotten to take his meds, spouting nonsense the second he walked in, as if he actually owned this classroom. Oh, Jung-dae got more hyped the more he spoke, even slamming the desk to challenge him directly, asking Jung Hyuk what on earth he was looking at. That posture looked as if he couldn't wait to start a fight right then. Just at this moment, a classmate nearby whispered a reminder to Oh Jung-dae, "You'd better not mess with him." Everyone's gaze turned toward the man leaning against the doorframe, Choseo-chan. Oh Jung-dae was just looking for a place to vent his anger, so he grabbed him straight by the collar. Just when the situation was about to spiral out of control, Jung Hyuk suddenly made his move. He tightly locked onto Oh Jung-dae's wrist, his tone so cold it made people's hair stand on end, telling him to take his hand off immediately. Oh Jung-dae, who had been completely insufferable just moments ago, met Jung Hyuk's gaze and instantly had his fire completely put out, not even daring to let out a peep. As he turned around and slunk away, nobody expected that Choseo-chan, who looked completely unfazed just now, would become unbelievably excited upon seeing Jung Hyuk, calling him big bro with every single breath. Choseo-chan was pulling Jung Hyuk to catch up on old times, chatting about their old classmates back then. Some transferred schools to play soccer, while some were right in the next classroom. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, the school bell suddenly rang. Right after Choseo-chan left, Jung Hyuk looked up and saw two familiar faces in the hallway, Shin Woo-sung and Lee Sung-hoon. He subconsciously called out their names, but those two big guys turned around and looked at him with a completely bewildered expression, and didn't recognize who he was at all. Only then did Jung Hyuk realize that his current self, to them, was just a complete stranger. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Jung Hyuk felt mixed emotions in his heart. In that past life that had already vanished, these two people were his few true friends, and they were also the shields that had always protected him. Back then, he was skinny and small, and it was entirely thanks to these two wrestling bros that he wasn't bullied to death by others. Although the old days were tough, fortunately, everyone mutually benefited each other. Jung Hyuk was responsible for helping his bros tutor their schoolwork, while those two big guys were responsible for being his bodyguards. If anyone dared to touch Jung Hyuk, they would absolutely be the first to rush up and fight with their lives. Seeing his old friends currently still alive and kicking, just as Jung Hyuk was feeling emotional in his heart, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. The homeroom teacher for the new semester, Kim Soon-seo, walked up to the podium, and the very first thing was to select a class president. Jung Hyuk was just planning to shrink in the back row and act like an invisible person. But as a result, the teacher looked down at the roster and called out his name directly, asking him if he was interested in taking the lead. This time it really gave Jung Hyuk quite a scare. He quickly waved his hands to decline, saying repeatedly that he really couldn't do it. After all, in this life he only wanted to live low-key, and absolutely must not be some standout target again. Seeing how firm his attitude was, the teacher could only let it drop. The students below were also whispering in low voices. Nobody wanted to find themselves this kind of troublesome chore. On the very first day of school, young Hyuk originally wanted to give his classmates a look, telling them to quickly volunteer themselves, but who knew that this gaze of his was way too deadly? In other people's eyes, this was practically an outright threat, as if saying whoever didn't raise their hand would be in trouble. Immediately after, the whole class burst into a frenzy, fearing that if they were a second too slow, they would be handled on the spot by Jung Hyuk. How could the teacher on the stage know about these twists and turns? He thought this year's students had exceptionally high awareness, and his eyes almost teared up from being so touched. On the spot, he finalized the decision, assigning Jung Hyuk and another boy, Chae Gui-hoo, to serve as class president and vice president respectively. Hearing this, Jung Hyuk was completely dumbfounded. He was clearly the one who least wanted to stand out in the entire class. But after going in a big circle, he was still forcefully pushed up there by this group of terrified classmates. Looking at everyone clapping enthusiastically, Jung Hyuk felt a bitterness in his heart worse than eating gold thread. This time his plan to live a low-key life was officially and completely ruined. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Jung Hyuk noticed that his two wrestling bros, Shin Woo-sung and Lee Sung-hoon, didn't even eat their lunch and hurriedly left the classroom. Jung Hyuk quietly followed them to the back of the school building, but the scene he saw left him completely stunned. Those two heavily built big guys were actually cornered against the wall by a few punks and extorted. The other party was pointing at their noses and cursing them out, complaining that the money they brought today wasn't enough. Seeing his former shields bowing their heads and apologizing, Jung Hyuk felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Only now did he fully understand that in that past life which had already vanished, even though these two brothers were bullied every single day, they had never shown any weakness in front of him. They would rather take the beatings and humiliation themselves, just to protect the skinny and weak Jung Hyuk at school. This heavy bond made it impossible for Jung Hyuk to continue hiding in the back and just watch the show. Just when that group of punks was about to get physical, Jung Hyuk walked straight out from around the corner. Since he got to live a second life, it was his turn to be the shield this time. Who could have thought this newly enrolled freshman would actually be so ballsy? Facing extortion from the upperclassmen, not only did he not back down, but he instead mocked them straight to their faces. This completely ticked the other party off. The leader of the upperclassmen immediately made a move, asking him if he had a death wish. Cut to another scene. His family was still emotional about how fast time flies. The kid who used to hold a puppy back then had entered middle school in the blink of an eye. Although she knew that children always have to grow up, the moment she thought about the place he was going to, a mother's heart still couldn't completely let it go. Kim Sun-young sat alone in the darkness, feeling glad that Jung Hyuk and that family had never met. Even if they ran into each other on the street, they probably wouldn't recognize one another. She comforted herself that everything was in the past. That kind of nightmarish life would absolutely never happen a second time. But the moment she closed her eyes, the tragedy from back then would resurface. On the day she lost her father, in order to help that person get out of prison, she had already abandoned all of her dignity. But even though she backed down to this extent, her stepmother and sister's family still refused to let it go, and even wanted to completely ruin her. She could never forget this score for the rest of her life. Ever since she heard that her sister's family opened a coffee shop in town, Kim Sun-young had never taken a single step in that direction again. Even just getting close made her feel uncomfortable all over. When they got married back then, she had only one request for her husband, Sun Kwang-yoon, to move to a place where nobody knew who they were. She was way too terrified of her own past and didn't dare to confess her family matters to her husband at all. Fortunately, Sun Kwang-yoon didn't ask anything. He just silently stayed by her side and gave her so many years of a peaceful life. Mom, Mom. Her daughter, Yoo-jin's shouting pulled her back from her heavy memories. Looking at the kid playing with the puppy until she was covered in sweat. This was the exact happiness she wanted to protect. But as the children grew up day by day, Kim Sun-young's heart also started to feel anxious. For the sake of safety, she had shrunk her world to such a small size, but Jung Hyuk had already gone to school. At this time, she wondered if he was at school and if he had made any new friends, while the mom was still worrying at home, feeling that her son's personality was too soft and that he would definitely be bullied at school. Over at the school, Jung Hyuk threw a backhand slap, sending the leading upperclassman flying straight away. The force behind this slap was by no means small. The few people who were arrogant and overbearing just now were all completely dumbfounded by this strike, freezing on the spot for a long time without reacting. Jung Hyuk looked at the upperclassman, who fell to the ground, and suddenly realized things had gone wrong. Did I just hit someone with money? Originally, Jung Hyuk just wanted to give some money to settle the matter, but now negotiations had completely broken down. Since reasoning was useless, he could only switch to another method. Young Hyuk tightly locked onto the other party's wrist, asking him in a cold voice if he would ever dare touch his friends again. The other party still wanted to talk tough and resist, but the next second, he was flipped straight to the ground by Jung Hyuk. Jung Hyuk clapped the dust off his hands, coldly warning the upperclassman on the ground that if he ever dared to touch his friends again, it absolutely wouldn't be as simple as today. Seeing that the other party couldn't get up for a long time, he also felt a bit uneasy in his heart. Did I hit him too hard just now? He called Woo Sung and Sung Hoon to turn around and leave, thinking this matter was now behind them. But how could he know that the real trouble was just about to enter the scene? The other side of the school had already burst into a frenzy. Someone hurriedly ran into the classroom to deliver the news, saying Manju had already led his guys over there to completely wreck that freshman, who didn't know his place. Tae Yang was originally listening to the gossip about a freshman beating up someone from the wrestling team. At first, he didn't take it seriously until he heard that name, Young Hyuk. This time, Tae Yang couldn't sit still. Without saying a word, he rushed straight out of the classroom. The classmates nearby were completely terrified, thinking he was afraid Manju would beat the freshman to death. Meanwhile, Manju had already stormed into the cafeteria. He kicked the door open with one foot, calling out Jung Hyuk by name to settle the score. Young Hyuk was calmly eating his meal. Before he could even finish speaking, Manju grabbed him straight by the collar, demanding to know why he laid a hand on the wrestling team members. Young Hyuk didn't flinch at all, but instead calmly asked in response, "Didn't they tell you why I made my move?" It turned out those upperclassmen not only extorted money, but also forced freshmen to steal things, and even wanted to get physical. The moment Jung Hyuk said these words, Manju was completely stunned. He turned around to look at his subordinates who had complained, asking them if it was the truth. As a result, those guys stammered, not able to let out a single peep for a long time. Manju was completely furious now. He hated it most when people did this kind of shady business behind his back. He roared straight at that group, telling them to open their mouths and speak clearly. Jung Hyuk looked at Manju before his eyes, suddenly realizing something in his heart. Even though this guy looks fierce, he doesn't seem like an unreasonable lunatic. Things have gotten interesting now. Jung Hyuk looked at his two close bros, gently encouraging them to speak the truth, telling them not to be afraid since he was here. Shin Woo-sung and Lee Sung-hoon had held it in for so long, and now they completely broke down. They cried while revealing the truth. It turned out that from the very first day of school, that group had used the excuse of rules to force them to hand over money and even force them to steal things. After listening to all this, Manju fell into a long silence. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with guilt. He walked over to the two of them, patting them on the shoulders to apologize, saying that he, as an upperclassman, had neglected his duty by completely failing to notice this absolute garbage until now. Finally, Manju turned his head to look at Jung Hyuk, solemnly calling out his name. This "I'm sorry" came straight from the bottom of his heart. Who could have thought that the bitter rivals who were at each other's throats just now would actually reconcile like this? In the end, Manju said goodbye to Jung Hyuk, even politely hoping that the next time they met would be under better circumstances. The storm had finally settled down. But on the other side, Tae Yang was running like crazy all over the school. While running, he screamed Manju's name at the top of his lungs. That posture looked as if he was terrified that Manju would be in trouble if he was a second late. The students passing by were all scared half to death by him. By the time Tae Yang finally stopped by the fountain, he was already completely exhausted to the point of collapse. While throwing up, he was still worrying, asking Manju if he was hurt. Manju looked at his pathetic state and replied helplessly, "Instead of worrying about me, you'd better worry about that freshman first." Hearing this, Tae Yang was directly left speechless. He had run so hard that he almost lost his soul, but in the end, it turned out to be a total waste of worry. After finishing his chat with Tae Yang, Manju had finally found a breakthrough. Jung Hyuk planned to take advantage of his spare time after school to find a part-time job for himself. The boss was originally worried that he was too young, but seeing his steady bike-riding skills, he readily agreed, telling him to start coming over to deliver newspapers tomorrow. Because the shop was currently short-handed, the boss wanted him to cover 2 routes alone, if possible, promising to give him some extra pay. But Jung Hyuk declined without even thinking about it, saying he still had a young sister at home waiting. As soon as these words came out, the look the boss gave him instantly changed. His mind was completely filled with the tragic image of a poor boy, supporting a household all by himself. And he was so moved that he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Jung Hyuk looked at the boss's expression, feeling a wave of speechlessness in his heart. In reality, he just wanted to earn some extra pocket money so he could buy fried chicken for those greedy eaters at home. Just when Jung Hyuk was preparing to head home, a familiar figure suddenly appeared around the street corner. He subconsciously hid behind the wall, his whole body freezing up. That was Huang Ga-young, the second daughter of his uncle's family. He originally thought they would never meet again in this life, but he didn't expect her to actually go to school right near here. Young Hyuk stared fixedly at that retreating back. Although the two were relatives, the other party shouldn't know who he was at this moment. As long as he didn't take the initiative to show his face, he should be able to get past it. To be on the safe side, Young Hyuk decided to take a major detour home today, even if it meant walking a few more miles. He absolutely must not be discovered by her. To him, the person he least wanted to get involved with in this life was this very woman. From childhood to adulthood, this woman had never given him a good look, constantly calling him the descendant of a traitor. Just because of his grandfather's unclear matters back then, the whole family had been labeled. Even when he passed the bar exam, he didn't dare to go to the final interview. He originally thought that giving up his future would keep him out of trouble, since he wasn't interested in a government job anyway. But he never in a million years expected that his worthless uncle had long since racked up a mountain of debt behind his back, just waiting for him to become an official to pay it off. Now this was just great. His only way out was also blocked. That uncle who was buried in debt was ultimately silenced by loan sharks, and his harsh aunt's family also completely lost touch. To him, this instead became a kind of relief. If it weren't for those unfortunate events in his past life, he wouldn't have had the chance to start over. In the blink of an eye, early summer arrived, and his part-time job at the newspaper shop also came to an end. The boss was quite honorable, deliberately stuffing some extra hard-earned money for him. The boss smiled and told him to take good care of his sister, and that he was welcome to come back anytime. Holding this final paycheck, he knew very well in his heart that the script of this life was already completely different. Relying on the extra cash saved from delivering newspapers, he finally got himself a new pair of shoes. The rest of the money was all saved up, as he planned to move out and live on his own later. In his past life, he had never even seen pocket money, but looking back now, he was living quite clearly in this lifetime. Passing by the fried chicken shop, he planned to splurge and directly asked the boss for 6 boxes of fried chicken, which completely shocked the boss. The boss smiled and asked if he was going home to throw a party, and even gave him a discount. Looking at the fried chicken in his hands, he suddenly remembered his past life. That was the first time he ate fried chicken after reaching adulthood, and it was also a flavor he could never forget for the rest of his life. 6 large boxes of fried chicken were neatly arranged right before him, and the aroma was simply legendary. He couldn't help but take a few extra sniffs, his heart completely filled with satisfaction. He remembered his mother once saying that in the countryside, she had only eaten those whole fried chickens from the market, and had never properly tasted this kind of modern fried chicken. Today, he could finally let her satisfy that craving. While it was still piping hot, he got on his bike and sped all the way back home, terrified it wouldn't taste good if it got cold. But just as he arrived at the front gate, he noticed an unfamiliar car parked in the yard. He felt a sudden wave of anxiety. It wasn't even vacation time yet, so why did Hong Ki-jun suddenly show up? Pushing the door open to take a look, Sun Kwang-yoon was having an intense conversation with Hong Ki-jun. Sun Kwang-yoon froze the moment he saw him walk in, staring at the completely stuffed bags in his hands, without reacting for a good while. Fortunately, he had gritted his teeth and bought 6 boxes back then. Otherwise, with so many people suddenly showing up at home, it really wouldn't have been enough to share. The whole family simply set everything up in the yard, munching on fried chicken while enjoying the cool night air. This atmosphere was honestly even livelier than New Year's. Hong Ki-jun was also filled with deep emotions, saying he really never expected that he'd ever get to eat fried chicken treated by this kid in his lifetime. Sun Kwang-yoon seized the opportunity right away and started flexing his son's achievements like crazy, from winning the overall championship at the sports meet to ranking first in the entire school during midterms. Listening to his dad boast, he actually felt pretty comforted in his heart. He had originally worried that returning to school would cause trouble, but as it turned out, everyone was behaving quite well now. Hong Ki-jun finished his last bite and politely declined his dad's invitation to stay the night, saying it was too late and he shouldn't impose. Looking at his family's happy expressions, he felt this fried chicken feast was totally worth the money. This kind of ordinary yet heartwarming life was exactly what he wanted most. Since hospitality was hard to refuse, Hong Ki-jun ultimately decided to stay over for the night after all. The entire family gathered together happily, and even his little sister was so excited she wanted to drink soy sauce as a beverage. Seeing Sun Kwang-yoon's immense excitement, Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that his mom usually kept a tight leash on his dad, so it was only when Chairman Hong visited that his dad could legitimately have a few drinks. The topic quickly shifted to the summer vacation and the upcoming Barcelona Olympics. Everyone was sighing about how fast time flies, and that in the blink of an eye, It was time for the once-in-4 years mega event again. While sipping his drink, he rapidly searched through the memories of his past life. The Barcelona Olympics. What rank did the South Korean team actually end up getting back then? Just when everyone was chatting excitedly, Hong Ki-jun suddenly proposed making a bet, flat out declaring that the South Korean team could take 10th place this time. Sun Kwang-yoon froze upon hearing this because in his eyes, Hong Ki-jun was never the type of person who liked to gamble on luck. Hong Ki-jun, however, found it quite interesting, saying that since the mood was already set, everyone could watch the matches together and witness whether this prediction was accurate or not, which was indeed a pretty good idea. Since they were making a bet, there definitely had to be some stakes involved. Hong Ki-jun was also getting tipsy from the alcohol and actually joked about betting Sun Kwang-yoon's land, scaring the man so much he almost called the cops on the spot. After messing around for a while, they decided to bet on something practical and let cold hard cash do the talking. Hong Ki-jun was still worried that Jung Hyuk wouldn't have money since he was a kid, fearing this game would be unfair to him. Jung Hyuk said his saved pocket money plus savings amounted to at least 1 million won. This time Hong Ki-jun was absolutely thrilled, immediately slamming the table to seal the bet on this 1 million won. He actually felt a bit anxious inside. He had only said he possessed that much cash, but he didn't say he was going to go all in on it. But on second thought, if he really lost everything, he could just go get a sponsorship from his mom, since the richest person at home was her anyway. Everyone properly wrote their predictions down on a piece of paper. Hong Ki-jun thought they would take 10th. Sun Kwang-yoon thought they could make the top 6, while Jung Hyuk gave a precise number, 8th place. Sun Kwang-yoon was still wondering where his logic came from. Hong Ki-jun could only laugh it off, saying that they took 4th place last time, so it was normal to regress a bit this time. He talked big, telling everyone to just get ready to fork over the cash. But late at night, Jung Hyuk lay in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what, feeling like something wasn't quite right. In his memory, the future Hong Ki-jun was an extremely prudent man who never even participated in small stakes bets, like when playing golf. How could the contrast be this huge when he was young? What was even stranger about Hong Ki-jun was that he actually was the first to jump out just now and dared to bet that the South Korean team would take 10th place right off the bat. That was not a number an ordinary person would choose. This kind of confident tone was almost as if he knew the result in advance. Could it be that? A bold thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me he isn't the only one who got regressed. The next day at school, he was completely exhausted, to the point where his soul was about to leave his body. His deskmate, Gui-ho, saw his state and thought he had gone out to do something bad last night. In reality, he hadn't slept a wink all night, his mind fully occupied with thinking about Hong Ki-jun, trying to confirm whether the other party had also regressed. Just when he was lost in thought, a classmate from the back row suddenly shouted, saying a guy named Sung Dong wanted to see Gui-ho. The moment this name appeared, his originally groggy mind instantly snapped awake. Sung Dong! He repeatedly muttered the name in his heart. Wait, could it be that Yoon Sung Dong, the name Yoon Sung Dong, was a total taboo in the school? His family background was deep and unfathomable, so even the teachers didn't dare to cross him lightly. Word was that because he beat someone up before, he had even been held back a grade on purpose. Why would such a ruthless character suddenly target the honest Gui-ho? Jung Hyuk asked in surprise. He actually gave you money? Just how much did he give? Gui-ho replied in a low voice. He said he wanted to be friends with me, but holding this money in my hand, I just don't feel at peace in my heart. Jung Hyuk pressed further. Did Yoon Sung Dong give it to you with his own hands? Gui-ho shook his head, saying it was delivered by another guy named Park Young-sok. It seemed that this matter was absolutely not as simple as making friends. He had to go meet that money deliverer. This wasn't a question of whether it was a large or small amount of money, but rather a carefully designed campus loan shark trap. Those punks would first use the excuse of friendship money to force the cash onto honest students, and after a while they would turn hostile to demand the debt, squeezing the victims to death with principal and interest. Jung Hyuk didn't want to wait for even a single second and rushed straight toward those guys' classroom. He kicked the door open violently and shouted, "Who is Park Young-suk? Step out for me!" The classroom instantly burst into an uproar. Everyone was gossiping in whispers. Isn't that the badass who single-handedly took down the entire wrestling team on the first day of school? With him storming over here, looking so murderous today, it seemed someone was about to be in deep trouble. Jung Hyuk slammed that stack of money heavily onto the desk, his voice so bone-chillingly cold it was terrifying. He said, "We have no interest in this loan shark garbage, so take your filthy money and get lost." Park Young-seok was still playing dumb right there, trying his best to shift the blame to someone else. But Jung Hyuk didn't buy that crap at all, and directly exposed the fact that the mastermind behind the scenes was that Yoon Sung Dong. Young Hyuk violently grabbed him by the shoulder, warning him word by word. If I ever hear any of that garbage about friendship money or interest again, I guarantee you will regret ever being born into this world. The moment Jung Hyuk turned around and left, Park Young-seok still wanted to save face in front of his classmates, cursing at his back and asking who the hell he thought he was. But when he recalled that name, Sun Jung Hyuk, that absolute lunatic who swept the wrestling team right at the start of the semester, his arrogant attitude from just now instantly vanished without a trace. Park Young-seok was in a terrible spot now. Because he listened to Sun Jung Hyuk's warning, he was cornered by several upperclassmen, getting a brutal, harsh lecture. The upperclassmen were absolutely furious. In their eyes, a classmate of the same grade, having words that were actually more effective than an upperclassman's, was simply a complete disrespect to them. Just at this moment, a mysterious man suddenly appeared. He seemed to be extremely interested in Sun Jung Hyuk, forcing Park Young-seok to confess everything about Sun Jung Hyuk clearly. At the same time, the school's main gate had also turned into a complete mess. A man wearing a hat was shouting and screaming, demanding to see Sun Jung Hyuk by name. In order to break into the school, he even talked nonsense about being a graduate of the 7th world, but was exposed by the security guard on the spot, who said this school had only been open for 40 years at most, so he must have isekai'd back from the future. Looking at this farce at the school gate, the principal was incredibly stressed in his office. It seemed that the name Sun Jung Hyuk was destined to keep this school from ever being completely peaceful. The principal sat on the sofa, sighing repeatedly, putting on the front of a true gentleman, saying a teacher's primary duty is to protect the students. So those scouts who want to recruit him should just give up. Mr. Lee stood by his side, rolling his eyes hard, thinking to himself about when this old fox had suddenly become so protective of the students. He was probably just terrified that the wrestling team scandal would backfire and burn him instead. Seeing that Mr. Lee wasn't taking the hint, the principal simply laid his cards on the table. He started counting the expenses, the track and field team's equipment, food, and training fees. Each item was an astronomical figure. While talking about how tight the school budget was, he slowly and casually handed over a thick envelope. Mr. Lee opened it in confusion to take a look, and his entire body directly froze on the spot. That was a list substantial enough to shift his reality. The principal lowered his voice and revealed the truth. Our track and field team can survive until now, entirely because Sun Jung Hyuk's parents are throwing money behind the scenes. They are the school's biggest financial donors. Mr. Lee listened, completely bewildered. Sun Jung Hyuk clearly wasn't even on the track and field team. So why did his family throw so much money at the track and field team? The principal let out a helpless sigh, saying this was just the tip of the iceberg. Not just the track and field team, but even the wrestling team's training funds were entirely covered by the Sun family's pockets behind the scenes. It turned out that most of the land in this area was registered under the Sun family's name, and even a high-level figure like a provincial governor had to personally visit his father's house. This background was simply massive without limits. The principal lowered his voice and instructed Mr. Lee that the news of Sun Jung Hyuk fighting and causing trouble at school must be strictly covered up and absolutely could not reach his family. If his father found out that his son had become a complete menace at school, withdrawing the funding would be a small matter, and the entire school would probably suffer along with it. Only then did Mr. Lee finally realize that this wasn't protecting a student at all, but was clearly protecting everyone's livelihood. Mr. Lee had already started making calculations in his mind. He felt that since the Sun family was so rich, if he could somehow scout Sun Jung Hyuk into the track and field team, then wouldn't the future training funds be endless? Meanwhile, Jung Hyuk, who was strolling down the hallway, sneezed loudly out of nowhere. He kept feeling like someone was definitely plotting something bad behind his back. However, he didn't have the spare time to care about that right now, because he was busy acting as a devil coach for his classmates. Byung-taek regretted his choices so hard right now. He really shouldn't have opened his mouth back then, saying he wanted Jung Hyuk to help him improve his results. This wasn't training at all. This was straight-up torture. Cho Seol-chan dragged a heavy tire, so exhausted he couldn't even catch his breath. Taking advantage of a moment when Jung Hyuk wasn't paying attention, he grabbed his companion and bolted. But before they could run even a few steps, Jung Hyuk, as if using teleportation, flashed directly right behind them and pinned the two of them down to the ground. Looking at Jung Hyuk's effortless appearance, Cho Seol-chan despaired completely. This hell-level physical stamina was simply not something a normal human could compare to. Just when Jung Hyuk was lecturing his classmates, Bo Hyun came looking for him, smiling as he greeted him, asking Jung Hyuk if he was free right now, as he wanted to have a private chat with him. Jung Hyuk stopped what he was doing, staring at this middle-aged man before him, while rapidly searching his brain for a moment, only to realize he had absolutely never seen this character before. Who exactly was this guy? And why was he being so enthusiastic right off the bat? It turned out he was Bo Hyun, the wrestling team's newly appointed coach. Young Hyuk was a bit dazed now. In his memory, this kind of thing had never happened in his past life at all. Could it be that because of his regression, the surrounding circumstances had also changed along with it? Before he could even react, Bo Hyun cut straight to the chase, saying he had noticed long ago that Young Hyuk often secretly used the training room. Oh crap, this was bad. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. In order to ramp up his training, he indeed sneaked in every day before class for extra workouts. He thought he was being completely stealthy, but it turned out the guy had seen everything. However, Bo Hyun didn't come looking for him to settle scores, but rather had taken a liking to his foundation, straight up asking him if he wanted to come give the wrestling team a shot. This coach Bo Hyun was also a total impatient type. Before even saying a few words, he directly reached out and grabbed Young Hyuk. That gaze was simply like looking at a walking gold medal, and he kept rambling nonstop, saying that with Jung Hyuk's physique and power, not practicing wrestling was a pure waste of talent. As long as he was willing to train, he would absolutely be a champion in the future. Just when Jung Hyuk was being pestered with no way out, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the distance. A man built like a mountain was aggressively rushing over. This person was the school's PE teacher, Byung-shek, nicknamed Monster Lee. His single shout completely stunned Bo Hyun. As he opened his mouth to ask, "What do you think you're doing to my track and field athlete here?" Young Hyuk was completely flabbergasted now. Before the wrestling team situation could even be cleared up, how did he suddenly become a track and field athlete now? In order to snatch the talent, these two coaches started arguing right there on the playground. Coach Bo Hyun made the first move, saying the track and field team doesn't even have an official status. So on what grounds are you claiming Jung Hyuk is yours? Mr. Lee exploded the moment he heard this, shouting at the top of his lungs. We have a coach, we have athletes, and we even compete in matches. How does that not count as an official school team? Besides, Jung Hyuk runs laps with us every single day. If he's not on the track and field team, who else could he be? Coach Bo Hyun was no pushover either, immediately clapping back. According to your logic, Jung Hyuk also uses our wrestling team's equipment every day. Does that mean he's on the wrestling team too? In reality, these two old foxes knew very well in their hearts that this kid Jung Hyuk was an all-rounder genius. Not only did he break records in running, but his performance in other sports was also top tier. Whoever managed to snatch this kind of precious treasure would hit the jackpot. In Mr. Lee's eyes, the current Jung Hyuk wasn't just some ordinary student, but basically a goose that lays golden eggs. With him around, the track and field team's funding and reputation would all be secured. In order to grab this talent, he went all out, directly pulling out his trump card. As long as Jung Hyuk was willing to come, the track and field team would treat him to feast every single day. Coach Bo Hyun thought this move was way too cheap upon hearing it, so he quickly raised the stakes as well, saying that the wrestling team could not only treat him to meet, but they were also an officially recognized school team, and his training hours could even count toward class credits. These two went back and forth, raising the conditions to the sky, as if they wanted to kidnap Jung Hyuk right then and there. Who would have thought that Jung Hyuk wouldn't buy this crap at all? He politely turned them down, saying he just wanted to focus on his studies, and since he had a little sister at home to take care of, he had to go home strictly on time after school every day. He thought this reason was solid enough, but as it turned out, in order to snatch this talent, Mr. Lee had completely lost his mind, straight up shouting out loud, "Then just bring your little sister along too." In order to secure the talent, Coach Bo Hyun really dared to spout whatever ridiculous words came to mind, actually telling the guy to bring his little sister to school. Mr. Lee was no longer in the mood to argue after hearing this. He grabbed a nearby student to ask around, wanting to confirm whether Jung Hyuk really had a little sister. As it turned out, this single inquiry directly brought to light a tear-jerking story. It wasn't just that Jung Hyuk's family was poor, but he was also a child so mature it made people's hearts ache. Every day after school, he rode his bike to deliver newspapers, and the very first bit of money he earned was actually used to buy his mom a fried chicken meal. Hearing this, Mr. Lee, who looked ferocious just a moment ago, was now completely broken emotionally. He had never seen such an inspirational student, standing right on the playground and completely losing control. While I was being moved to tears over here, Mr. Lee back in the office let out a sigh. He had just found out that Jung Hyuk's family was actually bankrupt. In his eyes, this kid was no longer some golden egg. Mr. Lee found it very strange. Did the principal not give him a heads up about Jung Hyuk's family situation beforehand? Coach Bo Hyun shook his head, indicating that he hadn't heard about it at all. Since he knew this kid's family carried a heavy burden, Mr. Lee questioned Bo Hyun back. Then why do you still insist on dragging him into the team? Coach Bo Hyun smiled and said, because he has talent, has a great physical foundation, and is willing to work hard. As a coach, who wouldn't want to train a student like that? Mr. Lee kept saying what a shame it was, feeling like it was a pure waste for young Hyuk not to practice wrestling. But in his heart, he didn't actually plan on letting go either. It wasn't set in stone yet who would be the first to snatch this kind of genius. Meanwhile, at this moment, Jung Hyuk was pushing his bicycle, walking on his way home. Faced with his friends' questions, he finally spoke his true feelings. He planned to put his sports dream on hold for now and wait until his senior year to reconsider. To him, the most important thing right now wasn't winning medals, but being able to go home on time every day to protect and stay by his family's side. As long as he could spend more time with them, temporarily giving up his genius halo was totally worth it. Byung-tak was still lamenting about having to grind like crazy right now just to get into college and find a job later. Not to mention that Jung Hyuk had a little sister at home to take care of. Walking under the sunset, Jung Hyuk was actually thinking about something else. The newspaper agency manager seemed to have misunderstood something. He originally wanted to quit his job, but instead, those coaches he ran into today were also acting weird, being as clingy as literal monsters. Hopefully, he was just overthinking it. Meanwhile, at home, Yu Jung was waiting with General, their little dog, eagerly looking forward to her brother's return. But Jung Hyuk couldn't break free just yet. He was staying behind in the classroom, helping his buddy grind through those damn math problems. Looking at his classmate howling face down on the desk, Jung Hyuk was actually quite patient. He comforted his good bro, saying he didn't need to finish all the problems, and that fully understanding just one concept was enough. Since he would be staying by his side the whole time anyway, time flew by quickly. His classmate checked the clock and saw it was time for school team training. He hurriedly said goodbye to Jung Hyuk, leaving Jung Hyuk completely alone in the classroom at last. He was just about to quietly clean up the room, but before he could even pick up a rag, a loud shout suddenly came from the doorway. Park Young-seok had actually come looking for him again. This kid looked incredibly panicked, with obvious redness and swelling on his face, showing at a glance that he had just been beaten up. Park Young-seok said, stammeringly, that Sung-dong had demanded to see Jung Hyuk by name. Just as he walked behind the school building, Jung Hyuk realized something was off. A massive crowd of people was standing ahead, looking clearly like they had set up an ambush long ago. Jung Hyuk knew very well in his heart that no matter what school it was, there would always be a bunch of these uneducated punks gathering together all day to cause trouble for others. Just at this moment, a pungent smell of cigarette smoke wafted toward his face. The leader of the punks spat out the cigarette in his mouth, and with a gloomy expression, he asked, "So you're that Jung Hyuk, huh?" These guys immediately asked if he was the real deal. Before Jung Hyuk could even say a word, a pungent smell of glue sniffing wafted right toward his face. It seemed these guys weren't just smoking. Their brains were already totally fried. Yoon Sung-dong looked extremely arrogant, warning Jung Hyuk not to mess with the senior's business, and even reached out to poke Jung Hyuk's forehead, his tone completely filled with threats. Thinking Jung Hyuk was just a kid in the rumors, Jung Hyuk couldn't help but chuckle out loud. These guys called blackmail and extortion a business, which was simply the biggest joke in the world. This reaction completely infuriated the other party. Yoon Sung-dong forcefully grabbed Jung Hyuk's head, telling him to stop acting like a movie protagonist here. The opponent laid down the law, saying this was the final warning, and told Jung Hyuk to back off immediately. The surrounding lackeys also burst into laughter, thinking Jung Hyuk was already scared stiff. Completely disrespecting this young man, Jung Hyuk let out a helpless sigh. He originally wanted to talk some sense into them, but now it seemed these guys were completely beyond saving. Since words didn't work, he could only resolve this another way. The opponent's mouth was being filthy, which completely crossed the red line this time. Jung Hyuk warned in a cold voice that they better keep their mouths clean. Since they dared to joke about his family, they shouldn't blame him for getting ruthless. The scene shifted. Sun Kwang-yeon pulled his hand back from being scalded by hot tea. Hong Ki-jun mocked him while asking about the current situation of the old man at home, hearing that the old man's health was still robust, and that he dragged people to play chess every day. Sun Kwang-yeon couldn't help but tease that he ignored his own biological son, and just loved looking for you, his son-in-law. It seemed this family status was crystal clear. Hong Ki-jun casually asked a question. Why don't you go see him in person? Sun Kwang-yeon fell silent for a long moment. Having hidden for over a decade, how could he have the face to show up now? Hong Ki-jun was most worried about his own whereabouts, being discovered, even taking detours every time he came over, fearing he couldn't shake off the tales behind him. Sun Kwang-yeon was stunned to hear this. What era was this anyway? Could it be that wealthy families, cliché drama of surveillance, or did they suspect he had someone else outside? Hong Ki-jun shook his head. The matter wasn't that simple. Even when accompanying his wife out for a walk, those shadows were always following them. This was absolutely no ordinary checking in. Just at this moment, the house phone suddenly rang. Hong Ki-jun picked up the phone, and the expression on his face instantly turned serious. What exactly did those suspicious-looking people want to do? Before Hong Ki-jun could even finish his sentence, Kim Sun-young suddenly burst through the door, rushing in, looking completely out of her mind, with her very first words being that a huge incident had happened. Before Sun Kwang-yuen could even react, the scene shifted, and the police station had already turned into a chaotic mess. Park Young-sok was crying his eyes out while confessing all of those shady dealings. It turned out a gang was completely running the show behind this. They targeted the assets of wealthy families and even set up traps to force students into loan sharks, which was simply completely lawless. The more Park Young-sok spoke, the more terrified he became. He said he had looked for those people before, only for the other party to straight up threaten him, saying Yoon Sung-dong's father had an extremely deep background and had blood on his hands in the past. The police officer was taking notes, while calming Park Young-sok's emotions. Since things had reached this point, how exactly did this fight break out in the first place? Park Young-sok cried hysterically at the police station, saying he had only insulted Jung-hyuk's mom, but ended up getting beaten so badly his own mom wouldn't recognize him. Now his mind was completely filled with thoughts that he was going to prison. The police officer kept shaking his head. He was clearly the one who got beaten up. So how did he end up scared into this pathetic state instead? It seemed that Jung-hyuk was indeed a ruthless character. However, the strangest part about this whole thing was the identity of this police officer. He didn't belong to the local precinct at all, but had rushed all the way over from the provincial police agency. The school teacher was feeling incredibly anxious in his heart. This wasn't even under the guy's jurisdiction at all, and nobody at the school had even called the police. So how did this officer predict the future like this? The police officer just laughed it off, saying there was a special reason that was inconvenient to disclose. But the more secretive he acted, the deeper the waters behind it seemed to be. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, Jung-hyuk was sitting alone, spacing out. Faced with a scene he had never witnessed in his life, he had absolutely no idea what to do next. That piercing sound of the ambulance from earlier was still ringing inside Jung-hyuk's head right now. Those people who got injured and beaten up were probably being rushed to the hospital right about now. This kind of violence that he had only seen on the news before, he never expected in his wildest dreams. That it would one day happen to himself. And on top of that, he was the one who threw the punches. At that exact moment earlier, he felt a surge of power inside his body completely spin out of control. That kind of force that was entirely impossible to suppress made even him feel a lingering fear afterward. But looking at it from another perspective, those guys in the room were the ones who insulted his mother first. No matter who it was, anyone wouldn't be able to tolerate this kind of thing. Since he did it, he planned to step up and take full responsibility for his actions. The only problem was that right now, the hardest part was how he was supposed to face his parents. If they found out that their son had beaten someone up to that extent, how disappointed would they be? Kim Sun-young sat on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth constantly muttering Jung-hyuk's name. Hong Ki-jun was trying to comfort Kim Sun-young, while also wanting to head to the school first to figure out the situation. But Sun Kwang-yuen was completely unable to process these words anymore. He violently shrugged off Hong Ki-jun, plunged straight into the kitchen, and started rummaging through everything, shouting at the top of his lungs that he was looking for a kitchen knife. Looking at this posture, he was truly planning to go and risk his life against those guys. Hong Ki-jun was scared out of his wits, holding Sun Kwang-yuen in a death grip from behind, while screaming and asking if he had completely lost his mind. Did he really want to throw himself into prison, just to vent his anger? Just when the two men were wrestling and tangling into a ball, Yu-jung appeared, hugging her plush toy. Hong Ki-jun looked like he had seen his savior, hurriedly telling Yu-jung to come over and hold her dad back. This move surely worked like a charm. The moment Sun Kwang-yuen saw his daughter, that murderous aura from just now instantly dissipated. He dropped down to his knees on the floor in dejection, staring at his young daughter, his heart completely filled with an indescribable guilt. Hong Ki-jun looked at this family. One couldn't stop crying, and the other almost caused a massive disaster, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. How on earth did their lives turn out like this anyway? Sun Kwang-yuen was clearly not this kind of person in the past. Hong Ki-jun clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pull themselves together first. No matter how deep the pit ahead was, the whole family had to carry it together now. Since the school had already called, Hong Ki-jun decided not to delay any further and take the entire family over there first to check out the situation. But the moment they stepped out the door, he noticed Sun Kwang-yuen was acting a bit strange. This guy's pockets were bulging, and as he walked, his clothes were heavily dragging downward. Hong Ki-jun reached out to feel it. Good grief, Sun Kwang-Yuan had actually stuffed 2 massive rocks into his pockets. Faced with Hong Ki-jun's interrogation, Sun Kwang-Yuan actually had a face full of entitlement, saying these were just for skipping stones when he got bored, and even called these 2 piece of trash rocks his pets. Hong Ki-jun was so pissed that he threw the rocks away on the spot. After tossing and turning for so long, Hong Ki-jun sat in the car and couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was preparing to start the car, he looked back and was left completely speechless. Not only were his wife and child all in the back seat, but even the family dog had tagged along. Looking at Yu Jung's excited look, Hong Ki-jun could only shake his head helplessly. How did this look like going to school to resolve a dispute? It looked exactly like a full family mobilization for a picnic. Since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and set off. Sun Kwang-Yuan checked Jung Hyuk's injuries, while Hong Ki-jun couldn't help but joke, saying that having short hair had its perks. At least the opponents couldn't grab it even if they wanted to. The principal quickly waved for everyone to sit down, wanting to talk this matter out completely. It turned out Jung Hyuk stood up for his classmate, which was why he got targeted by that gang of punks. The principal continued, saying Jung Hyuk had been enduring it the whole time. But the opponents absolutely shouldn't have gone as far as insulting his mother. The moment these words came out, Sun Kwang-Yuan exploded on the spot. A person who was quite calm just a moment ago was now pulling up his sleeves and about to go settle the score, and no amount of persuasion worked. Once this protective instinct kicked in, Jung Hyuk lowered his head and softly apologized to his mother. When adults are talking, kids should still step away for a bit. Jung Hyuk was asked to step outside the office. Clearly, the upcoming conversation wasn't convenient for him, the involved party, to hear. Just at this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the end of the hallway. Taeyang from the wrestling team arrived with a group of people. Taeyang got straight to the point, saying he wanted to talk to the principal about today's incident. It turned out that starting from last year, there had been constant rumors in the school that this wrestling team was connected to the dark underworld forces outside. The destructive power of rumors was even bigger than imagined. Because of those rumors, the wrestling team couldn't recruit any newcomers, not to mention, even the veteran members were quitting the team one after another. Taeyang and the others had reported this to the coach, but the adults didn't take it seriously at all, thinking it was just kids worrying over nothing, and telling them to hurry back to training. Left with no choice, they could only secretly investigate on their own, and ended up discovering that the middle school team members had been blackmailed the whole time, and were even forced to rob other people's money. Just when everyone was backed into a corner, it was Jung Hyuk who stood up, not only helping them break free from the harassment, but also demanding back the stolen money. Taeyang finally revealed the truth. Those upperclassmen seniors were actually in debt to the gang, which was why they were forced to hustle for money everywhere. The mastermind behind this entire thing was a guy named Yoon Sung-dong. These kids finally spoke the truth. It turned out they were also forced into a corner with no choice. The other party not only brought in the gang to threaten them, but even targeted their families, using their young little sisters as bargaining chips. For kids of this age, the thing that terrified them the most was often not the adults' rules, but that peer right next to them, who possessed absolute power. Using the safety of family members as a threat, this move indeed hit everyone's weak spot. But Taeyang's words completely snapped them back to reality. For people who practice sports, their mindset must absolutely never go astray. They can't just take it for granted to hurt others, just because they themselves have suffered. That is absolutely no excuse. After listening to these testimonies, the principal, although his attitude softened up quite a bit, still had to give some official remarks. As for how Jung Hyuk would be penalized, there was still no definitive answer right now. Taeyang walked out with his brothers, feeling pretty guilty in his heart that he couldn't be of much bigger help. But Jung Hyuk was actually very grateful. Having someone stand up for him at a time like this was already better than anything else. Jung Hyuk was explaining to Yoo Jung, saying that he did indeed get into a physical fight, but this little kid misheard it, tilting her head and asking, "Did you use your fish to fight, Oppa?" This innocent child's remark instantly blew away the gloomy atmosphere from earlier. Every single one of the big guys was cracked up. How was this coming to resolve a trouble? This was simply a setup to trick everyone into wanting a daughter. Looking at such an adorable Yoo Jung, this bunch of muscular wrestling team guys completely lost their tough edge one by one, surrounding the little girl to introduce themselves, one after another. It looked like Jung Hyuk's sister was about to become the team mascot. Just while everyone was crowding around Yoo Jung, an uninvited guest suddenly popped up in the hallway, giving the passing students a massive jump scare. Who would have thought that a dog would actually appear inside the school? Jung Hyuk was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this exactly his own general? How on earth did he follow them all the way to school, and even strutted right into the school building so confidently? While this was great, The wrestling team. This bunch of big boys saw such a soft and cute little guy, and their hearts completely melted. They exclaimed that Jung Hyuk really had so many treasures at home, having both an adorable sister and a derpy little dog. Yu Jung was even happier to see General performing a special handshake trick right in front of everyone. General also showed great respect, obediently extending his paw. This scene was practically like a massive fan meeting event. The whole crowd was cheering and screaming, while Jung Hyuk alone was beside them, worrying frantically. This was a school, after all. If a teacher caught them bringing a pet inside, then the trouble would really be massive. Looking at Yu Jung and General playing around, the heavy rock in Jung Hyuk's heart finally dropped. That suffocating feeling from inside the office just now instantly vanished without a trace. As long as his family could be happy, he would accept whatever disciplinary action came next. The principal handed Sun Kwang Yuen a cup of tea, sighing with admiration that the kid's popularity was indeed excellent, since so many classmates were willing to come out and testify. But Sun Kwang Yuen was still feeling uneasy. After all, the opponent's parents would be arriving this afternoon. Could they really turn the page on this matter? The principal explained that these things were usually handled officially. Since both sides were at fault, there was a high probability they would settle out of court in the end. However, there was one thing he couldn't wrap his head around, asking if the family had called the police in advance. Sun Kwang Yuen was stunned. At that time, he was entirely consumed by panic, and didn't think about calling the police at all. The principal found it strange then, if the family didn't call the police, then who called that police officer who came to take statements just now? Just when everyone was completely bewildered, Hong Ki-jun pushed the door open with a smile and walked in, generously and openly admitting that he was the one who called the cops over. Hong Ki-jun waved his hand with a smile, saying that he and Jung Hyuk's dad were just like real brothers. At a time like this, he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. It turned out he happened to know a detective from Seoul who was right around here at the time, so he conveniently asked him to come over and do a favor. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room was completely stunned. Who would have thought that this kid would have this kind of network at such a young age? Hong Ki-jun apologized rather embarrassedly, saying the situation was too chaotic back then, so he only focused on calling for backup, and didn't have time to let the family know beforehand. But this move was indeed effective. With a professional getting involved, the nature of the entire matter completely changed. On top of so many students in the school testifying, that gang of punks who usually ran rampant had completely dynamic failed and kicked a steel wall this time. Now that the evidence was solid, the fact that those guys long-term bullied others was already set in stone. Hong Ki-jun suddenly appearing at the school made the detective a bit surprised. It turned out he was entrusted by someone to handle that bullying case. The detective laid out all the investigation results. The student who led them not only started the trouble, but was also into smoking, drinking, and extortion. Simply rotten to the core. Hong Ki-jun was listening on the side, always feeling like something wasn't right. He spoke up and asked a question. Who exactly was that ringleader? The answer given by the detective instantly dropped the atmosphere to absolute freezing point. That guy was actually the son of Yoon Ki-chung. What was even more terrifying was that he was connected to that murder case from 2 months ago. Now the person had been missing for 2 months. No trace of him alive and no corpse found. The waters behind this were probably even deeper than imagined. In order to lure that banished guy out, he had already notified all the parents. Although hope was slim, this was currently the only lead they had. In Hong Ki-jun's eyes, that kid named Yoon Sung-dong had long ceased to be just some rebellious teenager. What he did made him a complete through-and-through criminal. The detective, however, had great confidence in Hong Ki-jun, feeling that in this territory, there was no trouble he couldn't fix. Hong Ki-jun stood aside without saying a word, but the string in his heart had already tightened. Just when the adults were pulling their hair out over the case, Yu Jung was still happily playing games under the sunset. Red light, green light. While Yu Jung was still playing enthusiastically over there, Hong Ki-jun pulled Jung Hyuk down to sit. Looking at the sunset, he sighed with emotion that life was truly beautiful. But Jung Hyuk only wanted to run away immediately right now. This chat was simply way too awkward. For a full 20 minutes, Jung Hyuk didn't even dare to make a single move, his mind completely filled with all those past events. During those days in the past, Hong Ki-jun was a big boss who covered the sky with one hand, taking Jung Hyuk along wherever he went for meetings, playing golf, and the two of them were practically inseparable, even in the car. Back then, Jung Hyuk didn't dare to say a single word more except for work. Even though their identities had changed now, this kind of pressure from being alone with a big shot hadn't decreased even a single bit. Hong Ki-jun seemed to notice his tension, reaching out to pat the back of his hand and comforting him not to overthink it, as everything would turn out fine. But this action instead made Jung Hyuk know even less what to do. Staring at Hong Ki-jun's hand, Young Hyuk suddenly thought of his own father. That thick and warm feeling made him space out for a moment. Hong Ki-jun suddenly spoke up, asking him what kind of person he actually wanted to become in the future. Young Hyuk subconsciously wanted to say he wanted to be an ordinary person, but before the words could even come out, he was directly shut down by Hong Ki-jun. Hong Ki-jun wasn't that easy to fool. He remembered Young Hyuk saying in a tournament interview that he wanted to be a farmer. But looking at the current situation, so many big shots in the sports world were keeping their eyes on him, just to hand over a business card. The most helpless thing in this world is that the tree wants to be still, but the wind keeps blowing. Hong Ki-jun saw right through it. For someone as naturally gifted as Young Hyuk, the world wouldn't let him stay in peace at all. Cherishing an ordinary life and actually being able to live an ordinary life were two completely different things. Hong Ki-jun's words hit the nail right on the head, saying that no matter who he was trying to protect, being able to injure someone to the point of sending them to the hospital was absolutely not something an ordinary kid could pull off. Young Hyuk didn't argue back. To him, family and friends were his bottom line. If anyone dared to touch a single hair on them, he absolutely wouldn't let the matter drop easily. Hong Ki-jun nodded. He understood this kind of protectiveness, but he also saw it very clearly. That trait in Young Hyuk that surpassed ordinary people destined him to be unable to live that kind of ordinary life. Under the sunset, Young Hyuk remained silent for a long time, finally admitting that fact in his heart. That's right, he was indeed not ordinary, because nobody knew that he was actually someone who had returned from the future. Just this identity alone already separated him from everyone else by a massive chasm. His strength, his speed, none of it belonged to this era. An existence like this was itself the biggest wildcard in this world. Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that his current physical stats had long surpassed the limits of his past life. It could even be said that this wasn't a level an ordinary person could reach at all, although he always wanted to keep a low profile and pretend that none of this was anything special. The moment he made a move, that kind of overwhelming power could be seen by anyone at a single glance. To him, the so-called ordinary life was not about hiding his identity and laying low for a lifetime, but being able to, just like right now, watch Yu Jung take care of General and fool around together with everyone. He recalled that night when Hong Ki-jun asked him in the car if he had a dream. Back then, he hadn't thought of an answer yet, but now he already had the answer in his heart. He told Hong Ki-jun right beside him that he was very satisfied with the current status quo. The reason he wanted to become stronger was not to pursue some fame or fortune. He just wanted to have enough power to protect these days that seemed ordinary, yet were incomparably precious. As long as he could protect this group of people, that was enough for him. Young Hyuk's tone was firm. He said that living an ordinary life was the biggest dream of his life. Even if death was staring him right in the face, this answer will absolutely never change. Hong Ki-jun smiled after listening, saying that since this was your dream, aren't you already living it right now? Seeing that Young Hyuk had a clear direction, he finally let out a sigh of relief, but Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat, and he began to suspect whether he had really mistaken the person. If the Hong Ki-jun in front of him was indeed the person in the car that day, then those words just now were already enough to make him realize that he had returned with memories of the future. But Hong Ki-jun's reaction was simply too normal. Young Hyuk recalled all the previous details, especially that bet regarding the Olympic rankings. He had even thought at one point that the calculating Hong Ki-jun had also returned. But looking at it now, the situation seemed to become even more convoluted and mysterious. Hong Ki-jun changed the topic, saying he wanted to help Young Hyuk live an ordinary life. But this baseless kindness instead aroused Young Hyuk's suspicion. Young Hyuk couldn't help but press further, asking him, "Why are you so interested in my life? Could it be because last year, Mrs. Myung mentioned having me do sports?" Hong Ki-jun smiled and denied it, saying there was no other reason, except that he sincerely wanted to give this kid a hand so he could live the life of an ordinary person. But Young Hyuk still didn't buy it, insisting on getting to the bottom of it. As a result, Hong Ki-jun mysteriously said this was a state secret, and if it leaked to NASA, he'd be totally done for. This flex was too absurd, and Young Hyuk didn't believe a single word. He stared at Hong Ki-jun's back, deciding to keep his guard up first, to see what this guy was actually cooking. Although he trusted Hong Ki-jun a lot, if he let him know the truth, nobody could guarantee how he would react. Hong Ki-jun asked around and said that guy named Yoon Sung-dong was already a goner. That kid wasn't a student at all. He was simply a criminal. These words weren't wrong at all. In Young Hyuk's memories from his past life, Yoon Sung-dong ran illegal high-interest loan sharks and literally forced an innocent classmate to death. Hong Ki-jun comforted Young Hyuk, saying that this time it was to protect his friends so the school wouldn't let him get punished. On the contrary, as for Yoon Sung-dong, This time, he would very likely be directly expelled. Young Hyuk didn't say anything on the surface, but he knew very well in his heart that in his past life, Yoon Sung-dong not only graduated safely, but 20 years later, he even personally murdered someone in a bar. The destiny of this demon, would it really change because of what happened this time? In his past life, Yoon Sung-dong relied on his underworld boss dad's connections, getting off scot-free every single time. But in this life, things really seemed to start being different. Young Hyuk clenched his hands. Since the past had already been altered, could he make the destinies of even more people take a turn for the better as well? He looked toward Hong Ki-jun, mentioning those victims who were also dragged into this. Although they also made mistakes, intrinsically, they were also helpless victims who were forced into it. Could they give them another chance? Hong Ki-jun smiled after listening, his tone as relaxed as if he were talking about a minor detail. He said, "Then let's just do that. That's life, just go do what you think is right." Looking at Hong Ki-jun's completely unfazed and casual look, Young Hyuk instead felt a bit emotional in his heart. Clearly, the one carrying the heavy secrets was himself, yet the opponent looked even more calm than him, the regressor. Maybe that dreamed of ordinary future was truly no longer an unreachable fantasy. In Young Hyuk's memories, his mother, Kim Soon-young, was always so beautiful. But just when he was immersed in his memories, Hong Ki-jun suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on him. He stared at Young Hyuk and asked, "Regarding your mother's matter, how much do you actually know?" This single sentence directly left Young Hyuk stunned right on the spot. It turned out this wasn't just kids fighting, but a meticulously planned illegal loan shark operation. Those targeted students, everyone was carrying a massive amount of debt. What was even worse was that this gang of kids didn't just extort money, they privately indulged in all sorts of bad habits, doing everything from smoking to drinking, and even mixed around with gangsters outside of school. Park Young-seok's parents heard all this, and their entire worlds almost collapsed. They never expected in their wildest dreams that their own son would actually get dragged in this deep. The police station records were clear as day. This wasn't the first time Park Young-seok had been brought in. A whopping 15 reports in total. Every single charge left this pair of parents completely speechless. Park Young-seok's father lowered his stance to the absolute minimum, constantly offering his apologies to the other side, saying his kid had indeed gone way too far, and he had absolutely no face to make excuses or get him off the hook. Since both sides wanted to keep the peace, the settlement agreement was quickly finalized. Although it was just paying a bit of medical expenses, to these parents, being able to settle this safely was already a huge stroke of luck. One parent was still muttering under her breath, feeling that this bit of compensation money was too little. As a result, she was instantly held back by her own husband. Daring to complain about too little money after this kind of incident was simply a death wish. Walking out of the main gate, only then did these few people dare to speak the truth. That man sitting across from them was absolutely not someone they could afford to mess with, never mind ordinary medical expenses. That man's background was unfathomably deep. From assemblymen to high-ranking police officials, everyone had to line up to send him gifts during the holidays. This bunch of parents knew very well in their hearts that their kids had kicked a steel wall this time. If they really blew this whole thing up, the ones who would face serious consequences in the end would definitely be themselves. Seeing her mom running over, Yoo Jung excitedly waved her little hands. That suffocating negotiation from just now finally turned the page in this heartwarming scene. But before everyone could let out a sigh of relief, that kid Hong Ki-jun actually just waved goodbye, hopped into his car, and directly dipped, leaving this entire family completely stranded by the roadside. Sun Kwang-yuan was jumping mad with rage, cursing him out for being a heartless jerk. After all, everyone came here in his car, and now it was just great. He just dipped on his own without saying a word. This was a massive problem now. If they took the bus, the family's little puppy, General, wouldn't be allowed on board. They couldn't just abandon him here alone. Everyone stood under the sunset, staring at each other. In the end, having absolutely no other choice, they could only wave their hands to hail a taxi. Though it couldn't compare to Hong Ki-jun's luxury car, it could at least carry this entire family back. The taxi started moving, and Yoo Jung excitedly looked out the window. Young Hyuk recalled the words Hong Ki-jun said. He said this was supposed to be a secret. But since Young Hyuk wanted to know, there was no longer any need to keep hiding it. Regarding Jung Hyuk's maternal grandfather, there was actually a past that nobody wanted to bring up. Back then, his maternal grandfather was extremely kind-hearted, even raising his second wife's daughter under his name, and treating her exactly like his own flesh and blood. But who could have guessed that this kindness would ultimately be met with betrayal? That woman took away the family's jewelry, along with a pile of old cash. Although the statute of limitations had already passed by now, making it impossible to arrest her as a thief anymore, the injustice his grandfather suffered back then had still never been cleared. In that turbulent era, his grandfather was just an honest and duty-bound teacher. He usually only interacted with neighbors, making it absolutely impossible for him to do anything out of line. Yet someone just happened to be jealous, reporting him as a spy with a single phone call. Young Hyuk felt a chill in his heart as he listened. He asked if Hong Ki-jun deliberately mentioned this, because he wanted him to investigate it clearly in the future. Hong Ki-jun, however, suddenly smiled, waving his hand and saying he was just speaking casually. But with this kind of old, forgotten history, was it really just a casual chat? Hong Ki-jun reminded Jung Hyuk while walking into the house, saying he had been a tight-lipped kid since he was small. Some of the adults' complicated grudges might still be a bit hard for him to understand right now. However, Hong Ki-jun also stated that there was no need for Jung Hyuk to interfere in this matter, because Kim Sun-young had already stated her stance. She wanted to completely let go of the past and let those people live their own lives. Hong Ki-jun was listening on the side, unable to help but sigh with emotion, saying that Kim Sun-young's magnanimity was truly that of a heroine, even having a bit of a saintly vibe. Looking at his mother's busy figure in the kitchen, Jung Hyuk's heart also gradually found peace. Since this was his mother's choice, then as for those old, forgotten histories, he would just bury them in the depths of his heart, for now. Whether it was forgiveness or revenge, that was all his mother's right. As her son, the only thing he could do, right now, was to have a good meal with his family. Everyone gathered around the dining table, and those heavy family secrets were ultimately cured for now by this steaming hot, home-cooked food. After the storm settled, the school's grand purging finally began. The ringleader, Yoon Sung-dong, was directly expelled, and those lackeys who followed him around were either suspended or transferred to other schools. The remaining ones who were coerced were all punished with cleaning duties at school. Watching everyone getting punished, Jung Hyuk instead felt even more uneasy in his heart. After all, he had also thrown hands in that chaotic brawl. He proactively went to the teacher to request disciplinary action, but the teacher asked with a completely puzzled face, "You didn't do anything wrong, so why should you be punished?" The teacher patiently explained, "The school has already determined you acted in self-defense, which is an action protected by law. We can't just fabricate charges out of thin air to punish you, right?" He stood in the hallway for a long time without saying a word. Although he was clean in name, his Grim Reaper-like performance that day had probably already become a lingering shadow in everyone's hearts. Seeing this bunch of punished students still slacking off, the teacher warned them testily that if anyone dared to talk back again, they'd be sent to an even more miserable place. Right at that moment, Jung Hyuk suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Park Young-sok, who was still complaining originally, was so scared he couldn't even speak properly. Who could have guessed that this ruthless character would show up here? The teacher, however, explained with a calm face that Jung Hyuk came specifically to help everyone catch up on lessons. After all, exams were coming up right away, and a student's main mission was still studying. Now the atmosphere in the classroom completely changed. Everyone whispered under their breath. This guy was the rank one, straight A, academic god of the grade. With him personally carrying them, it would be hard for everyone's grades not to improve. Jung Hyuk looked at this group of trembling classmates. Since he didn't get punished because of self-defense, then he would use this method to make it up to everyone. Just like that, the first major trouble after his regression had finally turned the page completely. The atmosphere in the classroom finally relaxed. Jung Hyuk was patiently helping everyone highlight key points, seeing that everything had returned to the right track. He finally felt at ease in his heart. However, recalling Hong Ki-jun's meaningful smile, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy in his heart. Could Hong Ki-jun have secretly pulled some strings for him behind his back? As soon as the final exams ended, the campus was filled with laughter and joy everywhere. Everyone was discussing where to go wild during summer break. This long-lost peace made him feel exceptionally comfortable. But the bros on the wrestling team weren't as lucky. Woo-sung and Sung-hoon were making a bitter smile. To them, the end of exams didn't mean liberation, but rather the start of a new round of hellish training. Looking at his teammates sweating buckets on the sports field, Jung Hyuk smiled helplessly. That farce with Yoon Sung-dong felt as if it had passed a long time ago. Maybe because after regressing, time flew by even faster than imagined. For some reason, his memories of his past life actually began to blur. Whenever he recalled that exact moment of regression, his head would ache as if it were about to explode. This feeling was very wrong. Could this be the side effect of traveling through time and space? As long as he didn't think about that mysterious voice, the sharp pain would ease up a little bit. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Since he changed his fate and returned to the past, how could there be absolutely no risk at all? This was probably the price that must be paid. But as long as he could prevent the tragedy from happening and protect his parents, Yu Jung, and that bunch of bros, Even if this price were higher, he would absolutely never regret it, especially that kid who, because of Yoon Sung-dong's loan sharking, was ultimately driven into a corner and committed suicide. In this life, he must erase all of these regrets completely. In the hallway, several students were whispering in discussion about that kid who committed suicide by drinking pesticide. His grandmother came to the school today to help pack up her grandson's very last belongings. Watching the elderly lady leave with a hunched back, Young Hyuk felt a mix of emotions in his heart. The pain of losing family was what he knew best. This kind of despair of the old burying the young was something absolutely nobody else could truly empathize with. Right at that moment, Cho Seol-chun ran over in a carefree manner holding a sandwich. Seeing Jung Hyuk eating a lonely meal here by himself, he casually handed him a portion. The originally gloomy atmosphere was instantly broken. Cho Seol-chun explained with a bit of embarrassment that because he caused trouble at school before, his dad specially bought a lot of snacks to give to the classmates, just to apologize to everyone on his behalf. This matter finally had some closure. Looking at Cho Seol-chun's mindless smiling face, Jung Hyuk also relaxed along with him. Summer break was arriving right away, so what kind of plans did he have next? Young Hyuk had been guarding Yoo Jung's side lately. Cho Seol-chun saw him being so tense and thought something major had happened at home. Actually, it was because of Yoo Jung's recent behavior, which was honestly a bit puzzling. Ever since this kid learned to talk, she started giving animals random names. Even though it was a frog, she insisted on calling it something like Ado. It didn't sound like she was just fooling around at all. The neighbor, Uncle Cho Ik-hyun, said with a smile that all the kids around here were like this, always loving to talk nonsense before going to school. And once they entered kindergarten, they'd naturally get better, telling Jung Hyuk not to be too paranoid. Kim Sun-young even dug up Jung Hyuk's dark history, saying he also used to sing weird songs when he was little. Although Jung Hyuk himself had absolutely no memory of it, seeing that everyone was so optimistic, it wasn't right for him to say anything more. But whenever he saw Yoo Jung's reaction upon being startled, Jung Hyuk felt a wave of chills down his spine. This kind of abnormal behavior was absolutely not something that could be written off and explained away as just a kid being playful. Since he couldn't wrap his head around it, he planned to stay cooped up at home this summer break and keep a death stare on this little kid. Hearing this, Cho Seol-chun instantly leaned in, wanting to join in on the fun at his house. Kijun, this kid, wasn't polite either, asking right off the bat if he could stay at Jung Hyuk's house for a few days. Jung Hyuk was quite straightforward, though, directly telling him to come over anytime. As a result, Kijun instead teased him for agreeing too quickly, saying he looked like an easy-to-bully pushover acting like that. Jung Hyuk put him in a headlock straight away without a second word, letting him see for himself who the real boss was. Cho Seol-chun begged for mercy while still being quite mindful, asking if he should bring some gifts for his first visit. After all, showing up empty-handed was indeed a bit impolite. Jung Hyuk smiled and said, "If you want to sleep with General at home, then you indeed have to bring some tasty treats to bribe him. But I'm giving you a heads up in advance. That guy not only talks in his sleep, but his snoring is also loud enough to shake the heavens." Cho Seol-chun burst out laughing right after listening, rolling on the floor with laughter. Jung Hyuk looked at this bro with an extremely low bar for humor, feeling completely speechless in his heart. Was this guy actually trying to visit him? Or was he specifically coming for that dog? But the moment they got home, the atmosphere became a bit eerie. Yoo Jung was again calling out Sanir in a spooky manner, looking at his sister's serious look. That wave of uneasiness in Jung Hyuk's heart surfaced again. Yoo Jung was talking nonsense again, leaving Jung Hyuk completely baffled, so he could only awkwardly brush it off. This little girl's train of thought was truly becoming harder and harder to understand. Taking advantage of the time Yoo Jung was reading by herself, Jung Hyuk flipped open the newspaper in his hands. A piece of news caught his attention. That murderer carrying a human life on his back had actually vanished into thin air during his escape. The police searched for a long time, but got no results. Jung Hyuk stared at the newspaper, sinking into deep thought. For this kind of heinous fellow to still not be caught by now. Could he have been silenced after getting dragged into some gang infighting? Just when he was lost in thought, his dad suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, asking him out of nowhere if he was busy. Before Jung Hyuk could even react, he was told to follow him to the field to work immediately. His originally tense thoughts were instantly interrupted. In the rice fields of Mi-jin's family, Jung Hyuk was staring at the crops, feeling worried. Even though everyone used the exact same materials, their family's harvest was just a massive cut above everyone else's. This was all thanks to the secret recipe developed by his father, a natural pesticide called Kwang Yuan enzyme. It not only prevented pests, but also increased yield. Right now, all the farmers in the village were scrambling to buy this enzyme to use as fertilizer. But the strange thing was, even though the formula and steps were both very simple, When Jinwoo and the others followed it exactly, they just couldn't succeed no matter what. This matter was something even Jung-hyuk himself couldn't figure out. If all the conditions were exactly the same, shouldn't the product made turn out identical? Facing Jung-hyuk's pressing questions, Sun Kwang-yuan couldn't answer for a moment either. It turned out that when they made the enzyme before, it was purely by feel, and they had never recorded any environmental data. Jung-hyuk even started letting his mind wander. Could his old man also have some unspeakable secret? Just like how it plays out in movies, did he add some weird ingredient into the barrel to make the enzyme's effect this good? But this kind of thought only flashed by for a second. Jung-hyuk quickly calmed down. Looking at the notebook in Sun Kwang-yuan's hand, he realized they had to be more professional, locking down all the details like temperature and humidity, as long as they could make the neighbors succeed as well, and see the effects of this pesticide with their own eyes. Then their family's reputation would be completely established. This was no small-time play. If it could work effectively across large areas of farmland, then this enzyme would become the village's strongest signature product in the future. Jung-hyuk already had a plan in mind. To turn this craft into a real business, he had to standardize the formula and stop leaving it completely up to luck like before. Although his family was getting by just fine now, he didn't want to waste his father's talent. More importantly, he discovered that to cover expenses, his father was actually selling off land secretly behind their backs. Just when he was lost in thought, Sun Kwang-yuan suddenly leaned over and asked where he learned all this professional fermentation knowledge. In the first place, Jung-hyuk smiled awkwardly. He couldn't just say he was a genius, right? He could only make up a casual excuse, saying it was taught in middle school textbooks. Jung-hyuk didn't overthink it and casually brought up a formal matter, saying his good bro, Cho Seol-chan, planned to come over to hang out for a few days during the break. The moment he heard a guest was coming, Sun Kwang-yuan instantly got energized, not only wanting to prepare a huge table of good food, but also needing to give the yard a thorough cleaning. Looking at his busy figure from behind, who could have guessed that this seemingly ordinary farmhouse yard was about to welcome a whole different level of excitement? Cho Seol-chan finally arrived. Jung-hyuk's family had been waiting at the door for a long time, welcoming him into the house with a lot of warmth. This kid was sweet-talking and polite, filling the house with laughter the moment he stepped through the door. Hearing that he hadn't eaten breakfast yet, Jung-hyuk's family quickly got to work, especially preparing his favorite spicy stir-fried pork. This was the exact delicacy Jung-hyuk usually flexed in his school lunchbox. Looking at Cho Seol-chan scarfing down his food, Jung-hyuk, however, felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He knew this kid hadn't had an easy life, relying entirely on his grandmother selling vegetables in the market, to painstakingly fund his education at the sports school. To lighten the burden on his family, Cho Seol-chan usually couldn't even bear to eat the snacks distributed by the school, always secretly saving them to bring back home. He was so mature it made one's heart ache. Looking at this boy in front of him who was burying his face in his food, Jung-hyuk felt as if he were seeing his past self. Back then, he was exactly like this too. In the cracks of life, desperately searching for a tiny bit of warmth. He didn't say much. He just kept piling food into Cho Seol-chan's bowl. Since he had come here, he was going to make sure he stuffed himself completely. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Cho Seol-chan politely expressed his thanks. Looking at this kid's lively appearance, Jung-hyuk felt a deep wave of emotion in his heart. He was much more cheerful than his past self. Jung-hyuk was preparing to set out, and his family kept nagging at the door that there were many bushes in the countryside, so they must watch out for snakes under their feet. Jung-hyuk had already calculated it out in his mind. Since it was rare for Cho Seol-chan to visit, he was going to let him experience true countryside life. For this reason, he even stayed up late to handwrite a detailed plan of activities, even giving it a catchy name called Turning Experiences into Memories. Although there was no computer at home, and it could only be written stroke by stroke on paper, even being roasted for looking like a school notice, Jung-hyuk was still full of drive. He clenched his fists and swore secretly that he would definitely make Cho Seol-chan's 2-day vacation absolutely worth the trip. Cho Seol-chan noticed that Jung-hyuk's fields were exceptionally clean, where not even a single abandoned pesticide bottle could be seen. Jung-hyuk smiled and explained that taking these empty bottles to the store for recycling could actually exchange for a good amount of cash per bottle. Just when everyone was chatting excitedly, little Yoo-jong ran too fast in joy, almost taking a tumble on the ridge of the field. Jung-hyuk was quick-eyed and fast-handed, grabbing her in one swift move, warning her absolutely not to run too far. Having settled the little one, Jung-hyuk set up a fishing net in the ditch. Cho Seol-chan chimed in from the side, saying, "Let's go do something else first, and come back in a bit to see if we got a catch." It was Cho Seol-chan's first time experiencing catching loaches, finding it novel and fun. Jung-hyuk told him, this work could only be done right now, When the weather got hotter, it would be unbearable. Taking advantage of the time while waiting for the fish to bite, Yujong ran over, holding a few stalks of grass, excitedly shouting that she found a treasure. Young Hyuk took it over, glanced at it, and told her that this was called foxtail grass. Looking at their curious eyes, Young Hyuk suddenly wanted to show off his skills. He smiled and asked Yujong if she wanted to see a magic trick. Just by moving his fingers, he could weave a cute little rabbit out of this grass. Young Hyuk's hands were as dexterous as magic, weaving a grass rabbit in just a few moves. Yujong liked it so much she couldn't stop shouting, and even Cho Seol-chan couldn't help but lean in, wanting to learn a few tricks. Fun was fun, but Cho Seol-chan hadn't forgotten about the fishing net in the water. He felt it must be bursting with fish by now. Young Hyuk smiled and told him to go check it out himself. Cho Seol-chan ran over excitedly. The moment he lifted the net up, he started shouting and screaming with excitement, saying they struck it rich this time. But before everyone could gather around, Cho Seol-chan suddenly shuddered violently, his voice changing pitch as he fell back, sitting right in the water. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly rushed over with Yujong to check. He saw Cho Seol-chan pointing at the bushes, his voice trembling as he yelled that there was a snake. Young Hyuk took a closer look. It turned out to be a water snake, slithering into the deep grass. Although it was just a false alarm, he also felt a lingering fear in his heart. It seemed the elder's warnings were truly not just casual words. Although the snake had already slithered into the bushes and vanished, Cho Seol-chan still sat in the water, refusing to get up. Just as Young Hyuk was wondering why, this kid finally blushed and confessed in a low voice, saying he was so scared just now that he peed his pants. Cho Seol-chan wiped his tears while begging for mercy, saying that since he was in the water anyway, it shouldn't be noticeable, right? He begged him absolutely not to tell his parents about this. In the end, what he feared most came true. The sharp-eared Yujong heard everything clearly from the side. She pointed at Cho Seol-chan and loudly made a fuss, saying such a big brother actually still peed his pants, and he wasn't even wearing diapers. Cho Seol-chan completely broke down this time, shouting at the top of his lungs for Yujong to shut up. But how could the little girl care about that? Her laughter echoed across the entire ridge of the field. Young Hyuk was holding back his laughter from the side until his stomach hurt. Looking at this chaotic scene before his eyes, he suddenly felt that this afternoon, soaked in sweat and pee stains, was exactly what summer was supposed to look like. Outside, it was pouring rain, but inside the house, because of a certain topic, it instantly became spooky. Cho Seol-chan was pestering Jung Hyuk to hear a ghost story. This kind of weather was indeed the most perfect for talking about some unholy things. Jung Hyuk originally wanted to say there were no ghosts in this world, but the words suddenly died in his throat. Since Jung Hyuk refused to speak, Cho Seol-chan turned his head to look at his mom in the kitchen. To his surprise, Kim Sun-young had actually encountered something before. That was shortly after Young Hyuk was born. Only the mother and son were at home, and it was pouring rain outside just like right now. Just as Kim Sun-young was half asleep and about to doze off, a rapid tapping sound suddenly came from outside the window. Kim Sun-young opened her eyes, originally thinking her husband had returned, but the movement that followed woke her up completely. Kim Sun-young's voice grew lower and lower. She said that, through the fogged-up glass, she clearly saw a pair of hands pressed tightly against the window. Just when the atmosphere was tense to the absolute extreme, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, and that dark shadow actually pushed the door and walked right in. The shout scared the wits out of everyone in the room. As a result, taking a closer look, it turned out to be a false alarm. Cho Ik-hyun had a puzzled face, saying he had been knocking on the door outside for a long time, but the rain was too loud so absolutely nobody heard him. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Young Hyuk said helplessly, "We were just listening to Mom tell a ghost story just now, and we were almost sent to the afterlife by you." Cho Ik-hyun smiled and recalled saying, back then, Jung Hyuk's dad had an even more exaggerated reaction, thinking a thief had broken into the house, and was about to search the whole village with a rock to fight to the death. Unfortunately, as for that strange person who knocked on the window from the outside, until the very end, nobody ever knew who it actually was. Young Hyuk warned Yu Jung with a serious face that there are too many dangerous people in this world, so she must absolutely keep her guard up. Speaking of which, Cho Ik-hyun remembered another bizarre thing about Jung Hyuk. That was when Jung Hyuk used the fire trick to save his parents. That night, after things settled down, Cho Ik-hyun was walking home alone on the road, only to find that the road under his feet was unnaturally bright. At that time, he was still wondering if the village had secretly installed new streetlights. As a result, the moment he turned around, his whole body froze. He saw a massive full moon, just hanging in the night sky right behind him, illuminating the earth just like daytime. Hearing this, Cho Seol-chan curled his lips, feeling that this story wasn't scary at all. But Cho Ik-hyun's next words caused the temperature in the room to instantly drop to the freezing point. He said, "Didn't you guys notice anything wrong? That day was the end of the lunar month, so there absolutely shouldn't have been a moon in the sky at all." Cho Ik-hyun thumped his chest and guaranteed that the moon that night could be seen crystal clear, so it absolutely wasn't his eyes playing tricks on him. Listening to this, Jung Hyuk suddenly remembered his mom once saying that before giving birth to Yoo Jung, she had also dreamed of a massive full moon. Could this bizarre moon have some sort of connection with the secret of his regression? Before he could figure it out, the rain outside stopped. Everyone ran to the west side and actually caught a shockingly huge catfish. Cho Seol-chan was jumping up and down with joy, while Cho Ik-hyun dropped some knowledge from the side, saying that this kind of weather made it easiest to catch big fish. Jung Hyuk quickly pulled out his notebook and jotted down all of these key knowledge points. Looking at his serious expression, everyone praised him for being the village's walking dictionary. Jung Hyuk smiled and casually modified his summer break plan rather than stressing over those secrets he couldn't figure out. It was better to spend all his time on creating memories with his family. After all, the spicy catfish soup his mom made with her own hands was indeed the big event most worth looking forward to right now. The whole family gathered around to eat the catfish soup, Yoo Jung and Cho Seol-chan keeping their heads down, unable to stop shouting about how delicious it was. Sun Kwang-yuan was also on the side, hyping it up like crazy, saying that as long as it was a dish made by mom, it was absolutely the #1 delicacy in the world. But when it was Jung Hyuk's turn to move his chopsticks, he went completely silent. As for the soup, in his mouth, it was honestly no different from drinking mud. Watching everyone eat with such high energy, Jung Hyuk fell into self-doubt. Could it be that he lived too high maintenance of a life in his past life, causing him to become such a picky eater in this lifetime? Seeing that he hadn't made a move for a long time, Kim Son-young asked with concern if it wasn't to his liking. Jung Hyuk quickly forced a smile, lying through his teeth that the taste was amazing. Although he low-key hated it, seeing Cho Seol-chan eating so happily, Jung Hyuk still swore secretly in his heart to go catch a few more big ones tomorrow. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the guys didn't sit idle either, bringing along the loaches they caught yesterday, preparing to hit the market to exchange them for some pocket money. After a whole day of hard work, the loaches finally turned into a thick stack of cash. Although a kilogram only sold for 3,000 right now, by winter, this price could at least triple. Jung Hyuk generously pulled out a bill and handed it to Cho Seol-chan next to him, saying it was a consolation prize for him. Cho Seol-chan still had a clueless face, asking why he was giving him money. Jung Hyuk said, with a wicked smile, to use it to buy a new pair of pants, saving him from feeling bad whenever he remembered peeing himself. Cho Seol-chan was so mad he instantly blew his top. Just as he was about to settle the score with Jung Hyuk, two pretty girls walked right toward them. Mijin and Hyewon. Jung Hyuk, on his part, said hello completely naturally. But Cho Seol-chan, who was just like a little firecracker a second ago, the moment he saw the pretty older girls, instantly lost his fuse. He tightly clutched the money in his hand, keeping his head down, unable to utter a single word. The speed of changing faces was honestly faster than flipping a book. The moment Cho Seol-chan saw the pretty older girls, he immediately pulled out his social butterfly riz, raising his voice to introduce himself, insisting that he was Jung Hyuk's #1 best friend. Mijin and Hyewon were giggling at his antics, saying everyone was the same age, so there was absolutely no need to be this formal. Looking at the departing backs of his female classmates, he couldn't help but complain to Jung Hyuk, asking why the girls in this village were all so good-looking, and saying this world was simply too unfair. As the sun set in the west, the two walked side by side on the hillside. Cho Seol-chan suddenly brought up that he had to pack up and go home tomorrow. Although Jung Hyuk tried to make him stay, he still couldn't stop worrying about his grandmother at home and had to rush back. This sudden burst of sincerity actually left Jung Hyuk at a loss for a moment on how to respond. Before leaving, he turned his head to look at Jung Hyuk, showing his brightest smile, saying these past 2 days in the countryside were the happiest moments of his life. Right before parting, Jung Hyuk suddenly called out to Cho Seol-chan. With a serious face, he warned him, "If you ever run into any difficulties in the future, don't just tough it out alone for the sake of your pride. As long as you need it, you can come find me anytime." Seeing Cho Seol-chan dazed, Jung Hyuk felt a bit embarrassed and added, "Of course, it's not like you absolutely have to come to me, but I truly hope you can treat me as someone you can lean on." These words were by no means cheap sympathy, but a promise straight from the bottom of Jung Hyuk's heart. As long as he could help, he would absolutely not hesitate for a second. After all, in his eyes, this carefree, smiling boy in front of him was the best bro he wanted to protect the most in this lifetime. Happy times always fly by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Kim Sun-young brought his little sister to the door to see him off, telling Cho Seol-chan to come over and play often in the future. On the way sending Cho Seol-chan home, this kid called out to his grandmother from a distance and dove right into the elderly woman's arms. Looking at how incredibly close they were, I always felt this grandmother looked very familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before, selling vegetables in the market. Maybe we really crossed paths in the past. Looking at this grandmother and grandson pair, my heart suddenly felt warm. This kind of feeling was very magical, just like the love given by my parents, going around in a big circle and finally coming back to me in the end. If I had someone like this by my side in my past life, would the ending have been different? If I could have understood this in my past life, perhaps I would have grabbed hold of happiness long ago. I try to bring this warmth into every single day right now, treating it as making up for my once regretful self. I thought days would just keep going on smoothly like this. But the moment he arrived at the house door, Young Hyuk suddenly bent over in sheer agony, unable to even straighten his back. This time the whole family went into a total panic. Just when the house was a chaotic mess, the atmosphere in an office building on the other side was completely different. The president of Shi Chemical, Yoo Moon-sik, pushed open the door of the office and smiled as he greeted the person inside the room. It seemed this late-night meeting was the true beginning of the coming storm. Yoo Moon-sik's late-night visit this time was obviously with an agenda in mind. He exchanged a few pleasantries first, and then revealed his true colors. He wanted to mobilize the company's most core S-team. The uncle hesitated a bit after hearing this. After all, the expenses of the S-team were shockingly massive. If the old man found out, there would definitely be hell to pay. But he couldn't withstand Yoo Moon-sik's repeated pleas. Yoo Moon-sik promised that this investment could absolutely make the family stage a comeback. As long as they were willing to trust him right now, the future returns would be beyond imagination. Nobody knew what kind of game he was playing. While on the other side, Young Hyuk was sprawling on the sofa, unable to move a muscle. Looking at her brother in this state, Yoo Jung finally realized that her omnipotent brother could actually get hurt and bleed too. Who could have thought that at such a young age, Jung Hyuk's back was already wrecked, where even the doctor couldn't find the root cause of the illness. He could only lie in the living room like a salted fish, unable to even climb up to his second-floor bedroom. Kim Sun-young watched from the side, sighing repeatedly, and specially brought over Sun-woo, who was an athlete, to help. Sun-woo used all his might to press down hard, but to everyone's surprise, Jung Hyuk didn't feel a single thing, acting pretty much like a robot made of steel. While the house was in absolute chaos, his little sister Yoo Jung was actually having a blast, straight up riding on Sun-woo's neck and messing around. Young Hyuk could only lie on a pillow and endure it silently. Living like this was honestly making him not know whether to laugh or cry. Just then, the front door was suddenly pushed open, and Hong Ki-jun's family actually came knocking on the door again. Looking at their aggressive momentum, it definitely wasn't anything good. The originally peaceful house was about to get lively all over again. The moment Soo-kyung entered the room, she unlocked her roasting mode. Looking at Jung Hyuk lying on the floor, she thought he was practicing some weird frog kung fu. Jung Hyuk could only greet her awkwardly, as looking like this was indeed a bit embarrassing. The adults in the kitchen weren't idle either. Yushira was non-stop venting her frustrations, saying her husband was a total workaholic, wishing he could finish 10 years of work in a single month, and that she had no idea what he was rushing for. In the living room, Soo-kyung was in high spirits, dragging Young Hyuk to flex her new skills, doing everything from jump rope to ballet practice. Young Hyuk just nodded along from the side. This little girl could really make a fuss. But Jung Hyuk just had to act petty at this exact moment, insisting on mocking her for losing her teeth and lisping when she spoke, even making up a jingle to laugh at her for being a toothless tiger. This time, he completely poked a hornet's nest. Without saying a word, Soo-kyung landed a heavy punch straight onto Young Hyuk's face. His back hadn't even recovered yet, and now his face took a solid hit. Young Hyuk completely understood this time. He'd rather offend a villain than ever mess with a lolly who's losing her teeth. Yushira quickly stopped her troublemaking daughter, turning around to ask about Jung Hyuk's injury with concern. Kim Sun-young was incredibly worried from the side, saying they had gone to large hospitals and even tried acupuncture. But the doctors only said it was muscle pain with no identifiable cause. Yushira stared at Jung Hyuk for a moment and decided to personally examine him. Who would have thought that the moment his clothes were lifted, everyone present was utterly stunned. This was nowhere near the physique of a normal high schooler. It was pretty much that of a professional bodybuilder. Yushira tried pressing a few acupoints and asked Jung Hyuk if it hurt. In the end, Jung Hyuk gave the exact same answer. He felt absolutely nothing. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, terrified that it might be some incurable, bizarre disease. After observing for a good while, Yushira finally reached a conclusion. She said that Jung Hyuk wasn't injured at all, but was actually experiencing severe growing pains. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room was completely dumbfounded. Could a boy this big still have another major growth spurt? Yu Shira went into explanations mode, saying this kid had such great nutrition, that his bones were growing faster than his flesh, and the nerves were stretched past their limit, causing the pain. As crazy as it sounded, Jung Hyuk understood it from the side. Long story short, he was just growing too fast, causing muscle cramps that pinched his nerves. Only then did the whole family finally breathe a sigh of relief. Turns out it wasn't some strange disease. Since it was just a growth spurt, there was no magic cure for it. Yu Shira suggested applying more hot compresses, and as for the rest, he could only wait for this phase to pass. After hearing this, Jung Hyuk only wanted to go back to his room and lie flat. This price for growing taller was indeed a bit steep. The room finally quieted down. The little girl, Soo Kyung, was actually quite sweet, staying right by Jung Hyuk's side the entire time. As a result, after a short while, both of them actually fell fast asleep. The adults were keeping busy in the kitchen, and Kim Soon-young casually asked if anyone wanted some more cola. But nobody noticed that those two identical-looking soy sauce bottles in the fridge seemed to hold some sort of secret. The moment Kim Soon-young pulled out that dark liquid, Yoo Jong's eyes instantly lit up. She stared longingly while leaning on the table, her little hands non-stop patting the tabletop. As if she had discovered some incredible treasure, she chuckled softly, muttering that this was sweet-tasting soy sauce, and even said this flavor was just as sweet as the voice she heard when she was just born. Nobody knew what was going on inside this little girl's head, and even less did anyone know what kind of trouble this so-called bottle of soy sauce would actually trigger. Jung Hyuk helped me grab the diapers. Only then did the mom realize that Yoo Jung was honestly too quiet of a child. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she would never cry or throw a tantrum. Everyone felt that this was a blessing from heaven, hoping she could be like this for a lifetime. But nobody knew that Yoo Jung had always kept a voice hidden in her heart. That wasn't something heard with ears, but a reminder carved straight into her bones. She always wanted to know exactly who that voice wishing her to grow up healthy belonged to. That voice didn't belong to her dad, nor did it belong to her mom or her brother. Yoo Jung looked through everyone around her, but it simply didn't match anyone at all. What was even stranger was that those words in her head were completely different from what her family spoke. Every time she opened her mouth, her mom would correct her. Yoo Jung, this is a frog, not some abdu. Slowly but surely, she completely forgot all those strange words, leaving behind only that reminder for her to grow up healthy. Until this day, Yoo Jung stared intently at that dark bottle of stuff. That was the first time she had ever seen soy sauce. But at this exact moment, certain memories began to loosen up. Yoo Jung could tell at a single glance that her mom was lying. This bottle of soy sauce gave off a sweet aroma, which was pretty much identical to that voice in her memory. Since her mom wouldn't give it to her, then she would go find her brother, Jung Hyo. Although her brother rarely walked on the floor recently, Yoo Jung knew that as long as she asked, her brother would definitely help her. Yoo Jung suddenly threw herself onto her brother, smilingly asking him if it hurt. Jung Hyuk let out a helpless sigh, saying it really did hurt a lot. But at this very second, Yoo Jung was suddenly dazed. The movement coming from his brother's body didn't feel like that of a normal person at all. His back, which was hurting like crazy just now, unexpectedly had no sensation at all anymore. Jung Hyuk felt this was too bizarre. Even if an injury healed, it couldn't possibly vanish without a trace in an instant. He looked down at Yoo Jung, suspecting if this little girl had done something. But before he could figure it out, something even more absurd happened. Jung Hyuk discovered that his pants had actually become a whole section shorter. This was nowhere near normal growing pains. He was straight up growing like a crazy bean sprout. In just a few days, his entire body shot up a whole size. Yoo Jung didn't care about any of this. She pointed at the 2 bottles of soy sauce in the fridge, insisting that her brother grab them for her. Jung Hyuk quickly stopped her, saying this stuff was too salty and definitely wasn't meant for drinking. But how could he have known that what Yoo Jung wanted wasn't any condiment at all? Jung Hyuk's build grew too fast, scaring the absolute life out of his family. His dad was just in the kitchen, thinking some old bro had come over. Who could have thought that this was actually his own son? Hong Ki-jun quickly called out to Jung Hyuk, telling him to hurry and watch the Olympic broadcast, as the whole family was betting on the rankings right now. If he guessed it right, the entire 2 million prize money would all go to Jung Hyo. Sun Kwang-eun and Hong Ki-jun were still doing the math over there, feeling that this money would likely be taken away by Jung Hyuk, treating it as a grand gift bundle for him. But Jung Hyuk stared at the TV screen, his heart sinking more and more. A memory suddenly popped into his head. That was the marathon gold medal of the Barcelona Olympics. But that was something from decades ago. How could a young guy like him remember it so clearly? Watching the elders still arguing about the rankings, young Hyuk stood to the side in dead silence. The strangeness of his body combined with the inexplicable memories made him feel that something about this world seemed to be a bit off. Having slept way too heavily during the day, young Hyuk was now tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what, hearing the laughter coming from outside the window. It should be his dad drinking with Mr. Hong again. The more young Hyuk thought about it, the more he felt something was off. How could a person of Hong Ki-jun's status get even a simple ranking wrong, and even insist on saying that the prize money was a grand gift bundle for him? Recalling Hong Ki-jun's usual words and deeds, he always had social responsibility on his lips and looked like an easygoing elder, but every single move seemed to have a deep underlying purpose. Could it be that Hong Ki-jun intentionally lost from the very beginning? It wasn't that he couldn't guess it at all, but he wanted to find a respectful excuse to hand that money over to young Hyuk. Although it was still unclear what this Hong Ki-jun was actually plotting, young Hyuk knew well in his heart that this man's background and methods were absolutely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Young Hyuk found out that this lifetime was a complete mess. The time Yushira became the president was actually a whole 10 years ahead of his past life. Even the timing of her getting into sports business didn't match up at all. Behind all of this, there was definitely Hong Ki-jun's shadow. The world was still the same world, but the people Jung Hyuk was familiar with had all changed under Mr. Hong's intervention. You can never look into a person's mind. A man like Hong Ki-jun was just like a bottomless ocean trench, covered with a thick layer of ice on top. Nobody could see through what he was actually thinking. Yu Jung was woken up by the sound of him tossing and turning, half asleep, asking her brother why he wasn't sleeping yet. Jung Hyuk softly comforted her, watching his little sister fall back asleep beside him. His mind just couldn't calm down no matter what. Just then, Yu Jung suddenly spoke up in her sleep. She mumbled a string of strange syllables, which didn't sound like her usual language at all, as if she was performing some mysterious ritual. The stream was getting more and more ridiculous. Young Hyuk discovered that he and Yu Jung had actually both put on sharp suits, sitting at the two ends of a table, as if negotiating some incredible, massive deal. Yu Jung babbled out a string of strange spells, and to his surprise, Jung Hyuk actually understood them. Turns out this little girl was actually fixated on those 2 bottles of sweet soy sauce in the fridge, and even insisted that her brother give them all to her. Before Jung Hyuk could even react, Yu Jung excitedly grabbed his hand, shouting that they had to set off right away. This momentum didn't look like going to grab soy sauce. It looked more like they were going to save the world. That night, Jung Hyuk had the weirdest dream of his entire life. He and his little sister were wearing suits, riding a massive dolphin lifebuoy, drifting across an ocean made entirely of sweet soy sauce. The moonlight spilled over the sea, and it was so quiet all around that only the sound of water could be heard. Who would have thought that a casual mention of soy sauce during the day, that it would turn into such an absurd situation, yet romantic adventure? The taste of a hangover is truly no joke. Sun Kwang-Yuan slumped on the table. That I don't even want to say a single word. Who could have thought that when this gang watched the Olympic marathon last night, they could actually get that incredibly hyped up, almost shouting their throats hoarse. Jung Hyuk originally thought everyone was just playing around casually, betting a little pocket change to spice things up. But the moment Hong Ki-jun casually asked if it was 20 million per person, the tray in Jung Hyuk's hands almost slipped right out. Turns out they got wasted last night, and Hong Ki-jun and his dad straight up multiplied the bet by 20 times. This amount of cash was enough to buy 2 luxury cars. The world of the rich. Jung Hyuk truly couldn't understand it anymore. Hong Ki-jun reached out his hand with a grin, saying he was going to take this money to double it. Jung Hyuk hadn't even warmed up to it yet, and was a bit reluctant to hand it over just like that. Sun Kwang-Yuan straight up said this money already belonged to Jung Hyuk, and told him to make his own decision. Only then did Jung Hyuk realize, how was this a gambling debt? It was clearly just finding an excuse to stuff pocket money into his hands. Although Hong Ki-jun kept his lips tight about the investment plan, Jung Hyuk knew well in his heart that this kid was absolutely not simple, and might even know some secrets that shouldn't be known at this age. Looking at Hong Ki-jun's confident appearance, Jung Hyuk couldn't help but begin to suspect. Could he also know which stock would skyrocket? Or maybe he even carried memories of the future? As the tooth landed safely on the rooftop, Suk-young's tooth-changing ritual was finally completed. Jung Hyuk teased her, saying that as long as a swallow flies away with the old tooth, a new one will grow out tomorrow. The moment this little girl heard she had to wait, she immediately got unhappy. But then she thought, the swallow mom and dad are busy feeding their babies, which is indeed quite hard work. In the end, Suk-young, this logic genius, insisted on comparing herself to a baby swallow, And along the way, she even changed her parents' species too. Jung Hyuk was utterly dumbfounded listening to this, and could only Wunai to nod along with her. The tooth matter had just been put to rest, and Soo Kyung already had a new idea. With her eyes gleaming, she proposed to sneak a watermelon from the field. It seemed that even before the new tooth grew out, this little rascal already couldn't wait to have a big feast. Although Jung Hyuk kept saying it was illegal, faced with the puppy eyes attack of the two kids, he eventually admitted defeat in the end. Who could refuse a look like that? In the dead of the night, the moon climbed up the treetops. 3 sneaky figures crawled out of the watermelon field. Jung Hyuk just wanted to grab anyone and bail, hurrying to end this ridiculous adventure. But the 2 little ones behind him actually complained that his movements were too amateur, insisting that he act like a professional master thief. Now Jung Hyuk couldn't sit still anymore. Since you guys want realism, then let me show you what I've got. Since he was going to leave a childhood memory for the kids, Jung Hyuk decided to stop holding back, straight up bringing out his signature skills to show them what a textbook tactical crawl looks like. Watching Jung Hyuk's professional form, the 2 little ones' eyes went completely wide and quickly bent low to follow closely behind. Right in this watermelon field, a real-life secret agent mission was being staged. Although her heart was pounding hard with nervousness, this thrilling sense of heist got Soo Kyung excited to the absolute max. She pointed at a big round fellow and softly asked Jung Hyuk if it was good. Jung Hyuk tapped it like a pro, and listening to that crisp echo, he couldn't help but praise her for picking a melon like a professional. This completely made the kids' day. Just when they were about to cheer, Jung Hyuk quickly made a gesture to be quiet. After all, it wasn't time to celebrate this master thief mission just yet, until with a crisp crack, the bright red watermelon was split open with bare hands. This tempting color instantly made all the hard work worth it. The 2 little ones ate until their faces were covered in melon juice, and Soo Kyung gave a thumbs up while chewing, straight up praising that this melon was even sweeter than soup. As expected, a watermelon secured by your own hands just tastes extraordinarily delicious. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the 3 sat side by side on the grass, with the brilliant Milky Way right above their heads. Jung Hyuk pointed at the stars in the sky and patiently told them the story of Vega and Altair. Looking at Vega, which was far away from the Milky Way, Soo Kyung's little face suddenly dropped. She felt that Vega must be too sad, which was why she hid so far away on purpose. Watching the kids get sentimental over a story about stars, Jung Hyuk quickly comforted them, saying, "It is precisely because they know they will meet again in the future that they learned how to endure and learned to see hope beyond the sadness." The 2 little ones half understood and even gave this a name called the price of growing up. Jung Hyuk could only smile helplessly and told them to hurry up and go home. The kids were incredibly hyped all the way back, feeling like they had become true master thieves today. But Jung Hyuk was secretly laughing in his heart. Who on earth steals watermelons from their own field? Turns out, before leaving the house, he had already given his dad a heads up. Luckily, this melon field belongs to his own family. Otherwise, if they were truly stealing, the trouble would have been massive. Just when Jung Hyuk was enjoying this piece of tranquility, Choi Ik-sun's gasp broke the silence. It was clearly the end of the month, yet a bizarre full moon was hanging in the sky. This unreasonable sight made Jung Hyuk realize that some things just couldn't be answered by merely thinking about them. Looking up at this unusual full moon in the sky, Jung Hyuk knew very well in his heart that there was no escaping it, and it was time to pack up and find that person. This place was home to the only male shaman in the entire village. Although he had never formally held a ritual, everyone said this old man possessed some real skills. Before he even stepped through the door, the old man's very first words completely dumbfounded him. He said, "It was you who caused my brother's death, wasn't it?" This random out-of-nowhere sentence instantly brought the atmosphere down to freezing point. The old man didn't plan to explain, turning around to walk into the house, while specifically telling him to leave the dog outside. But this little guy seemed to have caught the scent of something incredible in the yard. Jung Hyuk couldn't help but press for answers, asking what exactly that sentence about causing someone's death meant. The old man let out a sigh, saying that back then, his parents picked the wrong place to settle down. Turns out the old man's brother was the truly powerful shaman. Back then, he tried to stop them desperately like a madman, preventing his dad from building a house on that plot of land. He warned at the top of his lungs that it was a cursed, ominous land, and if they moved in, the whole family would end up being buried with it. But at that time, absolutely nobody believed his crazy talk. Looking at it now, this old account from the past ultimately still had to be settled by the younger generation. A whole 10 years had passed, yet not even a single person in that house had fallen sick. The old man even began to suspect if his brother had gotten too old, and those eyes that could see through the yin and yang were no longer working. But just when everyone thought the prophecy was nothing but a joke. The situation suddenly took an unexpected turn. The pitch-black night sky was instantly ignited by firelight. Instead of being afraid, the old man's brother actually laughed like a madman toward the sky. He shouted hysterically, "It succeeded!" That kid actually truly did it. Who could have thought that this boy, entangled by the curse, not only didn't die, but instead became the one who broke destiny? The old man looked at the distant moon, with only one thought left in his mind. This kid is absolutely not an ordinary person. The old man took a sip of tea, his casual tone making people shiver as he said, "That was the end of my brother's life." Young Hyuk listened, completely in a fog. Since saving his parents was a good thing, why did a human life have to be dragged into it? The old man let out a cold snort. The book of life and death in this world has always had a fixed number. Since the person who was supposed to die didn't die, then the Grim Reaper would have to take away another soul to balance the ledger. This is a life for a life, and no one can escape it. In order not to let innocent people get dragged into this, the old man's brother chose this path himself. When he walked toward the seashore, he had already decided to use his own life to pay off that debt that didn't belong to him in the first place. Young Hyuk tightened his grip on the cup in his hand, unable to say a single word for a long time. Just as Jung Hyuk wanted to say something to make amends, he got smacked on the head by the old man's fan, straight up blocking the rest of his words back. The old man said grumpily, "That was his own choice. Nobody forced him. So who are you showing this mournful face to?" Perhaps from the moment he stepped onto this land, this was a fate he could not escape. To lighten the mood, the old man joked that if he truly felt indebted in autumn, he should catch some mudskippers to bring over, so his brother could have a nice treat down there too. Jokes aside, the old man closed his folding fan, and his gaze suddenly became exceptionally sharp. He stared intently at Jung Hyuk and asked, "Spit it out! What kind of bizarre thing have you encountered after all? To make someone with a destiny like yours come running to find me?" Faced with this old shaman, Jung Hyuk went silent for a moment, finally spoke up, saying, "The things that have been happening to me lately are truly just too bizarre." Jung Hyuk spilled all the strange incidents from this recent period, whether it was the sudden burst of monstrous strength or that spine that miraculously healed overnight. He didn't even hide the fact that his height had exploded. He lowered his voice and asked the old man, "Do you think I've been possessed by some dirty spirit?" The old man fell silent for a long time after listening. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he unleashed a fierce scolding right at Jung Hyuk. "Where do all these ghost possessions come from? Has water completely gotten into your brain, kid? Someone insulted your parents, and you stepped up to teach them a lesson. That's called having a backbone. If you had shrunk back at that moment, then you'd be a real coward. My brother even lost his life back then to save your whole family. You standing up now to protect them is exactly as it should be. As for some ghost helping you heal your injuries, that's utter nonsense. If ghosts really had that much free time, why didn't they fix my old waist along the way too?" Hit by this sudden thunderous outburst, Jung Hyuk was straight up scolded into a daze. It seemed that the scariest thing in this world was indeed not ghosts, but a furious old man. The old man waved his hand, telling Jung Hyuk to stop overthinking that nonsense about ghosts and gods. He shared a very interesting analogy. He said a rabbit runs incredibly fast in the woods, yet it always ends up crashing into trees. Because its eyes are completely filled with those trees, the more it wants to avoid them, the harder it crashes into them instead. But a deer is different. In a deer's eyes, there is only the path in the distance. Even if scratched by tree branches, it will absolutely never lose its direction. The things in this world actually all depend on how you interpret them. Are you fixated on the trouble right in front of your eyes, or are you eyeing the finish line to sprint with all your might? The old man suddenly changed his tone, staring intently at Jung Hyuk as he asked, "You used to be a runner too, right, kid?" To outsiders, a race might only last a few minutes, but to that person standing on the starting line, every single second before the starting gun fires is so long that it's suffocating. Jung Hyuk lamented. Once you cross the finish line, no matter how long the race was, it feels like a mere split second. The old man looked at him and asked, "Do you really think life is any longer than a single race? When you run, your eyes can only have the track. If you let yourself get crushed by all those messy worries, it's just like a brainless beast chasing its own shadow. And in the end, you can only spin in circles on the exact same spot." These words felt like a key, completely unlocking the knot in Jung Hyuk's heart. He said his thanks, and his entire being instantly lightened up quite a bit. There was no need to be lost anymore. As long as he kept his eyes on the path ahead and kept moving forward, that would do. Watching Jung Hyuk's departing figure, the smile on the old man's face gradually faded away. He had always been extremely curious. Just what on earth did this kid rely on to reverse his destiny? Until this very moment, he clearly saw the shadow behind Jung Hyuk. The color of that shadow was unusual to a deeply dark degree. The old man scratched his head. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt in his heart. That kid clearly didn't have any ghost possessing him, yet his soul power was absurdly strong. That kind of feeling was just like a single body being forcefully stuffed with two souls. He let out a sigh. If his brother were still alive, he definitely would have seen right through this kid's true nature at a single glance. Right at that moment, the old man suddenly turned around, shouting toward the empty yard. "All right, that's enough. The person is gone. You guys hurry up and come on out." As soon as the words left his mouth, there actually, truly was movement inside the shadows. The old man grumpily complained, "You're supposed to be ghosts after all, yet you got scared like this by a young man. What an absolute embarrassment." Following his words, countless dark figures densely materialized within the yard. Sun Kwang-yuan asked Jung Hyuk with a face full of surprise, "You actually ran off to find that shaman?" Speaking of this old gentleman, the villagers all felt he was incredibly mysterious. Word has it that he is already over 90 years old, practically like the guardian deity of this mountain. Jung Hyuk explained that he heard about it from the grandma next door, and he only went to meet him out of curiosity. Hong Ki-jun joked from the side, asking if he had run into some relationship problems or something. Jung Hyuk quickly denied it, saying that the old gentleman actually helped a great deal. Only then did Sun Kwang-yuan recall that when they were building the house back then, that shaman had indeed given a warning. He said the feng shui of this land was bad, and if they didn't move away, they at least had to change the orientation of the house. It wasn't until the house was renovated a while ago that they finally got this matter sorted out. Chatting up to this point, Sun Kwang-yuan suddenly shifted his focus to Hong Ki-jun, asking, "Then where on earth have you been running off to all day long?" Hong Ki-jun suddenly leaned over and asked a strange question. "Jung Hyuk, why do you call your dad Dad, instead of calling him something more formal like everyone else does?" Sun Kwang-yuan, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes at this, feeling like Hong Ki-jun was truly so bored out of his mind that he had to get to the bottom of even such a small matter. Jung Hyuk didn't take it seriously on the surface, but he was growing suspicious in his heart. Why does this guy want to know absolutely everything? But remembering that he still owed the guy 40 million, he still had to act a bit more sincere. He casually replied, "Because I like calling him that." In reality, Jung Hyuk hid a secret in his heart. Calling him that was to make up for the past lives. Regret of never saying it out loud. But this truth could definitely not be spoken. As a result, Hong Ki-jun still refused to drop it, staring at him with a grin and asking, "Since you call him Dad, then how do you plan to address me? We've known each other for so long now. Isn't it about time to switch to a closer way of calling me?" Jung Hyuk was actually quite torn in his heart. Should he call him Mr. Hong, or call him boss like before? He felt that what Hong Ki-jun wanted was definitely not any of those. He experimentally called out, "Uncle?" Oh boy. The moment Hong Ki-jun heard this address, the whole man practically went wild with joy. "Did you hear that? He just called me." Yu Shira looked at him with an utterly speechless expression. Was there really any need to be this hyped up? Seeing that this trick worked like a charm, Jung Hyuk simply called Yu Shira Auntie as well. This time the yard completely boiled over. Everyone started hyping each other up. Who could have thought that just because of an address, this bunch of people could actually be this happy? In the end, everyone simply raised their glasses and toasted to this friend-like friendship. Jung Hyuk was still wondering why these guys were still making a fuss, so he casually picked up his cup and took a sip. As a result, the next second, he spat it straight out. Who could have thought the cup actually contained rice wine? Hong Ki-jun scratched his head awkwardly next to him, saying he accidentally grabbed the wrong cup and even joked, telling Jung Hyuk to just chug the whole thing. Jung Hyuk quickly waved his hands, saying he was still a minor, and made an excuse to get some water, stepping away from the lively banquet. Yu Shira looked at his departing figure, a hint of seriousness showing in her eyes. She quietly followed him, stopping Jung Hyuk in a place where no one was around. It seemed she had long noticed that Jung Hyuk had something to say. The two talked about Jung Hyuk's desire to participate in track events. Jung Hyuk said he practices on the sports field every single day, but Yu Shira's words carried a deeper meaning. She said, "The training facilities over in Seoul are way better than here." Yu Shira saw right through Jung Hyuk's thoughts, knowing he was reluctant to leave his family to go to Seoul, so she proposed to build a training ground right here locally. Jung Hyuk, however, was a bit hesitant. What if one day he didn't want to run anymore? Yu Shira smiled and asked back, "Don't you love running the most? Don't tell me you don't want to win an Asian Games gold medal. As long as you get the gold medal, you can be exempted from military service." Anicaps. That way you'll be able to stay by your family's side all the time. The sentence straight up pierced Jung Hyuk's weak spot. He began to realize that winning a gold medal might truly be the best way out. Yu Shira continued to analyze, saying the professional arena is actually brutal. Many people can't run anymore once they grow up. To succeed, talent, hard work, and luck are all indispensable. Young Hyuk listened intently, unable to help but ask, if I really achieve great results, what will happen in the future? Yushira confidently told him, when the time comes, all the major agencies will be lining up to sign you. As for which one to choose, that is entirely up to your own decision. Yushira wasn't just talking nonsense. She believed that whether it's handling life or business, taking the initiative is the ultimate truth. She directly and bluntly told Jung Hyuk, I want to sign you and make you the star athlete of my sports foundation, because I'm absolutely sure you have the skills for it. Jung Hyuk fell silent after listening. In this life, he originally just wanted to keep a low profile and live quietly, like an extra, in the background. After all, nobody can say for sure what the future holds. What if one day he really gets tired of running? But on second thought, at least right now, whether to run or not, and how long to run, the right to decide is still in his own hands. Looking at the fully confident Yushira in front of him, Jung Hyuk secretly lamented in his heart, no wonder Soo-kyung looks so much like her. The aura of this mother and daughter is practically identical. He scratched his head a bit awkwardly and softly replied, I will give it some serious thought. The moonlight spilled onto the terrace. This conversation between the two of them might truly change Jung Hyuk's entire life. Late at night, Jung Hyuk tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep at all. Since he was wide awake, he simply rolled out of bed, planning to take this time to write some code. He remembered the gift Mr. Hong had given him earlier, which was the latest model of a computer, still piled up in the corner unopened. He felt that just leaving it there was a bit impolite, so he should at least turn it on and try it out. Just as he was getting ready to mess with the computer, the corner of his eye caught something outside the window. There seemed to be a dark figure moving around in the woods. Jung Hyuk stopped his movements and stared intently in that direction. In the middle of the night, why would someone be acting all sneaky outside? A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could that be a spy coming right for him? Choi Ik-sun had once told a story about a bizarre incident in a neighboring village that happened before he was born. On the seashore, late at night, the village chief's daughter-in-law was walking home when she ran into a strange man carrying a soaking wet cloth bundle in his hand, with water constantly dripping down from it. In the middle of the night, could he be fishing here? She didn't take it seriously at the time, but as a result, the village completely blew up the next day. The village chief died inside his home, and his state of death was extremely horrific. That man carrying the cloth bundle was not a fisherman at all. He had come back for revenge. For his father, who had been humiliated back then, he returned to the village before the high tide and personally took the village chief's life. Don't think spies are far away from us. Those anti-espionage warning posters are still pasted on the street corners of the town even now. The moment he thought that a spy might be right outside his doorstep, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep at all. Although he had suspicions in his heart, he didn't have solid proof in hand, so calling the cops right now would be useless. He had to catch them red-handed. He quietly crawled back up, just about to sneak out of the door, but as a result, he almost ran straight into Hong Soo-kyung, who got up in the middle of the night to drink water. This almost scared his soul right out of his body. Fortunately, he didn't wake his family up. He quickly scaled the wall to leave the yard and dived straight into the woods of the back mountain. He remembered the direction where that dark figure vanished. There must be something fishy going on there. In spy jargon, this kind of location used to hide intel is called a dead drop. It's right around here. That dark figure must have left something behind here. Found it. It's this big rock. According to common sense, spies love hiding intel under rocks the most. If he can truly catch them red-handed, the bounty reward money will definitely be fat. He's about to strike it rich this time, using every ounce of his strength. He flipped the rock over in one go, but as a result, it was completely empty underneath, without even a single scrap of paper. Could he have looked in the wrong place? Wait, no. On the muddy ground right next to the rock, there was a clear trail of footprints. Looking at the treads pattern, they were clearly professional combat boots. Do spies wear this kind of footwear too? Before he could even figure it out, inside the bushes right behind him, there was a sudden rustling sound. This is bad, we've got trouble. The thick fallen leaves completely covered all the footprints, and the sky was heavily overcast, without even a single speck of moonlight. It was completely impossible to see which way the other party ran. Going any further forward might actually be truly dangerous. What if the other guy has a weapon on him? Doing this would purely be feeding. It's better to fall back for now. The next day, Sun Kwang-yuan completely lost it after listening, waving the carrot in his hand as he yelled, "That bunch of bastards! I absolutely must call the army to come and flatten this place. Dad, calm down a bit. We don't have a single shred of evidence right now. Making a false police report will get you locked up. And besides, why on earth are you holding a carrot in your hand? Young Hyuk's brain was still the one that turned fast. Since they suspected there was a spy, directly getting people from the intelligence bureau to investigate is way more reliable than the army. Seeing that things were about to blow up, Hong Ki-jun finally couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly stepped up to explain that the dark figure last night was actually him. Sun Kwang-yeon and Jung Hyuk were both left dumbfounded after listening, thinking he was an agent from the intelligence bureau. But as a result, Hong Ki-jun had a face full of helplessness, saying it was because Yu Shira's snoring was too loud, that he couldn't sleep at all and went out for a stroll. After all that fuss, it turned out to be a massive misunderstanding. Jung Hyuk patted his chest off to the side. Luckily, they didn't call the cops just now. Otherwise, they would have completely lost face. The next day before leaving, Sun Kwang-yeon didn't forget to roast her, telling Yu Shira to hurry up and do something about her snoring. But as a result, Yu Shira refused to admit it for her life, firmly claiming that she sleeps exceptionally quietly. Everyone carrying big bags and small bags bade farewell to each other at the yard gate. This thrilling spy storm had finally blown over safely. Watching everyone waving goodbye, Hong Ki-jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. This bunch of innocent people almost got rounded up as spies. In reality, the dark figure last night was indeed himself. He just wanted to secretly leave some hard-earned cash for Sun Kwang-yeon. After all, working hard in this heat isn't easy. Who could have thought Jung Hyuk would happen to run out at that exact time and even mistake this for a spy? Dead drop. Talk about insane luck. But Sun Kwang-yeon really needs to watch out. Even though they managed to brush it off for now, his heart still felt incredibly heavy. Sun Kwang-yeon didn't want his family to know about these things, so his lips had always been sealed. But some truths have to be told sooner or later. Just like the matter regarding Sun Kwang-yeon's mother, keeping it from Jung Hyuk like this was making him feel like he was about to burst. Once he finds a suitable opportunity, it's better to just tell them everything. Although he was smiling on the surface, he actually felt pretty bad inside. Keeping everyone in the dark like this indeed made him feel a bit guilty. But for the sake of the bigger picture, some secrets cannot be exposed just yet. Since he had to leave first, he needed to leave a backup plan. Someone had already been watching from up on the hillside. Behind those binoculars was a pair of icy cold eyes. Every single movement inside this house probably couldn't escape his gaze. Going to Hawaii for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mom and Dad were truly willing to splurge big this time. Look at how hyped it made them. They even got their passports ready to take the whole family along. Jung Hyuk, however, straight up declined and smoothly arranged a long overdue honeymoon trip for his parents instead. This time, the old couple were directly teased into blushing. After all, this kind of opportunity for a world of just two people was indeed rare. Sun Kwang-yeon was still wondering how on earth this kid knew absolutely everything. Jung Hyuk casually made up an excuse and brushed it off. In reality, he knew better than anyone else in his heart. How could this be learned from reading books? In his past life, as a top-tier employee of the conglomerate, this so-called overseas training was something he had already been to countless times. Places like Singapore or the Philippines were things he was long tired of. Right now, he only wanted to protect this home. Back in his past life at the conglomerate, Jung Hyuk was famously a desperate workaholic. Even if Hong Soo-kyung personally invited him, he would straight up decline for the sake of work, completely disregarding her feelings. In reality, this young lady Hong Soo-kyung had it pretty hard. Her status was too high, so nobody dared to get close to her. Jung Hyuk practically became the only person she could truly open up to. Too bad at that time, he only had his eyes on his career. The scene shifts back to the present. Kim Sun-young found something strange while hanging out the laundry. Outside their doorstep lately, a row of black cars would appear on time every single day. As punctual as clocking in for work, Sun Kwang-yeon thought they were bosses coming to buy land. But Jung Hyuk knew something was off the moment he heard it. In the middle of this desolate wilderness, where would such a uniform fleet of cars come from? It looks like these peaceful days are probably going to hit another rough patch. 4 identical cars passing by every single day. No matter how you look at it, this isn't normal. Jung Hyuk tried to test Sun Kwang-yeon for his opinion, but Sun Kwang-yeon just scratched his head, casually saying they were looking at land, and even made an excuse to slide away. Sun Kwang-yeon's reaction was clearly playing dumb. He absolutely knew the inside story, but just didn't want Jung Hyuk to get mixed up in it. But things were far worse than imagined. Inside the black car not too far away, several men in sunglasses were staring at the profile of Jung Hyuk's family. The names and addresses all matched up perfectly, and even the news of them going out for the holidays had been thoroughly uncovered by this bunch of guys. It looks like this trip to Hawaii is destined to not be peaceful. A loud bang echoed from the tycoon's office. The chairman was completely turning into a volcano this time, giving his eldest son Yoo Moon-jik a brutal scolding, telling him to get the hell out of his sight immediately. This Yu Moonjik was simply the absolute worst kind of prodigal son. Sent abroad for further studies, he embezzled public funds to sponsor female celebrities instead, and even took the company's core technology, handing it over to foreign spies on a silver platter. Yu Moonjik knelt on the floor and begged desperately for mercy. But the chairman didn't buy this act at all, and even found out that he secretly approached politicians to plead his case. This time, he completely crossed his old man's bottom line. Yu Shira off to the side, however, was exceptionally calm, munching on crackers while enjoying the drama, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After all, the eldest brother's downfall wasn't a bad thing for her. The chairman announced on the spot the firing of Yu Moonjik, and even called out loudly for Butler Chan to come in and kick him out. The eldest brother had just been swept out of the door, and Yu Shira was immediately next to him calmly eating crackers. The second brother, Yu Junjik, frowned straight upon seeing this. But at this moment, nobody was in the mood for small talk, because the old man was about to redivide the cake. The chairman was playing for keeps this time. He gave each of the remaining children a chance. As long as they could guard the businesses in their hands, it would count as passing the preliminary assessment for the successor. Yu Junjik was assigned to the machinery and logistics division, directly airdropped to become the CEO. He originally thought this was the main event. Who knew the chairman's next words would leave everyone present stunned? He actually handed the core chemical business over to his son-in-law, Kijun. Yu Junjik couldn't sit still on the spot. How could this kind of core industry be given to an outsider? But a single sentence from the old man left him speechless. Data does not lie. The son-in-law used just a mere 3 years to achieve 30 years' worth of the company's performance. It seems that in this family, bloodline is no longer a protective amulet. Only strength is the ultimate truth. Seeing that her husband was about to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility, Shira quickly came out to smooth things over, saying Kijun has been too tired from work lately. The second brother, Yu Junjik, also quickly backed her up from the side, implying that this kind of core industry still needs to remain in the hands of their own bloodline. But the old man didn't listen to this act at all, telling them straight and bluntly that in the entire company right now, only Kijun has the ability to turn losses into profits. Kijun also took the opportunity to hold his wife's hand, saying this was all for the sake of their future. Yu Junjik laughed along heartily on the surface, saying congratulations to his brother-in-law with his mouth, but his mind was already in a total turmoil. After all, chemicals were the heart of the conglomerate. The old man handing this territory over to Kijun made it crystal clear that he was choosing him as the successor. What made Yu Junjik feel even more weird was that this brother-in-law used to have absolutely no interest in management. So why did he suddenly resign and seem like a completely changed man? Although Yu Junjik hadn't completely fallen out with him yet, he knew very well in his heart that this war over the succession rights had only just begun. Butler Chan bowed humbly at the entrance of the mansion. To him, so-called self-esteem was completely worthless in the face of survival. As long as he could provide for his family, what did bowing and bending his back even matter? The atmosphere in the living room was originally quite relaxed. The chairman casually asked his daughter Shira if she was planning to take time off to spend the mid-autumn festival again. Shira, while munching on cookies, said in a casual, nonchalant manner, "This year, I plan to go abroad with Kwang Yuen." Upon hearing the name Kwang Yuen, the chairman's face instantly changed. Shira only then realized she had let it slip, and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. But the words could no longer be taken back. The chairman froze right on the spot, unable to say a word for a long time. He stared intently at his daughter, his voice trembling as he demanded, "That son Kwang Yuen, is he actually still alive right now?" This time, the entire family panicked. Yu Shira quickly explained that this was just an accident. But the chairman couldn't listen to anything right now, and straight up ordered them to leave, telling them to get out immediately. Who could have thought that a person even the Daejin group couldn't dig up would actually show up at a time like this? The chairman sat alone, his mind entirely filled with the regrets of back then. He shouldn't have let his daughter get close to that bastard in the first place. The chairman's mind was completely a mess. He instructed the butler to prepare a glass of strong liquor, and it absolutely had to pack a punch. He just couldn't understand, no matter what, the guy back then, whom he treated like his own son and cherished. Where on earth had he been hiding all these years, vanishing for a whole 20 years, without even a single phone call to let everyone know he was safe? And even his own biological daughter teamed up to keep him in the dark. This feeling of being betrayed hurts worse than anything. Yu Moonjik was truly a master of acting. Even the biological brothers right next to him could be played like a fiddle by him. It looks like right from the very beginning, everyone had fallen into his trap. Who could have thought that Yu Moonjik and Hong Ki-jun were actually in cahoots? He specially called to apologize, saying that this time was all thanks to the other party's help. The two of them agreed on the phone. Yu Moonjik would hide away first to put on a show. And the next step would be to contact the people from Daejin Electronics. For an unambitious guy like him, being kicked out of the management layer wasn't a punishment at all. Instead, it felt like receiving the reward of freedom. After hanging up the phone, Hong Ki-jun sat alone in the dark, reviewing the plan. Everything went even smoother than he had anticipated. That old man of the Yu family, who highly values competence, sure enough took the bait this quickly. As for that overly ambitious Yu Junjik, as long as he's willing to cooperate, the upcoming drama will be way easier to play out. In the middle of the night, his wife sat alone in the living room, dazed, obviously worried sick over what happened during the day. She regretted that she couldn't keep her mouth shut, and brought up Sun Kwang Yuan's name, worrying that the old man was truly enraged this time. Hong Ki-jun quickly sat down to comfort her, saying how could that be anger? It's clearly because someone thought to be dead suddenly turned out alive. Anyone would be stunned for a good while. He advised his wife not to overthink it, since they're going on a trip together in a couple of days, and she couldn't just keep wearing a long face. Seeing that Hong Ki-jun was still in the mood to joke around, the heavy rock inside his wife's heart still couldn't drop. A huge incident has broken out this time. The headline news on the newspaper left Jung Hyuk completely dumbfounded as he read it. See, Electronics didn't just seize the telecom license. They actually even went ahead and merged with Daewon Telecom, the third largest in the industry. This expansion speed is practically like using cheats. In the memories of his past life, this juicy piece of meat clearly belonged to the Seokyoung group. But now the trajectory of history has completely changed. If Hong Ki-jun wasn't the one controlling things behind the scenes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Is this guy planning to devour the entire market? The thing that gave him the biggest headache was that if C Electronics completely dominates the market, then those experiences of his past life inside his head will all become completely useless. Young Hyuk slumped on the table in frustration. In reality, he didn't care about being the richest man at all, and even less did he want to get involved in these mega business wars. Living a second life, his only wish was to save his parents and live a normal, ordinary life. But the current situation no longer allowed him to stay out of it. Ever since having his younger sister Yu Jung, Young Hyuk's mindset had completely shifted. He started to feel that being a wealthy and powerful older brother wasn't a bad thing either, although using the trends of his past life to play the stock market always gave him a bit of a guilty conscience. As long as it could make this little kid happy, throwing away this bit of principle was totally fine. But he quickly discovered that the direction of things was getting more and more off track. That guy Hong Ki-jun wasn't good at strategy at all, yet now he has become a tycoon in the business world. It looks like Dad has been giving him quite a lot of advice behind the scenes. These two people are practically inseparable right now, even hanging out together on holidays to discuss business. Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that it was because he saved his dad back then that triggered this whole chain of butterfly effects. He originally just wanted to live an ordinary life, guarding his family in peace and safety. Who could have thought that he would actually become the person who changed the world? Looking at his unfamiliar self in the mirror, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Is everything really going to be okay? Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that the old world he was once familiar with was vanishing bit by bit. From the exact moment he saved his parents, the history that was originally supposed to happen had already become a complete mess. The more he thought about it in the classroom, the more annoyed he got. Suddenly slamming his hand hard on the desk, he scared the classmate who had just walked in to say hi, so bad that their soul almost flew out. This buddy even thought he had said something wrong, turning right around to run and call the teacher. Left behind, Young Hyuk was dazing off all by himself. In fact, he should have accepted his reality a long time ago. Although he lost his absolute control over the future, what he gained in this life was far, far more than what he lost. He now had his cute little sister, Yu Jung, and also great friends like Soo Kyung and her family. These warm, precious moments were things he wouldn't even dare dream of in his past life. Since he had already made up his mind, there was nothing left to stress over. Instead of living in fear over an unknown tomorrow, it was better to first protect the crew right in front of him. Anyway, in this lifetime, he would absolutely never let himself live with regrets again. Young Hyuk put the newspaper away. He had completely figured it out. Since history had already changed, there was no point in fixating on the past anymore. He told himself that as long as he locked his eyes on the path ahead and kept moving forward, that would be enough. Right at this moment, a classmate pushed the door open to say hello. Young Hyuk snapped out of it, and his face put on that trademark smile once again. Who could have thought this place is practically paradise? Kim Sun-young was as happy as a little kid. After all, they had waited a whopping 15 years for this trip. Hong Ki-jun looked at his old classmate and sighed with emotion. This guy had changed way too much. Back then, they couldn't even afford to throw a wedding, but now they could finally make up for their honeymoon. The scene was indeed quite touching. Though Yu Shira, next to them, didn't look too happy. Hong Ki-jun saw right through her at a single glance, deliberately teasing her about renting a convertible, just to change her mood. Yu Shira didn't buy this act and straight up exposed him. Was this guy, still holding a grudge over getting slapped last time, intentionally trying to pick a fight here? Hong Ki-jun was actually pretty candid, laughing as he said he got caught. Even though she was vacationing in Hawaii, Kim Sun-young still couldn't stop worrying about the kids, constantly worrying because it was Yu Jung's first time away from mom and if she would cry her eyes out. Yu Shira quickly comforted her from the side, saying Yu Moon-jik was over there watching over them, and that guy is the most reliable when doing things, so she should just put her heart completely at ease. As they chatted, the topic drifted far away. Sun Kwang-yuan actually suggested buying a piece of land locally to leave for the kids in the future. Kim Sun-young even wanted to put it directly under Jung Hyuk's name. Right during this happy family moment, the vibe suddenly shifted. Two men in black were hiding in the dark, staking out the place, complaining about having to work overtime during the holidays, while keeping their eyes glued to the movements in the distance. The partner of the guy named 10 billion, they always felt something was off. The target's background this time was way too clean. Kidnapping someone with no enemies made him feel a bit uneasy in his heart, not to mention the other party also had a young daughter. 10 billion sneered coldly in his heart. This guy didn't even know that the original request wasn't a kidnapping at all, but a direct assassination. It was just that the employer changed his mind at the last minute. Since they already took the cash, there was no need to ask so many questions. They were currently staring at the movements inside the house, calculating exactly when the adults would leave, so they could hurry up and get to work. Inside the house at this moment, Jung Hyuk was leisurely watching TV. A wrestling match was broadcasting on the screen, with the commentator highly praising the genius wrestler named Taeyang. Who could have thought that right while Jung Hyuk was watching the match, the Grim Reaper was already waiting at the doorstep. Jung Hyuk looked at the TV and only then realized, no wonder he couldn't see anyone anywhere today. It turns out, everyone had rushed to the venue to cheer for Taeyang's wrestling match. Just as he was watching intently, Yu Jung's shout came from the bathroom. This little girl was finally done pooping. Jung Hyuk quickly went over to help, complaining along the way that this kid has been eating so much lately. Looking at Yu Jung bouncing around full of energy, Jung Hyuk recalled his parents' endless reminders before they departed, stuffing the fridge full and leaving emergency money, fearing he wouldn't take good care of the kid at home. In reality, he also hoped in his heart that his parents in Hawaii could have a great time and stop always worrying about these trivial matters at home. After all, with him around, nothing could possibly go wrong. While doing the chores, Jung Hyuk's professional habit kicked in again. Looking at the old-fashioned toilet at home, he actually started pondering the business opportunity of smart bidet toilet seats, calculating how to push this gadget into the market. Just as his mind was wandering, the match on TV reached a crucial moment. Taeyang, sure enough, didn't disappoint. Looking at this momentum, he was bound to take the championship. The commentator on TV shouted until his voice went hoarse. Who could have thought a high schooler could actually have such insane explosive power? Taeyang lived up to everyone's expectations, directly seizing the championship title. Yu Jung was bouncing around happily in the living room. Jung Hyuk looked at the screen, muttering with a proud face, "That's my younger brother right there." All that hard training during this period finally didn't go to waste. Before Jung Hyuk could get too emotional for a while, Yu Jung ran over and tugged at his shirt, clamoring and begging to go outside to play. Even General, the puppy at home, joined in on the hype from the side. Jung Hyuk could do nothing about this little girl, so I had no choice but to promise to take them to a great place. One big and one small holding hands, plus a frolicking puppy. This scene couldn't be any more heartwarming. Walking on the path filled with a thick autumn vibe, Yu Jung was like a curious baby, asking if that was a sparrow one moment, and getting attracted by frogs and pigeons the next, completely immersed in nature. Looking at how happy the kid was, Jung Hyuk felt quite at ease in his heart too. Jung Hyuk held Yu Jung's little hand and told her softly that he had once seen an angel here. It was exactly that angel's protection that allowed Yu Jung to come into this world safely. Looking at Yu Jung's innocent smiling face, Jung Hyuk couldn't help but think of Mi Jin's grandmother. If the elderly lady were still alive, seeing Yu Jung growing up this fast, so he had no choice but to promise to take them to a great place. But there was one thing Jung Hyuk still hadn't figured out to this day. Before passing away, Grandma specifically told him to take good care of those girls. Why did she use the plural form? Before he could think of an explanation, Yu Jung was already attracted by the pine cones on the ground. She pointed at squirrels, chipmunks, and even stared at bright red mushrooms while drooling. Young Hyuk quickly and patiently corrected her errors from the side. This forest was full of new things, making Yu Jung have a total blast. Although Jung Hyuk kept reminding her out loud, that sense of unease in his heart just wouldn't go away. What secret was actually hidden behind Grandma's words back then? Young Hyuk looked at the mushrooms in the forest and suggested picking some to take back, as they would be perfect for making soybean paste stew tonight. Hearing that she was in for a treat, Yu Jung happily praised her brother as the absolute best. This little girl had very sharp eyes, spotting a huge cluster of mushrooms and all at once. Young Hyuk quickly reminded her from the side that she could only look, not touch, since who knew if these wild mushrooms were poisonous or not. While Jung Hyuk was busy picking, he didn't forget to give orders to General, telling him to watch Yu Jung without leaving her side for even a step. After all, in the deep forest, safety always comes first. Just as the two of them were busy with their own tasks, Yu Jung suddenly stopped her movements, pointing at the bushes nearby and asking what that thing was. Jung Hyuk didn't think much of it at first, responding casually as he leaned over to take a look. But the moment he parted the bushes, his whole body froze dead on the spot. Who could have thought a wild boar would actually pop out of this forest? This time they had completely crossed into the danger zone. Jung Hyuk gave instructions in a low voice, telling Yu Jung and General to absolutely not make a sound, and just like how they usually stole watermelons, quietly back away. As long as they didn't get noticed, there was still a chance to slip away. In the end, whatever you fear most is bound to happen. A crisp snapping sound came from under their feet, and now it was completely game over. That beast had already locked its eyes on them. Jung Hyuk pushed Yu Jung away with all his might, and told General to hurry up and take her away. This beast completely refused to play by the rules, leaving Jung Hyuk right in front of it completely alone, and charged straight toward Yu Jung. Seeing that it was about to crash into her, Jung Hyuk was so anxious his voice almost went hoarse. At a time like this, there was no other choice but to risk his life. His whole body flew straight over, locking the wild boar's neck in a death grip. This was literally tanking a monster with a mortal body. Jung Hyuk exerted all his power while shouting, telling Yu Jung to run immediately, and absolutely not look back. Daring to touch his younger sister, this beast was truly tired of living. Jung Hyuk went ruthless, choking its throat in a deadly lock. Following a dull thud, this big guy finally drew its last breath. Jung Hyuk collapsed onto the ground, confirming that the danger had been cleared. Only then did Yu Jung dare to poke her head out from behind the tree, calling his name in a small voice. Jung Hyuk quickly put on a smiling face again, beckoning her to come over. With this hug, Jung Hyuk felt all the exhaustion in his body was totally worth it. As long as his family was safe, what did getting a little hurt even matter? But Yu Jung had very sharp eyes and spotted it immediately, the bloodstains on his body, and now it was the little girl's turn to feel heartbroken. Seeing that Jung Hyuk was injured, Yu Jung insisted she had a way to cure him. Before he could react, this little girl pulled out her saliva therapy. Although this move was a bit speechless, looking at Yu Jung's serious face, Jung Hyuk could only bite the bullet and take it. Who told her to be his biological sister? But before Jung Hyuk could catch his breath, Yu Jung's attention shifted to the wild boar. The moment she heard that this big guy was also a pig, her inner foodie instantly couldn't be hidden anymore. In the eyes of the little girl, how was this some fierce monster? This was clearly a delicious, fragrant feast. With her eyes shining brightly, there was no stopping her. Jung Hyuk originally wanted to advise her a bit, saying that wild boar meat shouldn't be eaten carelessly. But looking at Yu Jung's stubborn determination, he could only raise his hands in surrender in the end. Jung Hyuk carried this massive wild boar straight over to his neighbor Cho Ik-hyun's house. After all, everyone has their own specialty, and when it comes to dealing with this kind of big guy, he still had to look for a professional. Facing Cho Ik-hyun's questioning, Jung Hyuk could only bite the bullet and lie, saying he just happened to find it on the mountain. Although Cho Ik-hyun was puzzled, looking at the meat, it indeed looked fresh. Just as everyone was staring at the powder on the wild boar's snout, hesitating over whether this thing was edible or not, Jung Hyuk originally wanted to back out, but then the little foodie Yu Jung got anxious. She tugged at Cho Ik-hyun's shirt and shook her head frantically. With that pitiful little look of hers, who could see it and not have their heart melt? This aegyo attack was a complete instant kill for Cho Ik-hyun. Cho Ik-hyun stopped overthinking it now, patting his chest to guarantee they would have a feast tonight. Jung Hyuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like this wild boar meal was a sure thing. Although he was accompanying his sister for dinner, Jung Hyuk's heart remained uneasy. Recalling the time he entered the village today, those black sedans parked by the roadside didn't look right no matter how he looked at them. Those people were dressed neatly, yet they staked out the place all day under the blazing sun, not looking like passing office workers at all. Instead, they looked more like they came specifically to spy. The more Jung-hyuk thought about it, the more he felt a chill down his spine. What on earth was the background of these people? And why were they keeping such a close eye on his house? This feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake made him unable to sit still for a single second. He originally wanted to call the police for help, but no one at the police station picked up at all. Looks like during this big holiday, he couldn't count on anyone. Seeing that Yoo-jung was already fast asleep, Jung-hyuk gently covered her with the blanket. Since no one could help, he could only go out himself to test the waters and see what those people were up to. In the middle of the night, he wanted to take a shortcut to slip away. But before he could take even 2 steps, he was called out by an old man. The old man asked with a smile, "It's so late. Where are you planning to go catch mice?" Jung-hyuk casually made up an excuse, saying he was just out for a walk. He thought he could gloss it over. But right before leaving, the old man dropped a sarcastic remark, telling the youngster not to be too hot-headed and not to cause trouble in this place. Looking at the old man's receding back, Jung-hyuk suddenly realized something. That old man said he just came back from church, but what he was carrying in his hand was clearly combat military boots. Mr. Cheon always felt the atmosphere today was off. Dirty things were running amok all over the village. This bunch of young people had absolutely no idea what kind of life-threatening game they were playing, especially that kid's shadow. It was blacker and larger than before. This was definitely not a good omen. Just as he was worrying, Cho Ik-hyun ran over, enthusiastically dragging him to go eat barbecue, saying someone won a match and they were celebrating. Mr. Cheon agreed on the spot, but the other guy caught sight of the bag in his hand at a single glance. Asking curiously, "Why are you carrying so many heavy things in the middle of the night?" Mr. Cheon casually dismissed the youngster and walked alone to the old house of an old acquaintance. This used to be the place where Book Surai lived, a poor soul who was tricked into being a midwife her entire life. Looking at the tightly shut door, he planned to use this festive moment to pour a glass of wine for the departed soul of his old friend. After all, the debt from back then still hadn't been fully paid off even now. But on the other side, that bunch of young men eating meat and drinking wine had completely exploded into chaos. Someone discovered their military boots were missing, followed by their uniform gloves being completely gone. These were precious treasures brought back from the military, and now not even a single hair was left. Even the candy and chewing gum in their pockets had been swiped and stolen by someone. Who could have thought, on a perfectly good Chuseok festival, before this crew could even show off their skills, they would first be robbed completely clean by someone. The longer they stayed, the more creeped out they felt, always feeling like the people in this village weren't quite normal. What kind of normal person would drag a massive wild boar with one hand and wander randomly on the main road? The ones with weak courage already wanted to throw in the towel, but they were scolded fiercely on the spot by the leader, who said that they were supposed to be elites from the intelligence bureau. So how could they lose even this bit of guts now? It turned out their target was to kidnap that old couple under the cover of darkness. But this crew never expected that every single one of their moves was completely heard by Jung-hyuk, who was hiding in the bushes. Hearing that the other party was going to make a move on his parents, he couldn't hide any longer and stepped right out of the darkness, asking coldly, "Who on earth are you guys?" Now it was this bunch of agents' turn to be dumbfounded. There was clearly no one around just now. So when on earth did this guy silently sneak up right behind them? The leader's reaction was quite fast, instantly putting on a smiling face and BSing that they were in real estate, coming specifically to this middle of nowhere to look at land. Too bad for this script. Jung-hyuk didn't believe a single word. He straight up exposed the kidnapping plan he just overheard right to their faces, demanding to know exactly who sent them. Seeing that they couldn't keep up the act, the leader simply tore off his disguise, putting on a reckless, shameless attitude, thinking the opponent was just a green kid, and there was absolutely no need to waste words on him. But right at this instant, the surrounding atmosphere completely changed. A chilling aura actually erupted from Jung-hyuk's body, like a faint cloud of black smoke, making this bunch of professional agents shiver uncontrollably. They finally realized that this place was indeed insanely eerie, and the young man right in front of them was by no means an ordinary person. The leader quickly shouted, "Don't just stand there! Hurry up and move." This bunch of so-called elite agents had absolutely no power to fight back in front of Jung-hyuk. Before the leader could even realize what was happening, his whole body was sent flying out by a strange force, only able to let out a desperate scream midair. At the same time, on a sunny beach, Jung-hyuk's parents were leisurely enjoying their vacation, though the old couple still felt a bit uneasy in their hearts, worrying that something might happen to those kids at home. Sun Kwang-yeon smiled and comforted his wife, saying that there were neighbors helping look after the house, and most importantly, Jung-hyuk stayed behind to guard it. That boy had been mature since childhood, so he was absolutely dependable. Kim Sun-young also showed a smile after hearing this, feeling that she was indeed overthinking it. With Jung Hyuk holding down the fort at home, nothing could possibly go wrong. But how could they know that at this moment, Jung Hyuk was literally in hell? Just as the old couple raised their glasses to celebrate, the battle in the dark had already reached its end. The screams came to a sudden halt. The agents who were insanely arrogant just now were now all slumped on the ground like heaps of mud. The leader's regrets had turned his inside completely green now. If he had known this kid could drag a wild boar with one hand, he wouldn't dare take this job even if it killed him. Jung Hyuk walked forward step by step, looking down on this bunch of losers with a tone so cold it sent shivers down their spines. He didn't plan to directly deal a fatal blow, but instead gave the other party a chance to speak. I know you guys didn't come here with any good intentions. Confess honestly who ordered this, and I'll give you a way out. If you dare play tricks with me, you know the consequences in your own hearts. Jung Hyuk's eyes carried a surge of murderous intent. Spit it out. Who exactly told you to come kidnap them? The leading agent completely chickened out. In his eyes, the man in front of him was simply the Grim Reaper. In order to save his life, he began to beg for mercy frantically. As long as he could survive, he would do absolutely anything. Jung Hyuk didn't buy this act at all, demanding to know the mastermind behind the scenes once again. The agent finally confessed, saying it was a person calling herself Madame Bayek, who not only gave them a deposit, but also provided all the detailed information. Madame Bayek? What kind of figure was that again? The agent leader stuttered, saying that in their line of work, they never pry into clients, let alone know why she wanted to kidnap them. Only then did Jung Hyuk finally realize why Mi-jin's grandmother kept reminding him before to take good care of his family. And that Madame Beck, why did she want to make a move on his parents? The agent leader was also stunned after hearing this. They originally thought the target was just an ordinary uncle, but in the end, they had actually stirred up such a massive hornet's nest. Seeing that Jung Hyuk had no intention of letting him off, the agent leader completely threw caution to the wind. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy frantically, saying that he was the leader, so Jung Hyuk could kill him or do whatever he wanted with him. But he begged Jung Hyuk to spare the other team members, because those people all had families behind them. Some had someone waiting for surgery fees to save their lives, and some were just about to become fathers. This extremely humble appearance made the originally dead silent atmosphere become even more complicated. Jung Hyuk had always felt that villains didn't deserve to have any backstory at all. If one looked for excuses for their evil deeds, then who would speak up for the victims? But looking at this group of people right in front of him, frantically begging for mercy for the sake of their families, Jung Hyuk fell into silence. He knew that feeling of being driven into a corner all too well. For the sake of family, a person could truly do absolutely anything. But this did not mean that the mistakes they committed could be forgiven. The agent leader looked at Jung Hyuk's receding back, and his heart completely sank. He knew this man would absolutely not be soft-hearted. Since they took the money they shouldn't have taken, the price was about to be paid. Who could have thought the agents who were insanely arrogant just now were actually in front of Jung Hyuk at this moment, obediently writing out confessions? This move of Jung Hyuk's was even more ruthless. He didn't plan to directly use force, but instead made the leader write down everyone's names, addresses, and phone numbers. This was literally running a household registration check right to their faces. Jung Hyuk asked probingly, feeling that the guy definitely didn't know how deep the water behind him actually was. His dad not only knew the county magistrate and the bureau chief, but could even mobilize the military. Seeing that the leader didn't react, Jung Hyuk directly brought out his ultimate trump card. He said the big backer behind him was none other than that famous Chairman Hong. Hearing this name, the leader finally stopped his movements. Jung Hyuk tapped on that paper, warning him that he better be honest, because if he dared to lie on the information, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Sip Yi inside the car also realized it now. This Jung Hyuk actually had a connection with Shi Yi Chemical. This kind of critical intel was completely missing from the previous background check. Not a single piece of it was mentioned. Looks like that Madame Baek never intended to tell them the truth from the very beginning. The leader was truly terrified this time. He muttered in a low voice that he wanted to wash his hands of this business. But Sip Yi let out a cold laugh. It was already too late to think about retiring now, because they had just received a new job. Looking at the list that the leader obediently wrote down, Jung Hyuk knew very well in his heart that if you want someone to be absolutely loyal, relying on violence alone is not enough. Only when the other party thinks they are bound to die, and you suddenly give them a way to live. This kind of gratitude from escaping death is the most solid. Shackle. This group of agents who originally wanted to kill him had now become the most obedient dogs in his hand. Looks like this trick taught by Mr. Hong and really worked. Jung Hyuk wasn't confident at first. But looking at this group's reaction now, reverse control had indeed taken effect. Young Hyuk not only demanded their information, but also gave the leader an absolute order. He must investigate that employer, Madam Beck, inside out. The leader originally wanted to play dumb, saying he didn't know anything, but with one look from Young Hyuk, he instantly behaved himself. After all, his life was still gripped in the guy's hand. Young Hyuk knew very well in his heart that a woman who could send this level of agents would absolutely not back down easily. The upcoming troubles would only get more and more. He originally just wanted to live an ordinary life, but reality was like a quagmire, dragging him deeper and deeper, giving him absolutely no choice. Just as Young Hyuk was preparing to leave, the bushes nearby suddenly made a rustling sound. He suddenly stopped his tracks. Could there be someone else lurking nearby? A false alarm. It turned out to be just a wild animal. But before Young Hyuk could breathe a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In this middle of nowhere, was it really just a wild animal? Shoot! Young Hyuk suddenly slapped his forehead. Just now, he was so focused on dealing with those agents that he had completely and utterly forgotten about the wild boar trouble back home. Young Hyuk was carrying the heavy ribs, getting ready to say goodbye to his friend. After all, there was still a kid at home waiting to be fed. Who could have thought, in the middle of the night, he would actually bump into Mr. Cheon in the alley? The old man stared at him for a long time, then out of nowhere, dropped the words, "Good job." Hearing this left both of them completely baffled. This old man didn't even drink that much, so why was he already talking nonsense? Young Hyuk was in no mood to overthink it. He said his goodbyes and hurried back home. After all, with Baek Yoo-jung left home alone, he really couldn't feel at ease. Thinking back carefully, Dad had been lying all those years. Those letters sent to other people's houses weren't because of a wrong address at all. His so-called excuse of not changing the address due to renovations, looking at it now, seemed more like a way to wipe out our tracks and intentionally hide from someone. Dad, who on earth are you? I originally thought he was just an ordinary man who moved here to pursue a country girl. But it turns out he was not only college besties with Mr. Hong, but was even as close as real siblings with the eldest young lady of Shi group. This background was simply unfathomable. In my past life, I knew absolutely nothing about his family affairs. Who could have thought our family actually had this kind of connection with Shi group? Although he was a good father, knowing he hid so many things still made him feel a bit complicated inside. Before he could figure it out, a burst of crying suddenly came from the yard. Young Hyuk's heart skipped a beat. Shoot, something happened. He rushed into the house like crazy. Yoo-jung was curling up in the corner of the yard, crying until her voice was completely hoarse, with only that dog keeping her company. Seeing Young Hyuk return, Yoo-jung instantly threw herself into his arms. She thought she had been abandoned. That kind of fear couldn't be hidden at all. Young Hyuk's heart was completely filled with guilt. He tightly hugged his sister and kept apologizing. Yoo-jung sobbed while saying she woke up to find absolutely no one at home. Mom said that once it's dark, you can't go out, so she could only hide in the yard and wait. Looking at Yoo-jung crying loudly in his arms, Young Hyuk suddenly remembered the night in his past life after his parents went to sea and never came back again. That kind of deathly silence could truly drive a person crazy. Back then, he could only take the dog and hide by the door, guarding it all the way until dawn. Young Hyuk comforted her softly. Don't be scared. Your brother is here. I will never leave you alone again in the future. In order to make Yoo-jung happy, Young Hyuk brought out the ribs he carried back. Looking at her devouring the meat, the gloom from just now finally cleared up a bit. Yoo-jung praised him while eating, saying the pig her brother caught tasted so delicious. Young Hyuk smiled and nodded, but doubts began to brew in his mind once again. Who on earth was Dad hiding from, to the point of not hesitating to conceal the new home address? Just to completely wipe out our tracks? Who exactly was that person who made him so incredibly wary? Young Hyuk sat by the fire, and he already had an answer in his heart. The person who made Dad wary was definitely not someone from the village. Before Mom and Dad moved here, they had absolutely no acquaintances here. If it were a villager, even without looking at the letters, they should have known we moved a long time ago. Right at this moment, Yoo-jung mumbled while gnawing on the meat. Brother, it seems like there's no soy sauce left in the fridge. Young Hyuk casually replied, let's buy it next time we go to town. But Yoo-jung's next words instantly made his entire body freeze. Yoo-jung smiled and said, soy sauce is just like a shadow, because they are both black, and General's nose is also black. Young Hyuk suddenly stopped his movements. Something was wrong. Didn't Yoo-jung also mention soy sauce a few days ago? Behind these seemingly innocent childish words, what on earth was hidden? He didn't dare think further down. By the fire late at night, the more Young Hyuk thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He looked down and asked the dog, General, by his side, did you also see something today? Recalling that former intelligence agent When he was kneeling on the ground back then, his eyes weren't looking at Jung-hyuk at all, but were staring dead fixedly behind Jung-hyuk. If it was just out of fear, he should have lowered his head to avoid eye contact. But his appearance looked as if he had seen something even more terrifying. And then there was that Mr. Cheon. He actually coincidentally ran into him twice today. Every time the words he said were completely baffling. One moment telling him not to go too hard, and the next moment praising him for doing a good job. This kind of feeling was as if the other party already knew what he was going to do long ago, and had even been observing him in secret all along. Jung-hyuk stood in the yard, waves of chills running down his spine. Could it be that from start to finish, he wasn't the one controlling the whole situation? Jung-hyuk suddenly remembered that the intelligence agent wasn't staring at his feet, but at his shadow, and at the moment he killed the wild boar. That flash of black smoke, could it really not be a hallucination? He stared at that mass of darkness beneath his feet, probingly shouting out, "Hey, stop hiding and get the hell out here right now." Seeing no movement, Jung-hyuk simply raised his voice. "Do you really have to wait for me to get a shaman to catch you? I think your IQ is barely in the double digits." In the yard, except for the dog, there wasn't even a ghost's shadow. The atmosphere became awkward to the extreme. Even General's look at him became full of disdain. Jung-hyuk scratched his head. Looks like he really hallucinated from hunger. After tossing and turning for a whole day, he'd better just go inside and sleep. But the moment he pushed open the door, a sudden shriek came from inside the house, which almost made his already paranoid self jump right out of his skin. Jung-hyuk entered the room to look, and it turned out Yoo-jung was already fast asleep on the table, drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. He let out a helpless smile. He truly couldn't do anything with this girl. All those messy suspicions from just now were instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He picked up his sister with light steps and walked away while whispering, "Go back to your room and sleep." The village late at night was terrifyingly quiet. The moonlight spilled into the yard, as if nothing had ever happened. The shadow on the ground was clearly wrong, but Jung-hyuk hurriedly played it dumb, trying to cover this matter up. Who could have thought that this seemingly simple and honest general at home had actually seen through everything long ago? He felt that humans reacted way too slowly, and it was exactly because they didn't have tails that they couldn't discover the secrets in the shadow. Back when Jung-hyuk was still a child, this thing had already latched onto him. Back then, Jung-hyuk had nightmares all night long, and if General hadn't been guarding him all along, the consequences would have been truly unpredictable. The young Jung-hyuk was often plagued by nightmares, crying his heart out. No one knew what on earth he dreamed about. General suspected that it was that shadow playing tricks. Luckily, everything went back to normal later on, and everyone thought it was just a false alarm. But who could have thought that the peaceful days wouldn't last long, and Jung-hyuk suddenly became like a completely different person. He returned home utterly soul-shattered, grabbed a metal can, and rushed toward the seaside. He didn't even care. When his shoes were kicked off, General sharply sensed that that eerie shadow had appeared behind him once again. A full moon rose over the sea that night, with flames soaring into the sky, as if burning all the dirty things completely clean. From then on, the shadow behind Jung-hyuk completely vanished, and life finally returned to a peaceful state. He became like a totally different person, running around like crazy in the fields every day, and a cute little baby was even added to the family. But the good times didn't last long. Jung-hyuk started frequently staying out all night, always carrying a strange scent on his body. General sharply noticed that, right during that summer, a bunch of strangers suddenly appeared in the village. Those days were indeed lived comfortably. Jung-hyuk even took General for a ride in a luxury car, and the whole family was immersed in ordinary happiness. But General knew very well in his heart that as long as Jung-hyuk felt threatened, that shadow which had vanished for a long time would instantly show up. Just yesterday, that ominous feeling came back again, just like that terrifying night many years ago. General saw with his own eyes that a jet-black substance was currently seeping out from Jung-hyuk's arm. Although he couldn't figure out what on earth it was, General could smell it. This power would not harm Jung-hyuk. Yoo-jung innocently asked her brother what it meant to live happily ever after. Jung-hyuk went silent for a moment, saying it probably meant living the most ordinary life. General listened from the side, but he felt quite uneasy in his heart. Whenever someone asked what kind of life Jung-hyuk wanted to live in the future, his answer was always only one, and that was to live the most ordinary life. Little Soo-jung felt very puzzled upon hearing this. She patted her chest and said she wanted to become a major celebrity in the future, and also make tons and tons of money. Jung-hyuk just smiled after hearing this, asking her in return if she knew that actually in this world, being an ordinary person is the hardest thing of all. Soo-jung froze for a moment. Since it's so hard, why do you still want this kind of life? Jung-hyuk didn't hesitate, and gently nodded his head. To him, this was the most luxurious dream. Who could have thought After listening to these words, little Soo Jung actually changed her mind too, clamoring that she wanted to be just like Jung Hyuk and challenge this hardest goal. Mijin said with a serious face that she wanted to be with Jung Hyuk and live that most ordinary kind of life. Yoo Jung also hurriedly ran over to join the fun, shouting that everyone should stay together forever. Although Soo Jung was a bit moody, Jung Hyuk felt that having more people would make it even livelier. The scene shifted, and sunlight filled the yard. This kind of ordinary life really just began like this. Jung Hyuk put down the book in his hand, discussing whose house they should go to for lunch. Yoo Jung was jumping and skipping happily, her mind completely filled with the delicious lunch. General quietly watched from the side, unable to help but sigh in his heart. Looks like nowadays, living an ordinary person's life had instead become a most popular trend. Mijin held Jung Hyuk's hand, excitedly asking if General was going to go along too. Jung Hyuk smiled and nodded. Since they were going out, they definitely couldn't leave out this little guy. As a dog standing at the forefront of fashion, General decided to follow the trend too, and live this ordinary person's life together with them. But before enjoying life, he still had to go take care of a major matter first, and that was to go teach the neighbor's white dog a lesson, since that fellow only knew how to slack off during the holidays. Just like that, one big and one small held hands, with an ambitious little bodyguard following behind them, disappearing among the red autumn forest. An ordinary person can't be the main character. You've got to have some kind of special identity. For instance, a 5-year-old little girl barging into an all-boys middle school. Yoo Jung, this kid, insisted that a student should go to school, forcing her brother, Jung Hyuk, who wanted to skip class, to be dragged right back to the classroom. The teacher was completely dumbfounded now, so Jung Hyuk could only awkwardly explain that the neighbors weren't free to help watch the kid today, asking if she could stay in the infirmary for a while. Who could have thought that the moment this little girl showed her face, she became the mascot of the entire school? This group of boys, who usually only knew how to fool around, all crowded around. Everyone was spreading rumors that there was no one at Jung Hyuk's house to take care of his sister. This backstory sounded way too tragic, leaving him looking completely bewildered. With Yoo Jung settled in the infirmary, this little girl was actually pretty happy, rolling and frolicking around on the hospital bed, completely not treating this place like a school. While Jung Hyuk said his thanks to the teacher, he still couldn't put his mind at ease. Sitting back in the classroom, the pen in his hand was spinning nonstop. He didn't absorb a single word of the math problems the teacher was explaining. Right at that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and someone shouted at the door for the class president. Before Jung Hyuk could even react, Yoo Jung came crying and threw herself onto him. This time, the entire class was left dumbfounded. The school nurse was also out of options, saying this kid was quite well behaved at first. But in less than half an hour, she clamored to find her brother, and couldn't be comforted no matter what. Yoo Jung felt extremely aggrieved, saying her brother had been gone for way too long. Looking at his sister like this, Jung Hyuk really couldn't leave her alone. As a result, Jung Hyuk simply brought her into the classroom. All the boys in the class were staring. This wasn't coming to class at all. This was practically bringing a little teaching assistant. The teacher had just asked a math question, and before Jung Hyuk could even speak, Yoo Jung actually was the first to raise her hand to answer. And her answer was completely correct. This time, the entire class completely erupted. What on earth was this little girl's background? All the classmates were stunned, feeling that the people from the class president's family were indeed extraordinary. Such a young child was actually a genius. Jung Hyuk knew best in his heart that this girl hadn't even learned how to count yet. That correct answer just now was purely a blind cat running into a dead rat. With great difficulty, they finally made it to recess, and the teacher actually took the initiative to approach them, saying she wanted to treat the siblings to a good meal. Kimbap paired with piping hot bibimbap. This treatment was absolutely second to none. Seeing how cute Yoo Jung was, the owner even specially gifted them a large bottle of cola. This completely thrilled Yoo Jung. She stared at the bubbles in her cup, her eyes glued to them. One gulp down, and it was pure refreshing bliss. This little girl, Yoo Jung, couldn't even walk when she saw cola, chugging it down nonstop. Jung Hyuk was anxiously stomping his feet nearby, urging her to eat some rice, but she just directly replied that she only wanted cola. After finally making it through until school let out, Jung Hyuk walked home with his sister and happened to run into Mijin's family. The auntie felt incredibly bad seeing Jung Hyuk taking a kid to school, praising him for working so hard all day. Yoo Jung, on the other hand, was completely carefree, even thinking school was quite fun. Without a second word, the auntie stuffed a large bag of side dishes and pancakes into Jung Hyuk's hands, telling him to just heat them up for his mom to eat when she gets home. This neighborly warmth was truly touching. Jung Hyuk carried the things and prepared to leave, especially saying goodbye to Mijin. But this girl still had that same tsundere attitude, crossing her arms and not wanting to say a single word. In the end, only after being yelled at by her own mom, did Mijin reluctantly squeeze out a phrase, "Be careful on the road." Seeing her act like she wanted to pay attention to him, but then ignoring him, Young Hyuk also had a helpless look on his face. What on earth is Mijin's sister angry about? This question from Yoo Jung completely stumped Jung Hyuk too. He thought back carefully. He didn't cause any trouble when staying at their house during Chuseok. Could it be that this girl had entered her rebellious phase? Her thoughts were getting harder and harder to guess. As the sun set in the west, Young Hyuk held his sister's hand, walking on the path home. After a whole day of tossing and turning like this, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Taking care of a kid really wasn't just an ordinary level of tiring, but Yoo Jung had a face full of excitement, holding her brother's hand and saying school was way too fun, and that she wanted to tag along again next time. Looking at his sister's radiant, smiling face, the exhaustion in Young Hyuk's heart mostly vanished instantly. Oh well, as long as this little girl was happy, it was all worth it for him as her brother to work a bit harder. Pushing open the door to the house, that familiar aroma of food wafted right into his face. Kim Sun-young was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing the siblings return safely, her heart finally settled down. Young Hyuk let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally gotten through this day. It felt so good to be home. The moment Jung Hyuk entered the house, the whole family came out to greet them. Sun Kwang-yeon picked Yoo Jung up in his arms, asking them with a smile how their day went. Young Hyuk replied loudly that it was exceptionally good. But next door at Mijin's house, the atmosphere was completely different. Mijin was taking her anger out on an apple, leaving Mijin's dad watching from the side, totally creeped out. What on earth was wrong with his daughter today? Why did she have such a long face the whole time? Mijin's mom was also full of complaints, saying this kid had no manners at all. That Jung Hyuk boy greets them every single time they meet, so sensible that it makes one's heart ache for him. No wonder his parents could feel at ease going abroad. This other people's kid line instantly triggered Mijin. She furiously crunched on the apple, making loud snapping noises, shouting that Jung Hyuk wasn't mature at all. He was just a totally clueless, dense block of wood. Seeing Mijin in this kind of frenzied state, her parents froze right on the spot. No one could have ever expected that the name Jung Hyuk would actually become Mijin's minefield. Mr. Cheon was currently chatting with a neighbor, and when he looked up, he found Sun Kwang-yeon had returned. Kim Sun-young politely said that these were specially prepared for the kids, and there was also a portion she personally selected for the elderly gentleman. The old man was incredibly touched, saying that an old fellow like himself didn't deserve to be remembered so much by everyone. Sun Kwang-yeon said with a smile that this was only right, since the old man usually didn't hesitate to give the family's kids guidance and clear up their confusion. Mr. Cheon was extremely happy to hear this, insisting on dragging them over to his house in the future to have a casual meal together. Kim Sun-young looked at the old man and always felt a sense of closeness, saying he looked a lot like her late father. This bond between neighbors was truly warmer than anything else. The neighbor looked at the renovated house and casually praised it, saying the orientation of the house was truly excellent. Kim Sun-young smiled and said this was all thanks to everyone's advice. So they changed it along the way during construction. When they returned inside to organize the gifts, Mijin's mom appeared weighed down by anxiety. She hesitated again and again, but still asked if Jung Hyuk was doing okay lately. This question gave Kim Sun-young a fright, and she hurriedly pressed to know if something had happened, wondering if that boy had caused some kind of trouble outside again. Mijin's mom quickly waved her hands to deny it, but looking at her worried expression, she still couldn't hold it back, saying she had heard some rumors regarding Jung Hyuk. While the family was having dinner, Sun Kwang-yeon casually asked if the house was out of side dishes. As a result, Kim Sun-young suddenly slapped the table, saying in all seriousness that bracken and bean sprouts are bad for a man's body. No one knew where she heard this absurd logic from, leaving everyone completely stunned. Kim Sun-young looked at her son, feeling a bit uneasy in her heart. Jung Hyuk grew up to be tall and handsome, but she always felt that if she had taken the child to the hospital for a checkup earlier, would she be able to feel more at peace? She suddenly said to Jung Hyuk with a serious face, "Mom will study hard from now on, and will definitely make sure you stay healthy." Jung Hyuk held his chopsticks, completely bewildered, not understanding at all what his mom was talking about. Actually, Kim Sun-young had been studying at a university lately, taking advanced courses in food and nutrition. She just wanted to make sure that everyone in the family could eat the most scientifically balanced nutritional meals. Back then, she didn't know where to start learning, and it was her husband, along with Yu Shira, who recommended the school to her. Looks like this mom, for the sake of her child, truly was going to live and learn until she was old. Back then, Kim Sun-young still hesitated, feeling that going to university at her age might be too late. Fortunately, Yushira and Hong Ki-jun kept encouraging her, saying that when it comes to learning, it's never too late to start, no matter when. This year, she finally fulfilled her college dream. Seeing his mom studying so passionately every day, Young Hyuk felt quite happy in his heart too. However, taking advantage of his mom not being home right now, he planned to talk about some serious business with his dad. Young Hyuk cut straight to the chase and asked, "Shouldn't our family hire a bodyguard?" Sun Kwang-yeon completely froze upon hearing this, thinking to himself, why on earth would he suddenly make this kind of request? Could it be that something happened back on Chuseok? Only then did Young Hyuk reveal the truth. That day near the house, he spotted a few strangers acting completely sketchy, and from what they meant, they actually wanted to kidnap his dad and mom. Young Hyuk couldn't hold back at the time, straight up rushing forward to confront them. And as a result, both sides got into a brawl right on the spot. Sun Kwang-yeon was entirely dumbfounded listening to this. Young Hyuk quickly waved his hands to explain, saying he didn't get injured at the time, and seeing things turned bad, that gang had already run off without a trace long ago. But he still felt uneasy in his heart. After all, during the day, only the women were at home. In case those people came back again, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Young Hyuk stared at Sun Kwang-yeon, asking the one question that puzzled him the most. "Dad, why did those people want to kidnap you and Mom?" Facing his son's pressing question, Sun Kwang-yeon couldn't say a single word, only lowering his head in silence. The suffocating atmosphere made it hard for anyone to breathe. The scene shifted, and Hong Ki-jun also blew his top outside. He had just heard about the matter of hiring bodyguards for the family, furiously confronting Sun Kwang-yeon directly, asking why such a huge matter had been kept from him the whole time. Although Sun Kwang-yeon apologized verbally, saying he just didn't want everyone to worry along with them. This kind of excuse obviously couldn't suppress everyone's anger. Hong Ki-jun's tone was icy to the absolute extreme. "Do you think just a single 'I'm sorry' is enough?" Hong Ki-jun still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why on earth did things have to get this tense, making it absolutely necessary to hire bodyguards? Sun Kwang-yeon told him with a heavy tone, "Because someone has already targeted me, and even my family is in danger right now." Sun Kwang-yeon then asked if this had anything to do with the people Ki-jun sent over. Hong Ki-jun shook his head, saying there are plenty of people who want to do this kind of thing, but who else could it be besides that gang of fellows? It turns out that choosing to hide in the middle of nowhere back then was half to dodge these enemies, and the other half was to satisfy his wife's desire to stay far away from the city. After listening to this, Hong Ki-jun couldn't help but curse under his breath. These persistent bastards. Looks like they really planned to play dirty until the very end. The scene shifted, and Young Hyuk was currently accompanying Sun Kwang-yeon in playing chess inside. While unhurriedly placing a piece, Sun Kwang-yeon said with deep meaning, "Some wars that have long been foreshadowed are simply impossible to avoid. Since the war has already begun, then an end must be put to it as quickly as possible. There must absolutely be no hesitation." Sun Kwang-yeon finally warned Young Hyuk, "No matter how peaceful this world looks, as long as you forget the existence of danger, then disaster will knock on your door sooner or later." While playing around with the chess pieces, Sun Kwang-yeon calmly analyzed the current situation. He said that in order to beef up the family's defense, they must have enough financial power as a backing. After all, an unseen enemy is far more terrifying than an opponent out in the open. Therefore, every single step had to be prepared in advance. But after listening, Young Hyuk shook his head, his tone exceptionally firm. Just relying on hiding can't protect anyone. At the same time, Hong Ki-jun sat alone in the dark night outside, tightly clutching a beverage can in his hand. In his heart, he questioned Sun Kwang-yeon over and over again. "Just how much longer do you plan to hide? Do you really think you can avoid returning to that dog-eat-dog world for the rest of your life?" Young Hyuk's words were like a heavy sledgehammer, smashing straight into Sun Kwang-yeon's heart. Young Hyuk remained silent for a long time, and in the end, could only let out a helpless sigh. It looked like his plan of wanting to be an ordinary farmer and live a peaceful life was completely down the drain now. Since hiding was no longer an option, then his only choice was to face it. Since they were going to play for keeps now, Young Hyuk directly asked Sun Kwang-yeon, facing this upcoming tough battle, "How on earth should we prepare?" Sun Kwang-yeon's answer was very straightforward, and that was to utilize all the resources in their hands. As long as it can be useful, not a single one should be left unused. Young Hyuk was originally still worrying, feeling like besides some money and land, he didn't seem to have any powerful connections, even regretting not making friends with a few big shots earlier. But Sun Kwang-yeon smiled and reminded him, "Did you forget? The most famous person in all of South Korea is actually sitting right there in your contact list." Only then did Young Hyuk suddenly snap out of it. It turned out that the person Sun Kwang-yeon was talking about was Kijun. He laughed mockingly at himself. He usually always complained that the guy's reaction was slow and completely forgot how incredibly successful that man was thriving right now. Now that the connection issue was solved, next up was the most critical method. Jung Hyuk pointed at the chessboard, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. In this realistic world, money is the ultimate power. If we want to build our power fair and square, there is no safer or more effective way than making crazy money within the boundaries of the law. Sun Kwangyeon fell into a long silence after listening. It looked like every single step from now on would completely change the fate of this family. Jung Hyuk proposed to play to their family's strengths, asking Sun Kwangyeon if he had ever heard of an agro-industrial complex. Anyway, in a few years, this kind of model would be everywhere. So why don't we seize the initiative right now? Straight up max out the scale and make this business absolutely massive. Sun Kwangyeon felt it made a lot of sense after listening, since international trade was getting more and more developed. Agricultural products would definitely be a huge market. He immediately decided to meet with Assemblyman Song tomorrow to have a chat. Sun Kwangyeon asked what the main product would be, and Jung Hyuk was actually very optimistic, saying that as long as it grows from the ground, it can all be turned into cash when the time comes. Jung Hyuk even predicted that in the future, people might even have to spend money just to buy drinking water. By that time, the value of agricultural crops will only be higher. Sun Kwangyeon listened from the side, totally dazed, always feeling that Jung Hyuk was indulging in wild fantasies again. But thinking about it carefully, as fewer and fewer people are farming, food will indeed become a scarce resource. Going into agricultural product processing is truly an exceptionally safe and secure choice. Sun Kwangyeon knew very well in his heart that although they are currently lacking money and people, as long as they can lay a solid foundation, the future returns will absolutely be mind-blowing. This is destined to be a long, drawn-out war, and the process will definitely be incredibly brutal, even completely different from the logic of traditional farming before. But Jung Hyuk only said one final sentence. Nothing in this world was ever easy anyway. Since we've started, we have no intention of turning back. Sun Kwangyeon let out a sigh, saying that this kind of massive undertaking isn't something just anyone can pull off. Although he kept emphasizing the difficulty verbally, Jung Hyuk sat to the side, having long since seen right through everything. The way Sun Kwangyeon looked right now, how did it look like he was scared by the difficulties? He had clearly already started to thoroughly enjoy it. This long-lost sense of challenge instead re-energized his entire being quite a lot. The situation on the chessboard was already set, and the true endgame was only officially beginning right now. In the dead of night, Kim Sun-young was still writing and drawing in her notebook, and it was completely filled with all of Jung Hyuk's favorite foods. As a mother, she always had a knot in her heart. She always felt it was because she didn't take good care of him that caused Jung Hyuk's health issues when he was little, even leading to people pointing fingers at him. This guilt weighed so heavily on her that she couldn't breathe. As long as she starts making up for it now, it should still be in time, right? Right at that moment, Jung Hyuk pushed the door open and came in, carrying the sleeping Yoo Jung. Looking at his mother's exhausted appearance, he actually understood everything completely in his heart. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?" The single greeting instantly softened the heavy atmosphere in the room. Some kinds of love never need to be spoken out loud. Jung Hyuk originally wanted to crack a joke to lighten up the gloomy atmosphere in the room, but Kim Sun-young suddenly lowered her head, her tone completely filled with unhideable guilt. She said that back then, the family couldn't even put food on the table, failing to let Jung Hyuk have a single decent meal, so she always felt that she owed her son, which caused him to develop a chronic health condition. Jung Hyuk hurriedly comforted his mother, saying his body was actually super strong when he was little. But Kim Sun-young's next words completely changed the atmosphere. She insisted on taking Jung Hyuk to the hospital, even saying that not going was out of the question. Just what kind of checkup was it that she couldn't let go of after all these years? Jung Hyuk's head was spinning right now. He completely couldn't understand what his mother was talking about. What running away from home? What physical illness? Where on earth did all this come from? Yet Kim Sun-young's words got more and more ridiculous, even suspecting that her son had a girl he liked, which was why he deliberately hid it from the family and refused to see a doctor. This logic simply made Jung Hyuk not know whether to laugh or cry. He repeatedly emphasized that he wasn't sick, and if there really was an issue, he would definitely go to the hospital himself. But as a mother, she obviously didn't take in a single word. Even though Jung Hyuk explained until his mouth was completely dry, Kim Sun-young still stuck to that same line in the end. "You must go to the hospital tomorrow." Looks like in this tug of war regarding health, Jung Hyuk had completely lost. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to go to this hospital. After tossing and turning for so long, that absurd misunderstanding finally became a thing of the past. Jung Hyuk lay on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Although the process was a bit ridiculous, at least he could get a peaceful night's sleep now. But before he could completely unwind, serious business knocked on his door. Sun Kwangyan was holding a map, currently fretting over the site selection for the agro-industrial complex. Originally, Jung Hyuk also felt this chosen location was isolated and the terrain was uneven and far from the city center. But thinking about it carefully, this location was chosen brilliantly. Because it was close to the Air Force Base, there were barely any residents around. Not only did they not have to worry about opposition, but once the road got widened next year, they wouldn't even need to pass through the town center. Sun Kwangyan said with a smile that by then, even if cars speed at 80 yards, there probably wouldn't be a single complaint. Looks like this seemingly remote area was actually the prime location they were truly looking for. Seeing that the project's construction had to wait until next year, Jung Hyuk suggested letting the Seonil group pull some strings through the back door. But upon hearing this, Sun Kwangyan shook his head like a pendulum. He said, the higher-ups simply avoided those politicians like the plague, even feeling that having a meal with them was like stepping on something filthy. Jung Hyuk actually knew very well in his heart that this wasn't about acting high and mighty. In the memories of his past life, those entrepreneurs who got too close to power all ended up being dragged off for investigation. Although Chairman Hing rejected the invitation back then, the Seonil group still couldn't escape the media's relentless bombardment and tax audits. Sujin was pushed into an even tougher spot. Looks like in this circle, the closer you are to power, the closer you usually are to the abyss. This approach of keeping them at a respectful distance was the ultimate way to survive. Looking at Sun Kwangyan, enthusiastically calling the shots over there, Jung Hyuk had mixed feelings. He originally complained about having to shoulder all these troubles himself. But seeing Sun Kwangyan's entrepreneurial drive, he felt he should have let this guy come out to make it big much earlier. Sun Kwangyan claimed 4 plots of land in one go. Jung Hyuk listened, knitting his brows, wondering if this counted as going through the back door. To get special treatment, Sun Kwangyan had a calm face, saying this was called boosting the local economy. Anyway, land was plenty. Out-of-town companies simply can't compete with them. But Jung Hyuk was feeling anxious in his heart, building 4 factories plus an office at the same time. Just how much money would that burn? Even with policy support, Sun Kwangyan would probably have to sell off all the family assets he accumulated for years. Looking at Sun Kwangyan's determined expression, Jung Hyuk was just feeling bad for him. Who would have thought Sun Kwangyan would suddenly reveal an unpredictable smile? It looks like this financial calculation had long been figured out in Sun Kwangyan's mind. Sun Kwangyan's next words completely stunned Jung Hyuk. No need to sell land and no need for loans. The money for these 4 factories had actually been taken care of. He said with a smug face, this is the perk of having many friends. Jung Hyuk couldn't help but complain. How is this looking for friends? You clearly plan to empty out their pockets. But seeing Sun Kwangyan's confident look, that investor in Seoul had obviously nodded in agreement. In order to finalize the details, Sun Kwangyan prepared to set off for Seoul immediately. Although Jung Hyuk was joking, he still felt a bit uneasy in his heart, especially when thinking about those bodyguards arranged by Ki-jin. After Sun Kwangyan left, Jung Hyuk sat in the room alone, his heart pounding continuously. What he worried about the most was still those secrets hidden in the dark, being discovered by others. Looking at the peaceful scenery outside the window, he even began to doubt whether those so-called professional bodyguards could actually protect this home. Yu Jung looked at the octopus in the picture book, and her cravings were instantly triggered, clamoring that she absolutely must eat octopus. But after searching the whole house, there was no stock left. Kim Sun-young hurriedly made a phone call to a neighbor and happened to hear that Seong-chan's dad just came back from the sea, holding a few freshly caught plump octopuses in his hands. This time, it was finally settled. Jung Hyuk heard it loud and clear in the room. Looking at his little sister's craving face, he proactively offered to run this errand for his mom, to fetch the octopus from the neighbor's house. Sung-chan's dad was by the seaside and casually picked up a piece of metal junk. He originally thought it was some kind of rare find, but after taking a closer look, this thing turned out to be an unexploded bomb. It scared him so much he fell right onto his butt. The town's public notice clearly stated that, upon finding this kind of dangerous item, one must immediately contact the military and police. But Sung-chan's dad's logic was really something else. He complained that those people's efficiency was way too low, and by the time they rushed over, it would already be dark. He actually strapped this bomb onto his back seat, planning to drop it off on his way when he goes into town. Looking at his departing back as he rode off on his motorcycle, anyone's heart would be in their throat. If even a slight accident happened along the way, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. A neighbor on the road casually asked a question, and Young Hyuk greeted them with a smile, saying he was going to Seong Chan's house to get some octopus. Although he didn't transfer schools in this life, and the two of them could meet frequently, going to his house to hang out like when they were kids was indeed something they hadn't done in a long time. Seong Chan waved from a distance, and Young Hyuk teased him, asking why he didn't go to church for service today. Seong Chan said with a helpless face, "Middle schoolers don't get allowances anyway, so who would still go there to pretend to be pious?" Young Hyuk was about to laugh at him, but then Seong Chan lowered his voice and said, "Now I don't even dare to do my bedtime prayers anymore, just fearing that Jesus might actually show up right in front of me." Seong Chan politely wanted to invite him inside to sit down, but Young Hyuk waved his hand, saying he had to head back quickly after getting the octopus. Right after that, Young Hyuk suddenly shifted the topic, asking Seong Chan if he had been talking nonsense outside, saying it wasn't that he didn't want to get surgery, but that he couldn't get it done at all. Seong Chan waved his hands in a panic, swearing that he had absolutely never heard of such a rumor. This kind of life-threatening secret, even if he died, he would take it to his grave. Looking at him acting like this, Young Hyuk actually already had the answer in his heart. After all, back when he was caught by his dad, Seong Chan would rather take the beating himself and kept shouting for him to run quickly. With this ride-or-die friendship, Seong Chan would absolutely never betray him. Seong Chan's dad walked out holding a large bag of octopuses, saying he specially picked the plumpest ones for Young Hyuk to bring home to his family right away. Seong Chan saw his dad was about to go out and casually asked where he was going. As a result, Seong Chan's dad started nagging again. He said he was going into town for errands and would be back very soon, reminding Seong Chan that when the truck arrives later, he must pick out his share to sell and not let those dishonest merchants rip him off. Seong Chan listened until his ears got calluses, urging his dad to set off quickly. Only then did Seong Chan's dad ride off on his motorcycle into the distance. Young Hyuk was just about to go inside with Seong Chan when he suddenly felt something behind him drop onto the ground with a thud. This instant, both of their hearts immediately jumped into their throats. Young Hyuk abruptly stopped his footsteps, staring at that inconspicuous little object on the ground. This thing looked way too familiar. Before he could even react, the piercing sound of a siren suddenly cut through the air, as an ambulance roared and rushed into the village, shattering the original peace. Kim Sun-young ran out holding the child, looking outside with a thoroughly puzzled face, not knowing what on earth kind of accident had happened. In broad daylight, Mr. Kim slowly turned his head to look at Jung Hyuk's back and muttered under his breath, "This kid's intuition is truly terrifyingly sharp. Nobody expected that a person who was perfectly fine just a moment ago would fall into the rubble in the blink of an eye." Seong Chan's dad, while shouting Jung Hyuk's name, ran over here desperately, saying he had already called an ambulance and telling them they must hold on at all costs. Jung Hyuk struggled to lift his head, and before he could clearly see the surrounding situation, Seong Chan's heart-wrenching screams echoed in his ears. Seong Chan's face was covered in blood, rolling around on the ground in agonizing pain. Young Hyuk was so anxious he wanted to go over and help, but simply didn't know where to start. Right at this most distressing moment, the ambulance finally arrived. Seong Chan's dad waved his hands frantically for help. This time, Seong Chan was finally going to be saved. The ambulance sped down the highway, the atmosphere inside so suffocating that people could barely breathe. Seong Chan lay on the stretcher, his consciousness fading as he could only make weak sounds. After checking him over, the doctor shook his head, saying Seong Chan's eardrums were ruptured by the blast. Right now, his head was spinning so badly that he couldn't speak at all. Hearing this, Seong Chan's dad panicked, repeatedly asking if he would be deaf forever. The doctor quickly comforted him, saying the kid was still young, and as long as the surgery was done in time, he could recover. Jung Hyuk sat to the side in dead silence, but a memory from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind. Back when he was still delivering newspapers, he had seen an inconspicuous news report saying that a student of the same age had his life taken away by an accidentally exploding bomb. At that time, he didn't take this matter to heart, but looking at Seong Chan in front of him right now, a terrifying thought popped up. Could it be that the dead student in that news report was actually Seong Chan? The situation was even worse than expected. The small town hospital couldn't handle it at all, so the ambulance could only turn around and rush at full speed toward the city medical center. Seong Chan's dad sat in the vehicle, sobbing uncontrollably. When the doctor asked for the guardian's name, he choked up as he gave his own name. As the ambulance rushed through the hospital gates, Seong Chan was immediately sent to the ER. Young Hyuk stood in the hallway, shivers running down his spine. He was thinking, if Yoo Jung hadn't thrown a tantrum wanting to eat octopus today, if his mom hadn't gone to another shop to buy things, if he himself hadn't left the house to run this errand, If even a single tiny thing had gone wrong in between, Seong-chan right now would probably have lost his life long ago. Young-hyuk guarded the operating room entrance alone, looking at that tightly closed door, a wave of lingering fear hitting his heart. If he had arrived one step later, he feared his mom, and Seong-chan would have both lost their lives. Right at that moment, Seong-chan's dad walked over quickly, and before Jung-hyuk could even react, he pulled him into a tight, death grip embrace. The man cried right on Young-hyuk's shoulder, constantly saying thank you, saying that if it weren't for Young-hyuk, Seong-chan definitely wouldn't have made it this time. These continuous cries of calling him their savior left Jung-hyuk with mixed feelings. He had only done what he was supposed to do, yet he became the hope of someone's entire family. Once everything was settled, Young-hyuk walked alone in the long hospital corridor, only then remembering that his family must be worried sick. He quickly took out his phone to report that he was safe. Although his body still carried some injuries, as long as everyone could survive, all of this was totally worth it. Young-hyuk was just preparing to leave the hospital, but who would have thought that at the corner of the hallway, he would bump straight into a familiar figure. As the two of them locked eyes, the air completely froze in that single second. Young-hyuk was stunned for a moment, then immediately seemed to recall something.